and we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping now. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away. Burn away, we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping now. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn.
Hey. What's up, guys? Sorry. As soon as I started the fucking video, Mariah yells and says, well, I need you to move a mattress into a tent. You know, like that's normal. Gnomes. I don't even know if I know what a gnome is. I had to refresh my memory. Copy there. Okay, close that. Tools. Docs. The hawk is hawking whenever it hawks. I hear you. Sometimes. What's everybody doing today? I figured we'd go over the full Flynn interview. Talk about it. Luckily, Hunter Biden was not having a foot job from his niece. It was actually just a regular run-of-the-mill prostitute. We do know that now. That's some good news. Time Magazine has decided they're just going to tell us how they stole the election because we can't do anything anyways. Sorry, I saw the language of my people in the chat. I had to say something. Please, 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 while we're getting started, hit the share button. Share it somewhere. I don't care where. Like it, share it. Who cares? We got to get started here. William 13, chapter 13, verse 2 says, "We all wept, some for the glory they beheld, others in misery and doubt for the survival of mankind." That's right. William chapter 13, verse 1 actually says, "One midget is better than no midgets." Welcome, guys. What's up? Ethan Cross, how's it going, buddy? No, you're just going to come out and dox yourself? Thank you again, Zay and Raina, for the Ollie's birthday present. That was awesome. Thank you. Somebody listed the White House for sale on Zillow. Oh, no. I shared it on Goo. Thank you. I actually uploaded a picture of Goo gone, so I don't even know if that share will even go through. We'll have to wait and see. Is Go Rolo? Seriously, I don't. Is that oh, did you mean Gab? Didn't it just auto corrected or what? All right, give me just a second. I'm opening up the interview. I got to close one window that I don't want you to see. The drawing of Sonic has now become part of the set of the background. We got one I've printed on like heavy duty cardstock and had framed, or bought a frame for it. I framed it myself. The other one was okay, sweet. The other one is now on set behind my head near the fake weapon that hangs on my wall. No sharing on Goo was even an option. Let me see here. You are right. You can share it on LinkedIn, Skyrock, Mix, and Goo. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Alright guys, have you all seen the full Flynn interview? It's like 50 minutes long. We're fixing to watch it together. Not to mention our one dude from Triumph News Center Network for Trump and the Storm and Michael Flynn and Against All Pedophiles in the World. He's supposed to be doing an update video. First of all, let me do that right quick. Let me show you what he said first. Yesterday. Let's see. It's called Triumph News or some shit like that. And we'll get started. Let me get this open and we'll get started. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We'll give everybody just a minute to get from Facebook. I'm just about ready to start. I got everything open. As long as we get all our Facebook friends in here, since I'm banned, I got zucked off. Hopefully once everybody gets here, we'll start in just a second. Travis Hudgens, I thought you said that you couldn't comment. Is it letting you comment now? Thank you.
What you think?
I was looking before the show. I was trying to figure out what your YouTube name was, so I could check and see if you were blocked. But I didn't see your name. I'm glad you can chat now. Appreciate it. Oh shit! I might be out of Facebook jail. Let me see. If so, we're gonna have to take this post down and make a new one. But that's alright. Let me see. I gotta check on my phone. Hold on. I'm only in jail for live streams. It says I can't go live until if I can, I need to get the video up there. But I had to see first. Hold on. A 40-minute update and it has 11 ads. Awesome. That's what I like to see. No, I'm sorry. I'm banned till the 11th. By the way, your fearless leader got a birthday coming up. We can all get ready for that and celebrate. Maybe Mark will show up at my house and zuck me off personally. Alright guys, here we go. Animations connected. Check. Let me pop one off. So, What's up? I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. No glasses tonight because you fucking douchebags keep making fun of me. Other than that, it's about the same thing. We're going to talk tonight. We're going to do that Simon Parks video, I'm sure. For sure. But the first thing I want to get into is Michael Flynn went on the can't drop it so far. I have no idea what this is. I miss baked streams. Oh, they're talking about Baked Alaska over here. Shit. All right. Doug Billings, the number one sellout, who helped propel Simon Parks and Charlie Ward to stardom with his with their between 14, 18 million views or whatever it was that first week. This is one of the places they hopped on at. Oh, I got to clear the goal too. I forgot about that. This is Doug Billings. He claims the right side broadcast. And he basically says that he doesn't believe any of this, but he just gives everybody a voice just in case, whatever the fuck that means. So we're gonna check him out. We're going to he finally got an interview with his fearless leader, his his god, if you will, Mike Flynn. We're going to see what Mike had to say. I'm going to give you a hint. He basically says there is no storm. There never was a storm. And anybody who says there is a plan or there is a storm or the military has taken over the government, well, you're just, that's the stupidest thing he's ever heard. But there's already people making excuses. Imagine that. So let's check out Mr. Triumph News. Let's see what he had to say before we start the video.
Hello, Cleveland, Ohio. All righty. Got 9 thumbs up, and Arlene is ready. She has red eye. There's lots of BS going so fast I can't read them. Hello from Austin, Texas. Nolans in the house. Tammy from Nolans.
There's nothing to reveal.
All right. Good deal. Hey, Brad from Arkansas.
Dig the foviators.
Megan.
Oh, no. We need the glasses
Jeffrey.
back.
Hello. California in the house. Australia in the house. Utah in the house. Texas. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Yes, Kenny, Utah, Kentucky, Wisconsin. All right, we got about 3,000 on here, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Again, it's brought to you by Sweet Tea. Tonight's Sweet Tea is from Champy's.
Champy Sweet
Famous Fried
Tea.
Chicken here in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Home of the believer. Trust the plan. And Sweet Tea.
Not Champs, Champy's. Okay, you are missing out. All right. And so that's our sponsor tonight. Okay. So anyhow, all right. So guys, I will go ahead and get started here. We're not going to be on long tonight. Okay. Let me kind of tell you what's happened and what is.
So you might have a valid point if you said, oh, do you expect Flynn to just come on a podcast and say that they have a plan? Of course not. He'd be telling the enemy. Where's the sense in that? Except these fucking douchebags right here, including Doug Billings, who was interviewing him, has been telling people there was a plan for fucking 3 years. Here's the plan. Mike Flynn's in charge of it. Did you see what he tweeted? Here's what he's been putting out on Twitter. If you relate this to this to this to this to this, so why wouldn't he say that there's a plan? Everybody else is, as long as the money keeps falling in.
Has been going on. I didn't come on last night. Nothing. I appreciate all the responses. People were saying we're praying for you and all that. I didn't mean to mislead anybody. There was nothing wrong. Like we needed.
He was scouting somebody for a travel baseball team
with a buddy at another game, and this kid that wants to play on this team. That And anyway, so to make a long story short, or a long story long. Okay. All right. So that I'm just trying to be straight with you. Okay. And
here we go. He's talking about
this is how
what
crazy
he's heard about the Flynn video. Then we're going to watch his reaction from tonight.
The first 13 minutes of Mike Lindell's deal, it's been killing me. I haven't even been able to sit here and BS you and say a bunch of stuff. So let me start with that. The Mike Lindell thing. Here's what I got on here.
Not Mike
I
Lindell.
know this for a fact because I just did it. You can go to Michael J. So I know you can see it there. Okay, Cloud Hub has it. You can see it. All right, I've heard it's phenomenal. Okay, and anybody that sees it there's going to be no doubt you cannot.
If you've been keeping up with like Dr. Shiva and the Kraken and all the plans and stuff that were going on, I don't think Mike Lindell shared any new information. He put it all in one place.
Even there's nothing to negate. I mean, there's no argument here. It's a done deal. All right, so I'm going tomorrow evening, and we're going to be discussing it. Also, I want to.
There you go.
I want to say this. The other thing I've got to see is General Flynn's interview with Doug Billings or whatever his name is. Again, I've just heard stuff, and here's what I'm just going to tell you this straight up. Okay, I've heard. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible, Brad. I mean, he says that we, that we don't have a plan, and the military is not in control, and all of this. But then at the end, he does say, hey, don't throw away that champagne bottle or whatever it was. Keep the wine, keep that wine bottle because you might need it, for celebrating or whatever. Guys, listen. I don't even need to. I'm going to watch it. I can't wait to see it. But
he's been building that plan, John Smith. He's been building that. I get two types of information because on the last show that he was on, he said, "I got one guy that told me for sure, and I got one guy that told me for maybe." Like he's been building that up. I don't know, babe.
I don't even need to see it to tell you this. Use your head.
Did anybody get a
Not going to
YouTube
come out and
notification?
say, oh, yeah, this is the plan. This is exactly what we're going to do. I want everybody to know in America, including the bad guys. I hope y'all ain't listening. But so I'm going to tell them, but y'all don't listen. This is what we're going to do. I mean, come on, man. What are you expecting?
So the reason that this thing right here doesn't work to say, oh, he wouldn't tell you that we had a plan, is because you all have been, not you specifically, you've been getting it from other people, but Simon, X22, Patriot Street Fighter, Jason Q, Charlie Ward, Mel K have been planning that you've been talking to your intel, to your insiders, and they've been telling you about the plan, and you've been spreading it for 3 years. Now Mike Flynn's got fucking cold feet. I've been saying there isn't a plan because you guys have been fucking spreading it. Now you're saying there's some type of OPSEC tied up with it. Operational security, for those who didn't know. There's some type of OPSEC now that we shouldn't speak about the plan on YouTube.
To say he can't say what's going on. I mean, relax. Okay, it's fine. And I think if from what I've been told, somebody says
it's a public video. Exactly. I don't know why people aren't getting notifications.
You don't tell the enemy what you're going to do. Okay, so again, that's the problem with us. Okay, us. We want to know everything, and we want to know right now, why is it not done yet, and all of this stuff. And I've been saying to folks, use common sense. They're not going to come out and say it. Okay? I mean, if you really think
they're not going to,
you need to go have your head checked.
Come out and say it.
I mean, come on, man. I'm not trying to be ugly, but use common sense.
But I'm going to share Charlie and Simon and X22 and Jason Q and the Patriot Street Fighter, and they're all telling you that there is a plan that is coming, and this is how it's going to go, and the military's in charge, and we've been talking to our generals, and we know that there's going to be a takeover, and then all the Democrats are going down because the Democrats have been doing this, and we know that they were doing that, and Nancy Pelosi's really arrested, and we saw that this was pre-recorded, and we're putting this out, and we're going to tell you that the inauguration won't go through. Oops, it went through, but it wasn't a real one, and now he's going to sign executive orders, but they're not real either, and the generals told us that, and we know for a fact the military's in charge. But Flynn, there is no plan. See? We're keeping it secret.
Okay, now here's the next thing. Let me address this.
Jesus Christ!
You know, somebody. You know, I made a post here. Let me find it. I made a post here.
Here we go.
And somebody got their panties all in a wad.
I honestly think Flynn, who has shared very similar posts to some Q drops and has kind of been pushed into the spotlight because of his closeness or affiliation with the Anon movement, is now saying, hey, they're trying to get the president for insurrection. What if something else pops off? And I said, oh, yeah, there's a plan, or trust this guy, or just read the drops, or I say anything that leads Anon-like. And what if another tragedy or something happens, or a riot or some shit? Then he's going to be held liable.
About, let's see here.
This is the last part I want to see right here.
Let's see here. Let me find my post. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Okay. Yeah, here's what I said. I made a post. I said, wow, some folks just don't want to have hope. They're too afraid of being let down. Has to be a miserable existence. And somebody got their feelings all hurt on here and said,
some folks just don't want to have hope. Well, considering what we're fucking... Jesus Christ. How far are we? 10, 11, 15? We're half a month since inauguration. The hope train's running out. It should have stopped on about, I don't know, the 6th.
I can't believe you said that. That's not very godly. Every post is not toward a...
I like the way his dog sounds. Anyways, that's what he's got to say. Oh, Flynn wouldn't share the plan. He just gives it out to everybody else so they can share the plan. There's generals sharing the plan. There's intel guys sharing the plan. There's secret intel guys sharing the plan. There's apparently at least 2 people sharing the plan with Simon. Oh, and the aliens know about the plan. But I'm not going to say shit about it. There is no plan. Let's see what Flynn had to say.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the set of The Right Side with Doug Billings. A quick shout out to a friend of the show, the Commander's Artist. He got started doing some work for the president, therefore the name Commander's Artist. But he's also become good friends of not only this program, but he's a good
Here we
friend
go.
of General Michael Flynn's.
This is our boys'
You
big
ought to
break.
check
Don't
out
miss
this
it.
guy's artwork. Go to his website, www.thecommandersartist.com, and check this out. Look at this stuff that I'm showing you. It's incredible.
Oh, no.
Patriotism,
Lions,
equality,
tigers,
uniqueness.
bears,
These
and Trump.
prints
Oh,
is
my.
astounding. And you can have one. Imagine one framed in your home or your den, in your study, or in your studio, like this. They're beautiful, and you really do need to check him out. A personal friend of General Mike Flynn's, a personal friend of this program, thecommandersartist.com. And when you go to checkout, make sure you enter the coupon code DOUG, D-O-U-G. That's me. You get a little discount from the Commander's Artist when you do that. The coupon code is DOUG.
Can anybody explain to me why Simon Parks and Charlie Ward were drawn as redcoat officers? The blue facing means officers. The red means redcoat. They have a tricorn on, but both sides wore tricorns. And I understand they're British, but if they want to keep saying they are aligning with the Patriot Party, the Patriot Movement, the Patriot Trumpers, the Patriot, why did they paint them as redcoats? Is that a sign? Is the commander, the painter's painter, or the hero's paintbrush, or whatever his name is, the Patriot painter? Is he trying to tell us something? Is this a crumb? Don't trust
Check
Simon.
out this website. Check out the artwork. Patriotism galore. And it's really, really cool, good quality stuff. Top shelf, as they say. Thecommandersartist.com.
As they say.
Cheers.
I wonder why Doug Billings decided it's a good look for his library he streams from to hang a gas mask over here. You think he's ever worn that? It's OSHA approved. Charcoal filters. Just curious. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for watching this edition of The Right
Where's
Side
Big
with
Daddy
Doug
Flynn?
Billings. A really big day for us here on the program. General Michael Flynn is going to join us. And ladies and gentlemen, it's important that you watch this entire interview. The general will give us specific hope, specific avenues forward, and we'll talk about some of the things that you've heard me mention before on this program: determined prayer, determined patriotism, doing the hard work in the wake of what happened in America on November 3rd, the election and so forth, and how to live in the reality of a world without
This
President
is absolutely
Trump in
this
the
guy's
presidency.
biggest catch. He's going to
How to
grow
go
like
forward.
crazy right here.
We'll talk about what needs to be done with regards to Republicans, and we'll speak candidly about that. We'll speak candidly about ways to go forward with specific detail. But you'll hear it from the general
That was great.
himself. A very important interview.
That's Vladimir Putin
He's
and a
not
dove's
been
landed
many
on his
media
head.
platforms lately, and we're happy to be the first.
Sorry
on
about
which
that
he has
noise.
appeared in recent weeks. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, right here on the right side with Doug Billings, General Michael Flynn. Here we go.
Yeah, this guy's going to get 1 million subs. Easy. Got Mike Flynn on. Father, author, patriot, podcaster, business leader, Doug the Patriot Billings.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the right side with Doug Billings. A real.
This is the weirdest fucking green screen. I know fucking Jason Q is going to be like, oh, this has a meaning. Look, you remember how they kept saying there was going to be a red mirage but a blue wave? Well, that wave is black. And then there's a surfer over here. What does the surfer signify? Why is that's the weirdest fucking green screen backdrop to have. I don't know what that choice was, but it wasn't a good one, buddy.
Really big day for us here. It is our high honor to have General Michael Flynn with us on today's program. General Flynn, thank you, sir, for taking the time to be with us here on the right side.
Absolutely. Thanks, Doug, and thanks for you and all that your audience gets out of you. I think on a daily basis, message that you have for the entire country. It's a terrific message, and I'm really honored to be on the show with you.
Thank you, sir. That's very nice of you. You know, it's it's because of a mutual friend of ours that I was actually connected with you. Michael, the artist, the Commander's artist, he's a friend of yours, and he's done some work for you. He's designed the logos on this show, and the Commander's artist he's a great guy, isn't he? He speaks very highly of you.
Yeah, Michael is a terrific American patriot, and if anybody, I hope that you will promote his website. And he does the artwork that he does is very, very patriotic. And one of my sort of big, big things with Michael is Michael came into my life through this political persecution journey that my family and I.
So I did notice this. Basically, what I said was this guy came to Mike Flynn and said, hey, I know that you've got like this lawsuit going on. It's probably going to cost you a lot of money. How about I make pictures? How about I make you some, and whatever the profit is, I'll donate so much to your defense fund, 40% or something, whatever. And I hypothesized that. Now, and I had no idea. Now Flynn's saying, oh, he come in during my political persecution, and he's an amazing patriot, and he's a patriot. The only colors he owns for his paintings is red, white, and blue.
I went through, and he stepped.
His colors don't run. This ain't no watercolors.
Money for our legal defense, and Michael and I have become very good friends, and he's a terrific, faithful man. And
so that right there completely validates what I guessed. And I there was no way I could know I was true. I just said, I think. But that completely validates it. He just said, oh, and our defense, he helped us out with our defense funds during my political persecution. So that's what it was. He's not friends. General Flynn, he's not friends with General Flynn. He contacted him on Twitter and said, hey, man, I hate that you're going through this legal thing. How about we sell some pictures and I'll give you 40% of the profits? And Flynn would be an idiot to turn that down.
And I love him.
Wonderful. And yes, we will definitely, prior to our interview, when this thing airs, there will be a big promotion for Michael and his website. He's a friend of the show, and he's spoken highly of your faith and how you connected during that persecution in the moment of darkness. And I think you brought light and hope into each other's lives. I just thought that was a great story.
Yeah. And, Mike is a guy, and like I have said in other venues, Doug, the American people, instead of running away from the Flynn family, they ran toward us in a moment of really deep faith for us. And it became something that was so important that now, as I reflect back on all this, I really do feel a responsibility to say thank you in as many venues as I can possibly leverage. To thank the American public.
Not to mention the book deals he's going to have.
And standing by the Flynns, myself.
Rider on the Storm. That's going to be his first official title after this.
Like I said, it was a persecution, unprecedented in history, and it should never happen to anybody else again in this country. But, we'll see what happens as the country goes forward, as our justice system comes under an enormous amount of scrutiny by the American people, now that the American people are awake, and as our rule of law must be returned in some way. I don't know if that's going to be the case, Doug, but I will tell you that in my fiber, in my body, I will work toward that end to help people who are being persecuted because the justice system seeks prosecutions instead of justice. And I think that we have to check that incentivized system that is not right.
Aliens in the White House.
General, I couldn't
Simon tell you that.
And before I get into the actual question, I need to just ask, how are you, sir? How is your family?
I am waiting for Simon. He's already set it up by saying, that aliens kind of live outside this space and time, like as we know it. There is no future or past, so they know things that are going to happen, even though they don't call that the future. That was what he said. So I'm waiting for Simon to say that the aliens told him that Trump would be president and that he needed to take up a channel and warn people that they were going to try to take the presidency away from him through devious means of the reptilians.
During all of this, you all holding up. I know that on this show, I can tell you, sir, that we get messages from around the world, and there are millions of people who have been looking forward to hearing this interview and are in your corner. They are with you and your family. Are you okay? Is everybody, marching forward?
Millions of people are looking forward to this interview. We're only going to get 386,000. Now, I can't say shit. I mean, my biggest video has like 10K on it, 15K maybe. So 385,000 is a lot of views, but don't say that you have millions of people waiting for this interview and then give him less than 500,000 views. Come on now.
Doing okay.
Yeah, we're doing. I mean, the things that I like to talk about with all these people that are not only in the United States of America, but around the world.
Thank you for on the page, Liz Brackman.
We've tried to track these people, and I've tried to send thank you notes to as many people as I can possibly send them to. And it's upwards of about 20 countries around the world that I'm aware of, and every state in this union that people have reached out to us. But I bring it down to three things, and that's faith in God, the strength of my family, and then the real trends that came into our lives during this journey. We're strong. I tell people that we are a resilient bunch in Flynn family, and that also includes my wife's family. My wife and I have been together since we were 13 years old. So we know what loyalty means. We know what fighting through the objective, so to speak, means. Yep. There's nothing that's going to stop us from talking about our values and the values that we believe in. We're going to be fearless about our patriotism to this country, and I would say going forward that the American people our need, and we know we have a responsibility to go around this country and as much as we can to all those people outside of the borders of the United States that supported us, to say thank you to them. And
we have a responsibility to go around this country and even outside the borders of this United States to all the people who supported us and say thank you. Sounds like Mr. Flynn is starting a world tour. And I would also offer, Doug, that a lot of people come up to me and they say, "We're so sorry for what happened to you." And I tell people right away, don't feel sorry for me. Don't feel sorry for the President of the United States country. The way that people inside of our bureaucracy attacked our presidency, meaning they attacked the American people, and they used me as maybe one of their conduits. And we know for a fact from the exculpatory evidence, which is a new phase that every American has learned about exculpatory evidence, that one of the senior FBI agents that was involved said the whole effort was to get Flynn to get Trump. That was what the entire effort was about. So they could basically purge Donald Trump before he even had a chance to be the president. And once he was the president, then they had to get Flynn out because they knew what I knew and where I came from. So I'm on my soapbox right now, Doug, but I will tell you, the people that are watching your show, the one message that I would say to them is do not lose hope and do not give up, because we're not. The Flynns are not going to give up.
Excellent. And I want to get to that hope during the course of our chat here together. And we will get there. Where General Flynn, with regards to your current state of mind, with regards to the American Republic, between November 3rd and today, where's your head? Where is your sense of hope? What can we do? There are too many to number the amount of people who were hopeful that something may have happened, that Trump could have won, obviously, and I know that we can get into the election, and I think that ought to be our number one priority.
I would need some type of validity for that statement. The FBI and DOJ are mostly, so greater than half, getting closer to probably 3/4 or better, are mostly satanic pedo traffickers. I don't know that the data is there to back that up. I'm not saying there might be some people that are satanic. There might be some people that are there that are pedo, but greater than half of all members of the FBI and Department of Justice, I don't think that's true. I think that's delusional to believe.
Is to fix the election problem this country has. Where is your head with regard
So you say that I'm weird because I'm not believing it because there is no data. But why would you believe that or say that?
to the future of the country as it stands now?
Well, here's what I tell people that
Where's the evidence that greater than half of people that are in the FBI and DOJ are satanic pedo traffickers? So I could call you just as crazy for believing it as you say that I am for not believing. Why would there be any data? Okay. Well, I'm not believing it. Why do you believe it?
let's just use the number 70 million. All right. So 70 million people stood in line to vote for Donald Trump. And most of those actually stood in line. They didn't come in through mail-in ballots and such that we all learned about.
That's true.
So let's just say 70 million people stood in line and voted for Donald Trump in an unprecedented way. And
But you're still not answering the question, John Doe. If there's no evidence, there's no data, why do you believe it? Why did you believe that? Why do you believe that? Did you just pick it out of the air and say, yep, FBI and DOJ, they're probably satanic pedo traffickers? Or did someone tell you to believe that? One of these grifters? That's still, all you keep saying is the same shit.
I mean, numbers that before in our history. And so what the next stage of life is for those 70 million is really to now decide to not only get in line to vote, but get in line to volunteer and go to your precincts, go to your local townships, go to your counties, get in. And many of this stuff is, much of this stuff is volunteer stuff. We have got to reassure ourselves, and we have got to reassure America that we can actually have a free, fair, and transparent election. But the only way to do that is not just by voting, it's by getting involved. And some of that is volunteer stuff, but it has to be involved at every single level. So I am going to go around, I'm going to ask people to do that. I'm going to do that myself. And I'm going to get involved where I can get involved, and I'm going to encourage people in this country to get involved in the election process. I stood for almost 34 years in the military, 5 of those years in combat. And
you don't. Have you ever heard of someone leaving office and then, okay, let me ask you this. Who was, hold on. Okay, do you know who John Bolton is? Do you know who John Bolton is from the Trump administration? You know that he wrote a book when he left, and it's calling Trump out, talking about how shitty he is and blah, blah, blah. Do you believe that book? The book that John Bolton wrote, and about how he says that Trump's basically stupid, he doesn't know what he's doing, that he kept trying to give him proper direction, but Trump wouldn't listen to anybody. He doesn't listen to aides. He just makes his own decision without data. He just runs around and he's ruining the country. Do you know that book? Because sometimes people leave a job and then to become famous or make money, they just lie about the job they were in. So you can leave the FBI, and then when you want to make money, you say, oh, yeah, they were just peddling children. You should have been there. Now everybody come listen to me. Oh, my fucking God. You're goddamn, you're stupid.
In the history of this country to fight for that particular privilege that we have. And so it's no longer just about standing in line and voting. We now have to get much more involved. And I would also add, Doug, that there are people, because I've spoken to at least a dozen of them, that are out there thinking now about running for office and running in particularly in these cases, running in congressional districts the next time around in 2022, right? So they're, you know, they're praying, should they run? They're talking to their families, they're talking to their communities. They need, and I would ask them, and I'm going to encourage them to do that. And whether that's a congressional seat, whether it's a Senate seat, whether it's a gubernatorial seat, I mean, people are going to have to step up, even if it's at the local town council or the local county, you know, supervisors. People need to step up, and I'm going to ask that. I'm going to keep saying that, and you're going to get sick of hearing me say it, but need people to do.
Couldn't agree more. I think, you know, local, you know, school boards even, you know, with all of that. And I agree with you completely. I've called on this program the two ways forward for the conservative movement, at least: determined prayer coupled with determined patriotism. Determined.
There's no point whatsoever in doing any type of telling people how to do research, because you just heard him say it. They don't want research. They want a good, juicy story that they can spread around. And if you don't believe it, they can say, "Oh yeah, you're probably part of the system. Just play up to the master. Listen to the master. Dance for the master." But they don't want any evidence, because there is none. Why would the evidence be there? LMAO. Why would there be any data? Ha 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 ha. Because you have to prove it some way. You can't just have one guy saying, "Oh, they're all pedophiles," and you're like, "Yep, that sounds like it. Oh yeah, perfect. I knew this was coming." But if you say, "Where's the evidence?" Why would there be any? Where's the data? Why would there be any? Do you have anybody else saying it? Who else would say it? They don't care. They just want something to spread.
Prayer, I think, is obvious to most of us, but determined patriotism, meaning that we do the hard work of patriotism. There is not going to be a quick fix to the debacle that we see ourselves in now with regards to the disarray and the new left party. I don't even call them Democrats anymore. I call them commu-socialists.
The new left party. I don't think a lot of the regular, normal left people like being associated with the new left party, for sure.
Don't you think that we as conservatives need to march forward with determined patriotism, to your point?
Yes. So the short answer is absolutely 100% correct. The more defined way for us to be.
I've done my research. I think it's you that has it. Okay.
And you're right about what is the sort of the,
you're right.
The opposing political.
Anybody who you fucking speak to and you ask, "Hey, is there any evidence on there?" Like, why would there be? Yeah, I'm sure you've done it. Fucking douchebag. Oh, why would there be evidence? Why would there ever be evidence? Why would there ever be data? That sounds stupid. The fuck out of here.
Political ideology that we are now seeing, you know, in our face, that's happening on the you know, in the streets of America today. And that, I mean, I grew up as a Democrat. I grew up as I would call it a Kennedy Democrat, right? Somewhere between Providence, Rhode Island, and South Boston. I mean, the area, that neck of the woods, that part of the country, when in the 60s, I mean, my parents, I'm one of 9, I'm an Irish Catholic family, part of an Irish Catholic family, grew up as staunch Democrats. The Democratic Party of that era is really what the Republican Party values are of this era. So there's been the transfer of ideas with many of them being very similar, and in the sort of the realm of libertarianism, conservatism, not socialism or Marxism. And we are facing, and I wrote about this a while back, Doug, and maybe I'll send you the article and maybe you can link it. But I wrote about, and I used the phrase, 2% of the passionate will defeat 98% of the indifferent 100% of the time.
Yep.
If people remain indifferent, they go, "Well, it's somebody else's job," then the percent of the passionate will always beat us. And that 2% right now is in the left, and they are strong, powerful, well-organized, well-funded, and they are in your face. What we have to do is we have to fight back with better ideas, but we have to stand our ground. I always talk, these groups that I talk to sometimes, there's a lot of people that sit and talk, and they sit and talk a lot. What people now have to do is they have to stand and do. And
there are a lot of people who sit and talk. There's a lot of people who sit and talk. There's a lot of people who sit and talk and say good things. There's a lot of people who sit and talk and fucking lie. And the reason they're lying is for eyeballs and dollar bills. So you can fucking come in here and say that I dance for the master, or whatever the fuck that means. But look at all these other people that are just out here saying shit that you want to hear for dollar bills, and you're like, hell yeah, they're a fighter for the truth. But when someone says, is there any evidence? Is there any data? You're like, why would there be evidence or data? 2 guys said it. God, I hope one of y'all motherfuckers are never on my jury. Well, that guy come in here and said you did it. So, boom. He's a fighter for the truth, passionate.
And that doing means that, like I talked about earlier, but it also means get involved.
Yeah.
And if you have
Snaggy.
if you have a family, if you and women, I'm so passionate about. I think that
I'm surprised he has any internet service really right here on the fucking beach. Come on. He's literally in the tunnel, dude. He's hanging 10 and still out here doing an interview. That's pretty good internet. His modem's probably wet.
This idea of women fighting for America, because the big demographic shift that has occurred in this country, where
I'm never going to believe anybody who laughs
they're involved
when you
in the
say, is there any evidence of that?
In the families, they're breadwinners, they're business operators, they're teachers, they're the fabric of our society. And in many cases, they may be at home alone with children, right? Because we've had a breakup of our family over the last 20 to 30 years. Right. So that's part of our problem. So, and I would say bluntly that, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm on a roll.
No, General, believe me, you're more important than me. Continue on and I'll have a follow-up.
Well, I want your listeners to understand what I'm talking about when I say, I am taking a hard study and I'm going to do the research and I'm going to get much smarter on this and I'm going to focus on it. But what I call women for America, or women in this country, because I've watched this unfold a bit with Donald Trump, where you had all these different groups that came together to support him. But what they didn't do well was they didn't organize themselves well. And they were these little groups all over the country. Yeah. And I think that they exist. In fact, I know they exist. And I know some of them who are, so I'm taking this particular, it may seem narrow to some, but this is a large population. One of the things that people don't know is when you study the voting categories of different demographics, who votes the most, who votes the least, who shows up on local politics, who shows up on only at federal politics when there's elections and such. The numbers are really funny. I'm going to get smarter about all that, because the one thing that I do know in the conversations that I've had is we have an extraordinary population of patients in this country. I do know, and I'm a product of a great mother who was very deep.
So he's already on the verge of distancing himself from the whole thing. Before it was, we need our digital soldiers out in full force. That's how we're going to win this war and blah 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 blah. But he's already just using filler words and You think General Flynn, if you followed his Twitter account, the first thing he'd come out and say, look, this election was blank from blank, and we know who did it. It was blank, and now we need to turn the tables around so we can blank, blank, blank. But no, it's more like, we got to be passionate, and 2% of passion, 98% of people, 6% of muffins, and 3% of lemonade sales. And really, you just got to put the right foot forward. What?
Deeply involved in local politics and state politics to a degree. And I have 4 surviving sisters. And I will just tell you that all of them are tough in their own ways. And we don't really care about Republicans and Democrats or libertarians. What we care about is common sense and American patriotism. And we care about what is best for this country, what is best for our families, right? What is best for each other. And we do hold faith in high regard. I mean, we are faithful people. We're not going to tell you to preach or how to you should be part of, but I will tell you that that God matters a lot in our family, and the prayers that we have received through millions of people over the last 4 years. That message has gotten to us loud and clear. And I always like to talk about Psalm 20.
That's cool, Rollo.
Psalm 23 talks about the shadow is in this deep dark valley that you walk through in life sometimes. And yea, that you walk through that valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil because you are with me, right? Thou art with me. And God has been by my side for whatever reason. And so now I'm into the world of what I say, Isaiah 6:8, which is, whom shall I send? Send me. And I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I cannot give up because that's my life. I'm going to live this one life and I'm going to live it to the fullest.
Excellent. Excellent. Well said, General. Obviously, I think all of us, that resonates with all of us. A year ago, I was an executive in the human resource, world in corporate America. And now after what
I banned John Doe, or I timed him out. I banned him for 5 minutes because it's hard for me to control the timeout. So I banned someone and then I just watch the clock and then unban them. But man, if they can't be in here spewing shit, they don't stick around at all. At all.
I've seen the country go through, especially with regards to you and President Trump, having been furloughed due to the COVID, debacle. I started this show because I felt like I had to do something, and it's good to hear you encouraging people at whatever level to become involved. So we all appreciate that. I do have some specific questions that came from our audience. I'd like to do a quick fire round with you, and then we'll talk more casually.
Okay.
First of all, there's a lot of people out there that look to you for a sign of hope that things may continue as they were prior to, as I call him, Administrator Biden showing up on the scene.
What's the craziest phenomenon I've found with the R believers? The craziest phenomenon I've found is when they're telling you something that they believe, they're like, man, you got to open your mind up. You got to stop listening to mainstream media. You got to stop listening to that guy. You got to stop listening to this. You got to stop reading that. Check out this, this, and this. And when you look at the evidence, you'll see that this is happening. Or when you read the drops or when you put it all together, you'll see. But if you say, wait a minute, I don't believe that. How about you check out this or this or this? Or you just ask a question like, is there any evidence or any of this? Hey, you work for the master. Dance, puppet, dance. You haven't done any research. You haven't done anything. Well, I've been doing this show for over a fucking year where all we do is fucking talk politics. And we had some people in the Discord that all they pushed was R shit. And I had to debunk it all the time, so much to the point where after January 6th, I'm sorry. After the inauguration happened, I shut that shit down. Like, we're done with this. You're not going to keep posting it and making me lose my account. We've been told to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait and wait, and the date keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed since the 2018 election. You've been in here pushing this shit. Get out of here. Or stop posting that shit. Better take that shit over to Conspiracy Channel.
I'm just going to ask you some questions, and I want you to just tell me if it's nonsense or if there was anything to it at all. Number one, did President Trump ever sign into action?
I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that deep, John Smith. I think it's kind of that. I think it's more. Let me tell you a story. One of the former Marines that got arrested as basically a fucking homegrown terrorist who was an Anon believer and believed and was one of the ones that had planned beforehand to seek out Nancy Pelosi and punish her. He had postings about adrenochrome and pedophilia and how it's all through our system. He had one that said we can't trust the FBI because they're on this too. And it had like a picture of some dude drinking blood, and he was supposed to be an FBI agent because he was in a black suit. Just all this crazy shit. And he's a former Marine, and he was spotted on camera inside the Capitol. And like I said, that when they went through his messages and shit, they found out that he had a plan to literally find Nancy Pelosi and cause physical harm to her, which I don't condone. You can't be doing that unless you full on revolution or some shit. But that guy who has never been in trouble before in his life, so there's no reason he shouldn't, he didn't vote. He didn't cast a fucking vote in the 2020 election. So it seems like that this R plan worked perfectly the entire time You were worried about lizard people and deep underground military bases and Nancy Pelosi and adrenochrome. And, oh, if you slow down this video, look, she's drunk. She's drunk. And if you do this and if you do that, and there ain't no way, and he lied about this, and watch this video, and you can see Hunter in China. You all were so goddamn worried about that. Not only did you not pay attention to what was really happening, but some of you didn't even fucking vote. Dude was from Pennsylvania, too. And he didn't vote. Sounds like it worked perfectly. You all thought it was working for us, but it was working against us. I think when they saw how popular it was after 2018, people just got on there just to keep it full. Just keep decoding these messages and sit on that fat ass.
The Insurrection Act?
No. Nonsense.
Nonsense. Is the United States military...
Here's the questions that we need to get over anyways, right here. I'm going to let this play without trying to break it right here.
I'm just going to ask you some questions, and I want you to just tell me if it's nonsense or if there was anything to it at all. Number one, did President Trump ever sign into action the Insurrection Act?
No. Nonsense.
Nonsense. Is the United States military running the country?
He could have just said no. He could have said anything if he's trying to hide the plan. But to then to follow it up with nonsense?
Or just is that nonsense as well?
Military?
More nonsense.
Good to hear.
More nonsense.
There's no plan. There's so many people out there. Is the plan happening? We have what we have, and we have to accept the situation as it is. But now we have something about it. So I'll get into more questions.
Okay. I want to talk about your opinion about Russia and China. Newsmax reported the other day that Stratcom Commander Admiral Charles Richards said that
there's no plan. Anybody that says we have the plan, nonsense. We have what we have, and we have to accept that and move on and do what we can. There is no plan. There's no Insurrection Act, and the military is not in charge of our government currently. Joe Biden is.
There may be a possibility of nuclear war if these two countries,
I don't like it either.
U.S. or as a viable threat.
Let's say me and you are hanging out, okay? And you take a bullet to the leg. Let's say we're doing some cool Patriot high-speed shit, and you take a bullet to the leg, and you're bleeding out. I can either, one, accept that you've been shot and try to render first aid until we could get real fucking medical people there. Or I can two, pretend like you didn't get shot, that I'm watching a movie, this is all part of the plan, and in April, you'll be happy and safe in Texas. Now, which one would you rather me do? Just pretend you didn't get shot? Or actually just realize, hey, you're bleeding out. I've got to do something. Even if it's jumping up and down and just screaming, that might get somebody's attention. Even if it's just taking off my shirt and making a bandage. You doing a tourniquet. It doesn't matter. Something. Running. Just running in one direction for help. Downhill and fast, hopefully. Or I could just pretend like you didn't get shot. And then we could see how it works out. Maybe at the end of the fiscal quarter, you'll be in the capital of Dallas, Texas, hanging out with Trump, and no scars, no wound, no nothing. I don't get this. Just wait. None of those executive orders you're worried about, they ain't real no ways. Ain't none of them real. You might as well just fucking sit here.
In regards to our relationship with them, what do you make of that? What's your take on Russia, China, and how serious the admiral's concern is, and what do you think we can do about that?
Hunt him down relentlessly.
A big question, and it would take an entire show to talk about the details of that, which I know intimately about. I would tell you that in general, just big picture,
yep.
Russia and China have come to two of the largest agreements in the history of the world between two large nation states. And the first is an economic relationship that they have formally signed a few years back.
The New Road Initiative
is military to military relationship that they signed years ago. And what we have to do is we have to pay very close attention to that. Now, does this general that has talked about this have special intelligence? Maybe he does. I don't know. What I would say is that I think that warnings like that.
That's right, Jay Reese.
Leaders because
it's working perfectly while y'all are worried about lizards.
Yep. Very big warning. it possible? Absolutely, it's possible. Is it something that these other two nations that you mentioned, Russia and China, want to have happen? Absolutely not. We have a very, very awesome counter capability, let's just say, to be able to. That's not the type of warfare that either of those countries needs to leverage against the United States of America, as we have recently seen with China and Russia in our election process. So we all know, and because we've been doing this, we delved in foreign elections all the time. Who's kidding who?
Yeah.
So the information war, and anybody that studies Chinese doctrine I have studied that, and I've studied Russian military doctrine. Anybody that studies their doctrine, the last thing that they want to do is go to what I call go to the gate. They want to walk up to the point where they leverage every other aspect of quote unquote warfare, principally the idea of economic and information warfare, before we have to go to the gates and actually go toe to toe. And so what I would just say to that big question is, let's let cool heads prevail here, and let's watch and observe the actions of our adversaries around the world. And let's make sure, instead of our military being focused on, which bathroom to use, our military ought to be focused on having a trained and.
By the way, I don't know if you guys kept up with this, but one good thing that did come out of the election, I know the election was bad for a lot of reasons. One good thing that did come out of the election is we actually ended up with 3 more states that were under Republican control now through legislation. No, I'm sorry. 5 more states. Was it 5 or 3? Anyways, I think that makes 28 now states that are locally under Republican control. And out of those, like fucking 14 or 17 or some shit are super majorities, meaning we got the governor and both sides of Congress, the House and the Senate. A lot of stuff, you can see it with Texas right now. A lot of shit that might come rolling downhill. If you've got a pretty based ass state government, maybe they put a stop to it. Maybe they say, we're not going to do that. Maybe they say, fuck you, send in your federal troops if you're going to do that shit. Or buy time, or move away, or talk to other states, or form a plan. That might be an option. We kind of killed it with the local election stuff, statewide. Another thing, except for drastic change, or tax laws, most of the day-to-day stuff that affects most of our lives, if you're just a regular blue-collared American, actually comes from your local government. So here's what's going to happen, because I've already seen it happen twice. In 2016, more people come out for Donald Trump than like the last couple Republican candidates. They voted. In 2018, R predicted we were going to take over. The Democratic Party would be so demolished, and the people who weren't arrested would have to form a new party because they wouldn't even want to be called Democrats anymore. That didn't happen because no one turned out to vote. In 2020, we had more people show up, and we did what we did, 75 million votes or whatever, sure, for Donald Trump. But then in that runoff election, because Trump wasn't on the ticket, they didn't have nearly the voter turnout again. So I'm afraid in 2022, not only your local elections are going to suffer, but we're probably going to take another hit in the House and in the Senate. You better be careful. It seems like we only show up when Trump's on the ticket, or at least when there's a general election. 2022, you better look out. They might gain massive ground in some of these places.
Ready and capable military force to fight and win the nation's wars. That's why we have a military. We don't have a military for social experimentation. We have a military to fight and win, not just fight and participate in, but fight and win our nation's wars.
Have you had any conversations with President Trump lately, last few weeks or so?
And the last time I had a conversation with President Trump would have been for the 6th of January. I do understand that he is doing fine. I have had conversations with people around him, and I understand he's doing fine. Obviously, he's working through the legal machinations of
baby eating lizard people.
Impeachment, nonsense impeachment thing that's going on. I mean, it's funny. I guess we still should call him Mr. President because you can only impeach a sitting president. So he must be still be Mr. President to some Congress, I guess. A little bit tongue in cheek, Doug, but you know what?
Yep.
It's very serious. It's very real.
So I've already seen people say that was him. That was him reaching out to us. You know, he said you might as well just call him Mr. President because you can only impeach a sitting president. So that means you must still be president. He literally even says it out loud. That's a bit tongue in cheek there, Doug. Yeah, it's a joke. He's not telling you that Trump is the sitting president. Of course not. He's already denied all these claims.
Why would they want to impeach a former president? It's actually unconstitutional.
I think it's,
So yeah, the way I read the Constitution, I believe personally that you can't impeach someone who's not president. I'm sorry, the conviction part and hold him accountable. Right, you can impeach, I guess. They started the impeachment and did it before he left while he was in office. But as far as like when the trial goes to get convicted, that this is kind of meaningless. He's not a president. Like the order immediately says when found guilty, you remove him from office. But depending on how you interpret the dependent and hold him accountable. So like they're saying they're going to punish him because he won't be able to run again. Depending on who you ask, we've kind of figured out that constitutional law is debatable. So you'll always find somebody. If you say the Second Amendment means you can have all guns, someone else is going to be like, they were talking about muskets. And if you say, well, you have a freedom of speech, somebody's going to scream, you can't say fire in a crowded theater and you shouldn't be allowed to say hateful speech. So apparently, you got people on both sides and they're siding with one of them.
I don't need to tell you this. It's because they have a catastrophic fear of President Trump, what he is capable of doing and how he is capable of absolutely turning their political world upside down. So they don't want him to run again.
That's right. I mean, Donald J.
Well, it's in the Constitution that if you're impeached, and convicted, you can't run and hold office again.
Trump, he still has influence, mega influence over the mega movement in this country. And I believe, because a lot of people have come to me and they want to hear from him. And I think that we will hear from him. I will hear from Donald soon enough once he gets past this stage that he's having to deal with, because it's really ugly. And our new left in this country, this new party, whatever you want to call it, is they're going to take it at him. And that's a shame, because all they're doing is they're dividing the country. And they're bringing more people.
Hey guys, I gotta grab something right quick. I'm gonna grab some headache medicine. This light's just fucking bothering me. Hey moderators, make sure nothing that's gonna get me banned ends up in the chat, please. I think I got on the mod set of the people who need to be mods. So I'll be right back.
To Donald Trump than they think. I mean, what they think is people are going to actually go to their side, and I know they don't care really what happened, but what's happening is more and more people are actually turning toward the MAGA movement and going, "Oh my God, this is not what I voted for." People did not vote on the Democratic for the nonsense that we're seeing coming out of our current government right now, and they're saying, "Wow, what's going on here?" So I do believe that former President Donald J. Trump is going to come back out here soon enough, and he's going to be an advocate for the people that want to run, who are fighters, not the political class, Doug, but who are willing to stand up and fight for this country and fight for the patriotic values and ideals that we have in our Constitution. I see your NRA baseball cap on the back
Yes,
bookshelf you got there.
Yes,
I mean, it's important because we're talking about our amendments. We're talking about our Bill of Rights being taken. We're talking look at the censorship, right? Freedom of speech, freedom to bear arms, right to bear arms. I mean, these are people that are going to in our government right now, quote unquote, they come after these rights that we have, that I and millions of others before me stood on the at the gates for this country to protect. And we have to understand that people in this country have to get involved. And I'm going to keep saying that to you, Doug.
We need to hear it. A couple of things. President Trump, you're right. We do want to hear from President Trump. And I can only hope that because you are on this show that maybe President Trump will see this. But we are desperate to hear from him. We love the guy. You know all of this, and I want to get your opinion on this. And I have said this on my show. I firmly believe that Donald J. Trump was called by God, answered the call, was president at this time in our republic's history because of the divine providence of God. And I think that Trump has effectively fulfilled the meaning of life by impacting us all, not just in America, but around the world in a positive way, therefore fulfilling the meaning of life for millions, billions of people around the world. What do you think about that, sir? Do you think that, isn't it amazing? I'm not sure I can imagine any other human being that could put up with and survive what that man went through. And you too, sir, for that matter.
Yeah, I feel his pain.
Yeah.
Let me just, talk about it like this, because I think that what your point is super, super important. And I think people in this country and around the world need to hear this kind of a message. What we have to remember, and I do believe that there is this idea of divine intervention, and God has blessed this country as the beacon of hope, as the shining city on the hill, as the true North Star for the rest of the world to follow. And Donald Trump came into our lives at the right time, and he exposed a whole range of things that we all felt, we all kind of knew, but he really brought it out. And now we know, and now we see. And now we're in this moment in our country. The one thing that I would tell your audience, and I think it's the right message. Donald Trump is a human being. He is not divine being.
Right.
And so human beings are not immortal, right? They are mortal, and they're imperfect. And so what I would just offer that is that Donald Trump gave us his best shot. I don't think he's done, but I don't know where he's going to go. But I would say that the difficulty that everybody has witnessed is how one man can only do so much. And what he's done, what Donald Trump has done in this sort of divine way, is he has shown us a path. And that path now is something that we have to be willing to stand up and do. And we have to stand up and fight for this country in ways that we have not had to do in a long time. And I mean direct participation at the local, community, state, and in some cases federal level. I love these governors who are standing up and exercising their authority and their power as governors to say to the federal government, we have states' rights too. Every state in this country, most people don't even know it.
Right.
Every state in this country has its own constitution.
Yep.
So we have got to understand what our country is about. And our country is about freedom. It's about fairness. And I would also add, is about humility. As Americans, we can never stop being humble. We're the most giving,
Yep.
we're the most giving country on the planet. And that's because people have faith in something more than you can put your finger on. And Donald Trump has given us a little bit of that. As imperfect as he is, and he's only a man. That's what people have to understand.
Well heard. Well met indeed. To go back to one of your earlier points and with regards to Trump and what he might mean for us or to us in the future, he's already come out and said no third party. He thinks that's a bad idea. There's lots of patriots out there that are, calling for the Patriot Party, the MAGA Party. My take on this, first of all, I agree with President Trump. I think a third party would be devastating and just give more victories to the commie socialists, as I call them. But the Republican Party has a problem with weaklings and rhinos and people that don't stand up and put up the good fight. The commie socialists do that very well. They circle their wagons around every one of their members. And I'm not convinced that, during President Trump's term in office, it seemed like there were too many people, even within his inner circle, that weren't loyal to him. Is that a problem?
That's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. These disloyal politicos who hang around Washington, D.C. for the money and the power, and to make sure that they get put on everybody's invite list or whatever's happening in Washington, D.C. I mean, they're so disloyal and they're disgusting, despicable people. And I would say that one of the things that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to look at, and there's going to have to be people, and I'm going to go around and try to help find some of these people. I'm going to encourage those that want to primary against these rhinos. and we need to get these people out of office. I mean, people always go, well, why don't we have term limits? Well, you can't have, don't stop talking about term limits because, yeah, we'd love to have it, but that's an impossible problem because they have to be the ones that pass it. It ain't going to happen. So what we've got to do is we've got to get more fighters into the federal government. And any of these quote unquote rhinos that are out there and you can name you if you want to name a few, but I'm telling you, these are people that are dangerous to this country because all they want is power and they want to stay in power. Anybody that's been in Congress more than 2 terms as a member of the House or certainly 2 terms as a member of the Senate, which is 12 years, they need to go.
Yeah.
And I don't care whether they're being effective or not. Get the heck out of Dodge and go back and do something else for your state or your local community. I mean, these people that hang around for 25, 30, 40 years, and they nothing, all they do is they accrue wealth and they accrue power. We need to get rid of them.
Well, we had no better role model in the world than our own first president, George Washington, right? He could have been almost a king if he wanted to be, but he walked away, as I think he intended everybody to walk away after a short time. And so I agree with you. I think the rhinos, and I hear, and I get messages all the time from conservatives that are upset. They're almost like they're whining. I guard them and I remind them, we are not the snowflakes. We are not the side of the snowflakes. We will not whine and have mental breakdowns because our parents gave us participation trophies and that we don't know how to handle adversity. That's not us. To your point, what you're talking about, as I hear it, is the determined patriotism that I mentioned earlier, doing the hard work, primarying these rhinos out. And you're right, the Mitt Romneys, the Ben Sasses of the world, they need to go. Mitch McConnell, I'm not impressed with the guy, disloyal, in it for himself. I just think we need to do that, the hard work of getting them out. So,
you mentioned about other parties. I am also not one of these, let's create another party. I mean, to like the Constitutionalist Party is in 17 states, as an example. I mean, it's not easy to do that. So let's take what exists. Let's take our 2-party system and let's work the system that we have. Let's pick good people at the state level who are running the parties at the state level, right? Let's go out and let's participate in that. Get involved.
Sorry, I'm back.
Put some demands on these people. Not a matter of, well, I'm not going to go vote because I don't like this person. No, go put some demands on them. And you know what? I'll add one more point, and I'll say it on this show.
I farted and pooped on myself a little bit, but I'm back.
Small audiences or people that I've met recently. I wouldn't give another $1 to the Republican National Committee, not 1 red cent. And the reason why is because I don't know what.
So here's how I think we get term limits. Okay. So if we're talking about Congress, we're talking about 6 years, right? So if we're talking about the House, we're talking about 2 years. We only elect people that literally sign a contract with us and the people of their state that say, no matter what, once I hit a minimum of, let's say, 8 years, because that would cover 4 terms in the House, and you could technically serve a 5th term, but that would cover 2 terms in Congress, that I will not run again under a forced recall election. So if for some reason they go and they announce they're going to run again, or they're disqualified, or somehow we put them before they ever get there, because I've even had in the fucking state of Tennessee, we had a guy, who was it? Phil Rowe? Was it Phil Rowe? We had, I think it was Phil Rowe. When he first run, he said he would serve no more than 2 terms. Then at the end of his 2nd term, he said, I still got work to do, and I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't. At the end of his next term, he's like, well, we just need to wrap this up. Then finally, he's done. Like, you need to have an agreement before we ever fucking vote for you that after whatever we decide the years are, you won't run again, or if you do, Either you're not allowed to run again, state, you're signing a contract, you're some type of agreement, at least we can hold you accountable. So someone can pull up if you try to run again, because that contract's going to be hard to enforce, right? But it's more of at least it means something, right, to the people. So someone can pull it up and say, look, I like this congressman too. Obviously, he's got money, he's got backing, he's got supporters. But he told you in 2010 that if he hit 8 years, that he wouldn't run again. Now we're saying at 2020, and he's fucking running again. You cannot, in good conscience, vote for him again. But at least something, because their word doesn't mean nothing. Their promises doesn't mean anything. What they say during a campaign doesn't mean anything. We got to have something on paper. And then once we get those people in, and they need to agree that they're going to try to enforce that for everybody, once they get enough of those people in, then they need to vote it Senate or House-wide as a rule for all states. So you'd have to have people in on that cycle and then put it into law. Because right now, if you ask them to do that, of course they're not going to vote for it. Because if you say there's an 8-year, let's do 8 years. Half the people that are there are going to be voting themselves out of a job. Who the fuck would expect them to do that? Who the fuck would expect them to do that? They're not going to. Even when they run and say they're not going to do it, they still do it. So what we need to do is hold them individually accountable at the state level, at least their voters. And even if they try to break this contract that they signed with us, you pull it up, you call them out, you do what you can, and they must promise to vote in favor of 8-year term limits or whatever they agree to when they get to Congress. That way, when we've got enough people in there, when we've got 30 states in there, we can pass that shit. It's the only way. Or else you're always going to have people that are still there. Well, this is I've been a senator for 26 years, so I don't think I'll be voting for that. Well, I've been here for 12 years, so I can't vote for that. I'll be losing my own job. Those people are never going to vote for it. So they already need to be under some agreement before the vote is ever put on the table.
What's happening with that money? And I'll tell you what, it goes to the political class. I'm done with the political class in this country. If I give money, if I give $1,
you'll never get a referendum vote either. That would be awesome, Travis Hudgens. A referendum vote is when they just put the question and you vote yes or no. All the people get to vote on it. You'll never get that either, because that's basically an act of Congress to put it on the ballot, and they've, you know what I'm saying, and they've fucking they're not going to vote to put it on there, because if I've been there 12 years and they're like, okay, we're going to put a referendum on the next general election ballot that says term limits, who's for this? I'm not, because I'm losing my job. I've already been here 12 and that says 8. So basically, if you put 8 years in, you could serve up to 5 years or 10 years, which would be 5 terms, because on your 8th year you would be running and could get elected on your 8th year. And if you're in Congress, you could technically serve 12 years. Now, I would like it to be shorter than that. I would like it to be 3 House terms and 1 Senate term. But we got to take what we can get. And I think anybody that's been there 8 or 10 years needs to fucking go anyways. Or 12. The way this was set up, you leave your community, you go make laws that are enforced on your community, you come back and live under those laws, and with those people, you forced to live under those laws. So my senator is gone for 2 years representing me. When he comes back, I can get up in that fucking ass when I see him out in town and saying, hey, motherfucker, why the fuck did you vote on this? That didn't represent any of us. Now you come live under it. But instead, they go up there and they spend fucking as close to 20 years as they can. They get retirement. They never pay taxes again. They get security. They get protection. They buy houses in states, and they put their money safely in some other place where they don't have to pay the same taxes on it that you do. And then suddenly, they never come back home. They never live under the laws we do. They pass it for you, but it doesn't affect them. Same with the lockdowns. If it hasn't been more obvious anywhere, it was the lockdowns and all that bullshit.
To me, people gave me money to fight my legal defense because they saw something in me that they liked, or they trusted, or they felt they saw something in themselves that they saw in me. I appreciate that. I'm going to go around. I'm going to thank people for that, and I'll thank them on this show as well. But I would not penny to anybody unless I've heard them or watched them and saw what they actually believe in and what has their life been of service, has their life been of commitment to others, has their life been about their family.
Yeah, he went on the show, and his biggest thing was there is no plan, there is no insurrection act that's been signed, the government is not controlled, that's all nonsense. Anybody who tells you to have a plan, the plan is we got what we got, and we need to be prepared to stand up to what's going on. Basically, you got Joe Biden, love him or hate him. Now it's time to move on. The same plan I've had since the fucking election was finally called and certified and all that shit.
About their community, about their service to this country. Then I'll start to think about whether or not I give them a, you got a lot there. They just dump big checks on the Republican National Committee and nobody knows where it goes. Well, I'll tell you what, Republican National Committee did nothing. As far as I'm concerned, they did nothing for this president. And I may be being really harsh, but I would like Ronna McDaniel, who's running our Republican National Party right now, to tell us, and she'll give you a laundry list of, we spent this money here, we spent baloney. They said nothing about the last election process that we had. What he did, the Republican National Committee had a big old meeting down in Amelia Island, Florida, the 6th, 7th, and 8th of January, while the president was up going through all this nonsense up in Washington, D.C. They're down in Florida with about 140 of the top leaders, and they're listening to all these people that they're going to run for president. That's what was happening the 6th through the 8th. That's what they were spending their money on in this nice plush place. Hey, forget it. Now you got me on a roll, Doug. And I'm
General,
this is not about Democrats. This is not about Democrats. It's not about Republicans. It's about common sense Americanism. And Americanism is patriotism. And we have got to fight this socialist ideology that's just pouring into our government in Washington, D.C.
I love the.
If I ever run for office, that's gonna be my platform. Look, I will serve 2 terms of Congress or 8 years in the House, whatever that happens to be. 2 terms in the Senate or 8 years in the House, whichever one I'm running for, or maybe 10 years or whatever, or less. I also want to set up a way to, if I ever run, which I basically have no chance of running, I'm poor, and I've said fucking shit back in 1993 that would probably get me banned or some shit, but I would also like to run live streams 1 day a week for just people from my state that I represent, and then 1 day a week for everybody, and you guys tell me tomorrow I'm meeting with the Texas Senator blah blah blah. What do you want me to ask him and why? What did he do that you agreed with? What did he do that you disagreed with? What question? You don't get to see him. You don't get to run into him. But I'm fucking sitting down with him tomorrow. What do you need and why?
Passion, I love it, and you have carte blanche to go off on any amount of passion that you want to. But you're right, Ronna McDaniel, and the committee came out the other day, last week, and said that if Trump were to run again, they're not going to necessarily automatically endorse the guy. I mean, it's stabbing in the back. Yeah.
They didn't stab him in the back. They didn't stab him in the back. They stabbed him right to the heart, right in front of him.
Yep.
Oh, and I feel for the guy because, like I said, everybody talks about divine intervention. I mean, he's a man, and he made decisions. And I don't know why. One of these days I'll have that intimate conversation with him. I pray that I am able to do that because I want to understand, how do we move forward? That's what I want to understand. Because I know in my institution I had to make some monumental decisions early on, and then later on. And those monumental decisions, unless you lived in my shoes. Like people are trying to tell Donald Trump what to do. I don't live in his shoes. People didn't live in my shoes. I know I made those decisions. I'll tell that story someday. But I will tell you that we can't judge people for those kinds of things. I want to judge a person for their entire life.
Right.
And that's what I'm looking for as we go forward, are people who are just good Americans who want this country to be better than what our parents left us, right?
Right. Agreed. I know that I promised you a 30. Our time is quickly. We can, and again, gosh, we could go on for hours. I want to just segue into a couple of people who, in my view at least, are in the upper echelon of patriotism, much like yourself, and get your take on what they might be up to and the impact that they had during this past election cycle. The first of which I can't go without mentioning and just calling out Rudy Giuliani, who is not only America's mayor, but probably the world's mayor at this point. I admire the guy. Is he, to the best of your knowledge, is he continuing to work on the issues surrounding the election?
Yeah, Rudy, I thought did some great work. I mean, even in the 2016 campaign, going that far back is really when our paths crossed. He's a terrific guy. He is an individual who is always willing to step up to the plate. The president, has a lot of faith in him. I will say that I had my differences of opinion on the strategy that they took. I'll leave it at that for the legal strategy, but I'm not a lawyer. I probably should have an honorary law degree because of all the nonsense that I went through. But I would say that Rudy is a great patriot. He's a great American, and he still has a lot to offer to all, as well as to the country, to the country, but to the president as well. And I know that the president still maintains an affinity for him.
And the other guy that comes to mind, Mike Pompeo, as a Kansan myself, I, got to call Mike out. I just think that he appears to have been at least one of the most loyal to the president. Yep.
Yeah. Mike Pompeo is another terrific guy, a very, very bright guy. And I think now what Mike has allowed himself through his service to America better prepared to do, he's a real shot at being looked at hard by the American people to be a president of this country because of his time in Congress, his time in government, in the executive branch, both running the intelligence community from the CIA seat.
A person in that state have a vote on the person's raises.
Mike is loyal to the president. I thought he was very strong as he.
I think it would be nice to, like maybe every 2 years, even if you're a senator, every 2 years, every time there's an election, we do a popularity. Kind of is let's say I'm a senator from Tennessee. Every 2 years, I just got elected, so 2 years later, there's a thing that says, your state senator, William Byrd, how do you think he's doing an adequate job in representing you? And from that, there's a vote that can trigger a recall. So a recall or a runoff election. So I wouldn't say 50% because it's easy to dip below 50 if you make a shitty decision right before that. But let's say you get below 30% approval, boom. You're triggered in the next recall, and you better be ready to run in 2 years. I don't care if you've been there 6 years or not. Like, you're ready to go. It's an automatic forced recall. Governor fucking puts it out there. Now we're ready to vote. I don't know. Shit like that. You shouldn't be able to just say whatever the fuck you want to get elected for 6 years and then do whatever you want afterwards because they can't touch you for 6 years. And then on the 6th year, you really come in clutch and support the president or support this guy a couple times, and all of a sudden everybody forgot about the last 5.
As he departed the State Department with some very strong comments about what was going on around the world. I will say that what Mike needs to make sure that he does, and I hope he listens to this, Mike needs to make sure that he understands that to not be defined as a political guy, but as a common sense guy, as an American patriot, and Mike is a down-to-earth type person. I think he uses good common sense. There's a reason why they went after me, big time. But I think that's what Mike needs to do, and be careful or cautious not to be defined as a typical Washington, D.C., political guy.
General Flynn, were you ever asked, and I don't, if this is a confidence that you don't want to talk about, I completely understand. Did President Trump ever approach you about being Secretary of State or Vice President or any high-ranking official within a potential next chapter in his political life?
Not in the next chapter, but in the previous chapter, certainly did.
Yes.
And we talked about that early on in the 2016 campaign.
Yep.
But not going forward. I think he's still deciding on what role he wants to perform, and we're going to have to listen to him. Need to listen to him. He's got us to this level. He's woken this country up like it's never been awake. And the left needs to understand that. The socialist movement in this country, and Washington, D.C. primarily, needs to understand. Maybe the socialist movement out in California, because the two biggest problems, like I've always said, have been Hollywood and Washington, D.C. So I get attacked for that. Like my mother used to say, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me." I've been called every name in the book. I've been accused of everything, and I'm sitting here with you, Doug, having a great conversation. And so I think we have to wait and watch and listen. But we have to act. We have to start getting involved. And that's going to be my big message.
Good
Get
message.
Involved within your communities.
So I made a bet with a high school friend of mine. His name is Stan, that Trump would win the presidency. Bottle of wine. I guess I need to pay up that bet because President Biden is there, isn't he? He is the one, and we have to come to grips with that. We want to hear it from you, General Flynn.
It depends how you define. Yeah, well, I mean, I would say, I'd say, hold that bottle of wine. Hold on to that bottle of wine. I would not concede that bottle of wine. That's Mike Flynn.
Okay.
I would not concede that bottle of wine. But I'll leave it at that. And
awesome.
I certainly, when you go to uncork it one of these days, maybe I'll come and join you for a glass.
I would.
So that's what everybody's grasping to. He said, I made a bet with my friend that Trump would win the election. And he said that Biden wouldn't win or whatever. Let's replay it one time. This is what everybody's grasping to right here at the end.
I'd say hold that bottle of wine. Hold on to that bottle of wine.
From you, pay up that bet because I made a bet with a high school friend of mine. His name is Stan, that Trump would win the presidency. Bottle of wine. I guess I need to pay up that bet because President Biden is there, isn't he? He is the one.
Because President Biden is there, isn't he? So if you ask me, he never said, I made a bet that Trump would be in office. I made a bet that Trump would be our presidency. I made a bet that Trump would be blah, blah, blah. I think, not from my point of view, YouTube, but from Mike Flynn's point of view, he thinks that there might be evidence or blah, 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 that there wasn't actually a victory by Biden, but he's still the president. He's still sitting there. But this is what they're holding on to desperately, saying, oh, he said to keep the wine. He said to keep it. That means that hyperventilating, trying to get a Jason Q and X-22 report.
Having a great conversation. And so I think we have to wait and watch and listen, but we have to act. We have to start getting involved. And that's going to be my big message.
Good message.
Involved within your communities.
So I made a bet with a high school friend of mine. His name is Stan, that Trump would win the presidency. Bottle of wine. I guess I need to pay up that bet because President Biden is there, isn't he? He is the one, and we have to come to grips with that. We want to hear it from you, General Flynn.
It depends how you define. Yeah, well, I mean, here I would say, I'd say hold that bottle of wine. Hold on to that bottle of wine. I would not concede that bottle of wine. That's Mike Flynn.
Okay.
I would not concede that bottle of wine. But I'll leave it at that. And
Awesome.
I certainly, when you go to uncork it one of these days, maybe I'll come and join you for a glass.
I would love that. Yeah, you're invited anytime. General Flynn, I have to also ask you this weekend. Are you a Brady guy, or are you like?
So their new premise is, look, he would not. There's no way that he would give away that there's a plan, or that the military's in charge, or trust the plan, or that the Insurrection Act's been signed, or that we should wait and we should do this. But secretly, he said, I would not concede, keep that wine, blah, 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 actually letting you know that everybody know that there is a plan. Why would he do both? Why would he, oh, you don't give your plan to the Democrats, don't you know nothing? But then at the end saying, oh, yeah, there is a plan. There it is right there, Democrats. Look at it. He said, don't give up the wine.
Like the new.
He's got to be grasping for a book sale or something. I don't know. I don't know.
Young Patrick Mahomes. Because my team, and I've got to give a shout out.
No, I'm Brady.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't care. Yeah, too bad for you. Too bad.
Well,
too bad for you.
Well,
you know what? I used to like with the Chiefs. I used to like Lenny Dawson. As a kid, but I've always been a New England fan of every Formula team. I'm from the state of Rhode Island. I'm a big from the Bruins to the Celtics to the Red Sox to the Patriots. I love them all. Celtics. Oh my God. So I've seen them all play. Bobby Orr, Larry Bird. I've seen all the greats play
Wonderful.
As a kid primarily, and I've stayed as a big New England fan. I thought he was being disloyal when he jumped ship and went down to Tampa. But this weekend I'll be rooting for Tom Brady and the Buccaneers.
Okay, fair enough, General. One of my good friends, it's a former retired lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, Ron Canoy. Ron will love to hear that. He's with you on that one. General Flynn, I can't begin to thank you enough for this. All of the prayers in the world to you and your family for what you've had to endure. You're going to see millions of people, I think, watch this program that are still in your corner, who have longed to hear from you. And I know that, part of the message isn't what they want to hear, but as I've tried to remind them, determined prayer and determined patriotism, we will get there together. And I think that you give, as usual, sound advice. Get involved at the local level. We have to deal with what our current reality is. There is no secret plan to come in with buses and arrest everybody and take them out. We need to act instead with determined patriotism going forward with primaries against rhinos and dealing with and curbing the tide of this commu-socialist trend that we're seeing in this country. Is that a fair assessment?
Yep. That's a very fair assessment. And what I would say to sort of end is to say that, and I'd like to come back and talk to you and your audience more. I think, Doug, you're the future of America. And
thank you. Because
of your message about prayer and about patriotism. And I would say that America's future is very bright as long as we continue to combine those two aspects of our lives as American patriots. It's really super important. So thank you very much for all you're doing with your message to your audience. And I know your audience is going to continue to grow because the message that you do profess, all of us believe in. So thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, General. That means the world to us. That's an honor and a blessing to hear you say that. I'm humbled, and I truly thank you for that. Would you hang on once we wrap up here? Would you hang on the line just for one brief moment, sir?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Doug Billings on the right side with General Michael Flynn. It's been an honor and a privilege, or a highlight really, of the show to have him on with us. Please make sure that you subscribe to our channel. Follow us on all of the podcast platforms. We're out there on all of them. And we make sure that we'll get this message out. God bless you. God bless America. God bless the world and everyone in it. We'll meet again right here on the right side with Doug Billings. Cheers.
That was it with Doug Billings. So that's what they're saying. Oh, yeah, he said there's no Insurrection Act. The military's not in charge. The military's not taking over. We have to deal with what we got. This is it. We need to be prepared to fight what we ended up with. blah, 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 Biden. But he said, don't give up the wine. That's Flynn talking. That's Flynn talking. Don't give up the wine. Who the fuck was talking earlier, my man? Who was talking earlier when you said none of the shit about the plan was true? Anybody that trusts the plan, that says trust the plan, they just need to get ready to deal with what we got. Who was that guy? Who was that one? 380-some thousand watchers. He'll have 1 million by the end of the week, probably. But here we go. Let's see. I want to go back to Trump news. He should have had a show about 8 o'clock. And we're going to watch one of his shows. But first, just let me get it loaded up and pause because we've got to check on, well, he might not even uploaded it yet. Has he uploaded his show from today? No, he hasn't even uploaded his show today. That's fine because we got to watch Simon had a show today. And it was February 6th update. Let me see if I can grab it from BitChute. Boom, boom. Let's see what old fucking crazy-ass Simon's got to say.
It's the 6th of February, and a number of you have been wondering where I've been. Perhaps I've been dropped off the end of the earth, or the deep state have finally got me, or perhaps I've run away. None of those things. We've been really busy, and sometimes the work that I do isn't just about podcasting. Remember, I don't research. I don't sit looking at lots and lots of videos and then pull it all together and do it. And there's a lot to be said for that, and there are people that do it, and they do it very well. But that's not the work that I do. So thank you for those of you who had a bit of concern, wondering where I was. We're fine. We're ticking along. And just wanted to touch base with you really and have a look at what's happening. I did a show with Robert David Steele, Sasha Stone, and Charlie Ward, and I think
he does not look into videos or do research. Just someone calls him, and whatever they say, he repeats. He doesn't do any research. Some people do research really good. I just don't do it at all. I don't do it at all. So basically, what I do is a guy calls me and says, "Hello, Mockingbird. Do you have the code word?" And he's like, "Ball gobbler." And they're like, "Okay, here's your daily intel."
I think Robert David Steele called it the Four Amigos or something, which I thought was amusing. And
super amusing.
I'd received information that yesterday, Friday, might be a day that something could happen. Charlie had received quite a long text, which I know on his
nothing happened.
Analysis he's shared and he's made quite available. And for those of you who didn't catch this Four Amigos show,
hold on, Charlie received a text. What text did he receive that he's made available? Is it my stuff? Insiders, wellness, 5G? No. He doesn't have like a blog like Simon does. Update on current events, Sasha Stone's 5G, doctors and nurses, Martina and Joanna and Charlie. Joined the Three Musketeers. I didn't see him receive a text. This is the last show I watched of his. But are we saying he received a text and he's made it extremely available? I think he's been deplatformed everywhere. I wouldn't even know where to find that text. Anyways.
I said that I get two sorts of alerts. The first alert is one where I'm 100% accurate in terms of it's going to happen. And I will go out and put that information out there and be absolutely positive, absolutely upfront, this is going to happen. And then I get a second sort of alert, which is we would like this to happen, but it's subject to change. Imagine a board of directors around a big retail store, in a shopping mall, in a shopping centre, and they announce to the public that we're going to go open the doors to the public on Monday. But that is if the guys doing the ventilation are finished on the Sunday, and that is if the guys fixing the shelves are finished on the Friday, and that is if the parking lots have been properly signed off. But all that considered, we will open to the public on Monday. And that's a sort of second alert, which is this is our intention, but there are so many variables that we can only say to you it's an intention. And yesterday's alert, I'd actually gone on this Four Amigos show and said it's coming under the second banner, that it's their intention to do it. But there's lots of variables. And I was
So just like I said, that's the one he set up when he was on that group show. I get two different types of intelligence now. This is the first time he's ever mentioned it, was on that show, but he was setting it up. One guy is saying it's likely to happen. The other guy is saying it probably won't happen. So either way, whether it happens or not, just remember I predicted this.
I was hopeful something would happen, of course, but I wasn't that convinced because it had come in under the second barrier, if you like, the second arm of the alert. And I wrote to the US coordinator and other coordinators saying, please let me know because you'll be the first guys to know if something's going down. I'm looking for power outages. I'm looking for messages coming over your cell phone, your mobile phone, radio, television, etc. But I didn't go to the full alert, as it were. I just said, if you pick anything up, please let me know. And that was apparently nothing, which on one hand, of course, is very disappointing. Hello, Kat. Very disappointing and very, very sad, can I say?
By the way, I think that someone within the federal government is playing into this stupid shit because they also have planned tests in several states of the emergency broadcast system going on this month. So they're playing into this shit. Like, yeah, let's test it. Those fucking retards will freak out. Let's test it.
Say hello. Storm beyond the black cat. But on the other hand, they're not that concerned because it didn't come in as a do or die message. And I wanted to just say to people that whilst it is disappointing, I'd like it to have happened yesterday and the day before. Let's look at the situation to reassure ourselves that this isn't all some utopian.
No one asked him to tell his war plans. They said, was the Insurrection Act ever signed like everybody's saying it was? No. Is the military in charge? No. Is there a plan? Anybody who says to trust the plan should just realize, look, there is no plan. We got what we got, and you should be prepared to stand up against that. No one said, what's your war plans? How many troops you got?
We've all had magic mushrooms, and we're all trying to not live in the world that Biden lives in, and we're trying to create our own sort of reality. And I just wanted to reassure you that actually this is a reality. There isn't another force in America that could make the chief executive of Amazon resign and walk out of his job. The police couldn't do it to him. The courts wouldn't do it to him. Politicians couldn't do it. Lawmakers couldn't do it.
He did it himself. He's the wealthiest man in the fucking world. This is like Jason Q the other night before he started talking to us about baby meat burgers. He said, do you know, since 2015, this is even before Trump, there have been 13,000 resignations inside 9,000 companies. Okay, but what does that relate to? How many were there before that? Is that up? Is that down? I have no grasp on how many resignations. Why did they resign? Was it old age? Retirement? Did they do it because stock prices were up and they were paid in stock share? I don't know. Jesus Christ, if I told you that this year we cut down 1.6 million trees in the Amazon, and I was like, holy shit, global warming. But I didn't tell you that the year before and the previous 20 years before, we cut down 14.2 billion trees, then you wouldn't know that there's been an improvement. You can't place that anywhere. It doesn't fit on the fucking scale. Is that more? Is that less? Is that about average? I don't know what you're talking about here. What do you mean there's been 9,000 inside 7,000? It's like a couple per company, less. What is it usually? 10 per company or none per company? I don't understand.
Big companies couldn't do it. Bezos was and is the richest man on the planet, the number one man, the richest man on the planet, and sitting on top of an organization, if not the biggest in the world, is one of the biggest. So what force on earth could make somebody like that suddenly, without any warning, announce his retirement? And I quote, it's normally, isn't it? Politicians say, I want to spend more time with my family.
It's not technically without warning. It kind of is without warning, kinda. But not technically. So I went back and searched some of his interviews that he's done for keywords and looked up philanthropy, his philanthropic work, philanthropy. So that's like giving back, donating, blah, blah, blah. And about the past, probably, let's say out of the past 10 interviews he's given, 8 of those or so, he's mentioned that he would like to retire and pursue philanthropy, his philanthropy. That's something that he wants to do. That's something that he's been planning on. That's something that he's been telling people he's going to do in interviews. Now, a lot of people said, oh, he'll never retire. He loves the power. He loves the money. And a lot of people have already been predicting, hey, man, he fucking doubled his net worth over the last 5 years. Most of it within this year, the coronavirus. Why wouldn't he do it now? Why wouldn't he do it now? So it's not exactly without any notice whatsoever. Like he just... I'll work here forever. All right, Gina, I'm out. Forward all my calls to the next guy. Like there was some fucking precedence for it.
That's the normal quote. And his quote was, I want to spend more time on my philanthropic work worrying about climate change. Okay, well, we won't go into climate change, but the point I'm making is there's only one force strong enough in the United States of America to make that man publicly resign, and that's the military. If the military were not in control of America, Biden would be running the show like a normal president. He wouldn't be locked in the studio, which had a connection to Amazon, and that's why the military went after him, because you can't run a head of a corporation and not know that one of your studios.
I don't think Burger King didn't get in trouble for horse meat, they stopped buying from a supplier who had been allegedly had trace amounts of horse meat in their patties that they sold to third world countries. And then, but they never had ever tested positive for trace amounts of any fucking thing other than beef, from a cow. And, but there was apparently a big rumor going around that, the trace amounts of like horse DNA had been found at a supplier's plant that they produced patties for like all over the world, but most of them ended up in third world countries. But they quit using that supplier. So that was like in early 2010s. Well, like in mid 2010, somebody just started running that shit again, saying, oh, yeah, they admitted to it. They said they got horse meat, blah, 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 blah. But there's never been a test ever of a Burger King restaurant that has ever had horse meat or any of that. But it spreads good. It's like the another story that spreads good is like the lady from the McDonald's coffee incident where everybody's like, look, you can sue for anything. One lady sued because coffee was hot. You dumb bitch. Of course coffee's hot. This was like a 90-some or an 80-some-year-old lady. The coffee was over like 208 degrees hot. When she took it from the window, she never even actually, that's not true. When she took it from the window, her son picked it up by the lid and handed it to her. It spilled in her lap and gave her such severe burns that she had to have reconstructive surgery on her lady parts and her inner thighs. She was in agony and pain and in intensive care. It damn near killed her, all the damage to her body, and her body trying to fight it off and sent her into shock. She had to have like 30-some skin grafts put in. And she tried to work with McDonald's for almost 3 years. All she wanted was her medical bills paid. She didn't want a news story. She didn't want a lawsuit. She didn't want to make a bunch of money. But she had like $800,000 worth of medical bills, and they were refusing to pay them. So when she finally took it to court, the jury unanimously come out and said, of course she deserves the money. You can't serve coffee at over 200 fucking degrees. Are you kidding me? That's way too fucking hot. But it spreads better if you say, of course, some lady, and they hired firms to do this. I don't want to fucking say they didn't. McDonald's hired firms to say that she was just suing because she wanted money, because everybody just sues in America, and we just sue and sue and sue and sue. Of course, coffee's. They hired firms to spread misinformation rather than admit that they damn near killed an old lady with coffee to the point where she had to have reconstructive surgery and had third-degree burns on like a, I think it was like a fifth of her body by the time all of her inside and the outside of her legs and like her pubic region and the bottom of her belly. Like they almost killed a lady. But they would rather say, oh yeah, of course, she burned herself on a little bit of coffee, and then she's like, haha, coffee's hot and you didn't tell me, I'm gonna sue you for millions.
Studios as being leased or gratis lent out to somebody who fraudulently, won an election. But if there was no military and if everything was as normal, then Biden would be doing what every other president has done, not hiding away in some studio, signing fake documents, claiming to be doing this, that, and the other. And so, let's just look at the hard reality. The reality is that there is something very wrong with the Biden administration. The lights on the White House do go out at 11 o'clock every night. Well, that's because the janitor turns the lights off in all the offices because there's nobody there working. Now let's look at Lieutenant General Flynn's wonderful real coup for Doug to be able to interview him. And a lot of people have picked up to the direct question where Lieutenant General Flynn says, no, the military are not in control of America, and no, President Trump did not sign the Insurrection Act. A lot of people have just heard that, and that's all they've heard, and then they've gone into meltdown. Within 6 hours of Lieutenant General Flynn receiving a full pardon from President Trump, he had his full clearance at the Pentagon returned to him. You cannot have a man in that position coming on public program, and yes, it's alternative media, it's a truth media, it's a patriot, but it's still public. You can't have somebody like that coming on and saying, oh yes, the military run America. Can you imagine? That would be fed to the mainstream media. The mainstream media would be saying that he was trying to overthrow Biden, etc., and he'd lose his job. So any of you who are upset and saddened because he said that, I would like you just to hear my words that he couldn't say anything else. It's a bit like people who have real, genuine alien experiences in Area 51. And they come out and they retire from the military, and they go to their handler, their boss, and say, I want to write a book. And look at Charles Hall. Charles Hall was a weatherman in Area 51. He wrote several good books. And the only way he was allowed to do it was he had to say on the front of the book that this is a made-up story. This is made.
That's right. That's right. He's just like the people from Area 51 who put in the preface to their book, these are all lies. So he was just telling you a lie to later on tell you, keep the wine, hold the line. See, that's what you don't understand. Wine and line. Why didn't they say champagne? Because it doesn't rhyme with hold the line. They could have said Champlain, trust the plan, but they didn't. Keep the wine, hold the line.
Made up. It's not real. And that's how they allowed him to do the books, and that's what they'll do. So unless they authorize you to do something, you cannot say it. So don't shoot the messenger with Flynn. He did what he had to do. But then if you listen to the rest of the interview and you hear it right through, you hear some wonderful what I call them sort of ropes or lines thrown, which if you pick them up, they tell you everything. And one of them was, Flynn says, I think I'll still refer to Trump as President Trump, because he is still the president. Then there's a gap, I think, and he says, well, you know, the Congress are impeaching him. You can only...
That's not true. That's not true. He said, Mr. President, I mean, I guess we should call him president because that's the only way they can impeach him, right? You can't impeach a non-sitting president. I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek, which means... I'm saying that sarcastically because they're fucking impeaching him, and I don't think that you can impeach a non-sitting president. Idiot. He fucking puts this, and there was a pause. He said, oh, I'm still calling him president because he's still the president, and then there was a pause. And then he said something about Congress impeachment, blah, blah, blah. Man, anything to fit your grifting-ass, disgusting fucking narrative. You're a horrible dude. You are a horrible dude.
Impeach a president, so I guess he's a president. They think he is.
Make sure you like the video right quick. Close out a chat and like the video so more people will see it, please. We got to get our numbers and our donations up, hopefully.
Doug says to the general, look, I had a bet that Trump would win, and I had a bet of a bottle of wine. So it wasn't money, it was a bottle of wine. It must have been a good bottle, Doug. And he said, I guess I've lost the bet, haven't I, General? And I'm going to have to give him that bottle of wine. And so the general sort of thinks about it a bit and smiles, and he says, no, I wouldn't give it away just yet. So if you listen to these coded messages, you actually do get a much more positive pull on what's happening. You know, I was in a Skype conversation with one of the astronauts, Edgar Mitchell.
So that's not what he said. He said, going as me, I wouldn't concede the bottle of wine. That could mean like he never concedes, or that could mean he's saying that literally because Trump didn't say the words I concede. That could be a joke he was fucking playing. That could be, oh, well, you know, maybe I don't think that this was legitimate the way it happened. Maybe I think that it actually didn't happen that way, but it's too late anyways, because he already told you there's no fucking plan. We've got a deal with the president we got. Or maybe that's a grift for book sales.
He passed, and I got on very well with him, and he gave me a photograph, a signed photograph of him on the moon. And we had this conversation, and the guy, I was just a guest, and he was a guest as well, and the guy who was hosting it, unfortunately, was a bit eager. And he said to Edgar Mitchell, well, when you're on the moon, did you see any aliens? You know, and you know, Edgar Mitchell is like the general. They've signed the equivalent of the British Official Secrets Act. I don't know what it's called in America, but I mean, it'll be that thick. You know, and to ask somebody that sort of question, I jumped in very quickly. I said, oh, look, you can't ask him that, because he's not going to be able to, you know, he's not going to be able to, don't put him in that position. He can't answer that. And when a few months before the election, Trump was interviewed, I think by Donald Trump, I think by his son, and they were talking about Roswell, and the president went as close as he could to the question, and I think Don said to him, I think Don Jr., said to him, look, are you going to be more open about what happened at Roswell?
Thank you, Joe Balls.
The president answered along these lines. He said, oh, there's some very interesting people in Roswell. They know a great deal. It's a very interesting place. Yeah, there's a lot of people there that know a lot. Now, that doesn't get...
I hate his litter box that the cat shits on top of the desk.
Those of us who
That's
are
weird.
truth-seeking and are more open-minded, we understand what that individual is trying to tell us without breaking any rules. I mean, you know, the day that I'm looking forward to is when officially everything is released. Everything. I don't think I'll ever get that day, but I think we'll get to a day when a lot is released. And then people can, you know, make their decisions, because I don't think when the truth comes out about all those poor kids.
He just admitted he made this shit up. He just said, it's like someone who says at Area 51 that there's a lot of interesting people that work there. You know, there's a lot of interesting people that work there. Those of us with our mind open, or our brown eye open to the fucking gods, when we perennial sunning our buttholes, those of us know that what that really means is, oh yeah, he just said there's aliens there. He just said there's aliens there. He said interesting people. What does that mean to you? Evidence? Ha! Why would there be evidence? Facts? Ha! Why would there be facts? Data? Ha! Why would there be data? Like stupid ass John Doe up in this bitch.
It's being tortured in underground tunnels, and you know how the entertainment industry has been part and parcel with some satanic stuff. When all that comes out, I'm sure people will go into meltdown truly and collapse, partly because the human psyche is generally good, and when faced with terrible evil, just wants to push it away and pretend it never happened, and they go into denial, right through to, well, why did I not know this? And then we get all the backlash where people will say to, you know, people like you listening to the audience, most of you who are listening and believing, that people come up to you and say, well, how did you know? You know, why didn't I know? How did you know? And that's a real question for them, isn't a question for you. You know, you know because you know because you know. They don't know because they don't know because they don't know because they choose not to know. And so that's all yet to come out. And what I'm saying is that I think it's very hard for Biden to get a lift on Marine.
You know because you know. And they don't know because they don't know because they don't want to know. You know because you know. You know?
One, I think it's very difficult for him to get a lift on Air Force One. And the troops very, very finding it very hard to salute him. We've seen that very plausible video of him in the studio, and I put that on my site, and others have run with it. So there's plenty of evidence. So the big question is, well, why aren't they doing anything about it? And I was having a conversation with a few people today, because it's the key topic. You know, why are they letting this roll out? What is the advantage? What's the point? And here's the difficult thing. If we accept that Biden's hands are tied and the people behind him are tied, and all the foreign intervention is quite bottled up and can't do much, then actually he's not doing a huge amount of damage. Oh yeah, he's changing the rules so that men can legitimately take part in women-only sports, and a few other crazy things. But he's not actually doing anything of any consequence. And so the people who are really running the show they're not emotional. They're not feeling what we're feeling on the ground. They're saying, actually, we're in a very strong position. The owner of the shop, the owner of the store has stepped outside, and someone else has come in to run the store. And the owner of the store is looking through the window.
By the way, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but I went back and somebody yelled at me about that clip about the troops didn't salute Joe Biden. The Marines didn't salute while he's going in the door. One, they're holding the door. But even if they were just standing at attention and not holding the door, when he walked by them, he wasn't president yet. The Marines don't salute the president-elect. They salute the president, whoever that president is. So when he walked in, he was just president-elect going to his inauguration. So even if they weren't holding the door, the fuck does that have anything to do with it? But they were holding the door.
Window, watching the mess that the guy's making. And as long as that mess is superficial and can be tidied up, it's not too much of a problem. But if the guy starts, taking money out of the till or stuff like that, then the owner of the shop will have to step back in. And so I think what's happening is that this period of time, is allowing more and more thus far hidden, whether that's individuals that are hidden or things that have been done that have been hidden, more and more to come out. I use my hands. Here's the information, and it's growing like that. Now, if the good guys step in and they say, this is the point, we're going to do it, that's where they get. But if they leave it longer, it gets bigger and bigger. And I think they're going to wait until it starts to do that, because then they'll say, we've got everything out of the situation that we need to get out of it. And I'll give you an example. Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, the mainstream media are reporting that nothing's happening, that she...
Oh, also, while I was looking that up, you know how he walks in and says, salute the Marines? They're claiming, the mainstream media, and I don't know if this is true or not, I think it sounded like he says, salute the Marines, like someone was talking to him in his earpiece, but the media and a press release they put out is claiming that he actually says, good-looking Marines. Like, oh, it's some good-looking Marines. Like he's saying they look good in their uniform or some shit.
She's asked for a bail, and that's been refused, quite rightly, in my opinion. But that's all it's gone to. It's just she's waiting. The reality, actually, that's the truth that the mainstream media are not saying, is that she has spoken a great deal. And I understand, and that's my understanding, that some of the target locations under the ground that contain facilities where people are being held against their will. That information has been passed to special operations and have been and are ongoing working on that information. Now, why would she do that? Well, she would do it because she knows that her own side, the bad side, will want to silence her as quickly as possible. They really would. Because they know that she's talking.
Thank you, David Enix.
Not because they're frightened of her running away, but because they know the moment they release her from this secure location, the bad side will finish her life straight away. And she is being checked on apparently every 15 minutes, 24/7. So physically, a guard has to go and check on her every 15 minutes to make sure she's still alive and breathing. She's a very important asset and has passed information. Now, once the trap closes, then all of that is just going to end, because that is the moment you put the dossier down on the table and you say, that's what we're running with. And please don't expect people like Biden to be dragged up in front of the court at this stage. That's the very last action. It's everyone else around them. And there is credible evidence that a lot of these key players have actually been, it's different in America. You have a different system than in Great Britain, but basically sort of charged and then released depending what have you.
So I've noticed that Simon and Charlie actually disagree on quite a few things. Basically Simon blamed one of his mispredictions on Charlie. So they were both predicting that on Inauguration Day there were going to be mass arrests. Charlie called it Popcorn Day. Get your popcorn. It's Popcorn Day. Popcorn, 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 popcorn. And he told all his fans to start calling it popcorn. And then when they started calling it popcorn, he tried to remove himself from it. And he's like, you guys have been calling it Popcorn Day. I think that's a pretty good name. That was good of you guys to make it up. Even though he fucking made it up, for some reason, he removed himself from it. Then when that didn't happen, they were like on a panel show. And Simon come out and says, oh, yeah, well, obviously something happened. I don't know if it was the dirty nuclear device that I can't even properly describe or what it was. Maybe there was just too much chatter going on about all these people pushing a Popcorn Day narrative, and they caught on. And then it was just like a moment of silence for a minute. It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny.
And another really good question is, well, why are they still playing this game if Biden really has been arrested? If he is a clone or if he is a double, why are they still playing this game? Why hasn't he run for the hills? Same with Nancy Pelosi, same with the Clintons. If there was any truth behind this, surely these people would do it. And the answer is, where will they go? Apart from the moon and Mars, where will they go on Earth? And I can assure you that any journeys they take, anywhere they go, they are being followed. And I don't mean Dick Tracy type following. I mean the most advanced, sophisticated following that you would read in a science fiction comic. And so they can't go anywhere. The only thing they can do is what they were designed to do, which is play the game out to the end, because that's the way they are and that's all they know. And so they will play the game. And that is why at that so-called inauguration, when the cameras were not obviously looking at Obama and Clinton and all the rest of them, they were looking very somber, very long-faced, literally the type of face you would have if you...
That's what it looks like. When the cameras weren't looking at them, you should have seen it. They would look somber and long-faced, and they hated it. It wasn't the fact that it was fucking cold and spitting snow, and it was one of the shittiest inaugurations ever because everybody was separated, and fucking Bill Clinton was so tore up with guilt he could just barely fucking fall asleep in the middle of the inauguration. But that's all when the cameras weren't looking at him. When the cameras were on them, they just looked like normal people. But you have to be like me and have the inside that the cameras weren't on them. I could see them from, I don't know. I threw my specter to the inauguration. I transcended up into that bitch.
You were at a funeral of a friend. But when the cameras were on them and they were being waved to, the camera's on you, then they would go into their acting mode. But when the camera was just catching them from the side, look at the way they are. And that's because they haven't really got what they hoped for. They've actually gone into a trap. They know it, but where else can they go? So the frustrating thing for all good people is, how much longer do we have to put up with this charade? It's not a clown show. It's offensive. And I've made the point, and I'm only speaking personally, that I'm not into this popcorn. And the people who pass me information, they say, enjoy the popcorn and watch the show. And actually, I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy what I'm seeing. I'm not happy at all. And
taking another shot at that popcorn.
Saying to people, trust the plan. And that's a very bad bit of PR. And that's a military person who doesn't actually understand the audience, doesn't understand human consciousness, only understands a military thing. Trust the plan. So this person would say to, a room full of a couple of hundred soldiers, trust the plan. And they all salute and say, of course. And they all do trust the plan, because that's what they are. But civilians are not like that. And it's actually patronizing to say to all of us, trust the plan, don't question it, just do it. That's very patronizing. They'd have been much better, well, if they'd understood, the audience had understood.
You've been fucking saying that. You're the one who's been fucking saying that. Trust the plan. Don't do anything. Stay at home. Don't worry. Everybody's all tore up about these executive orders. They're not real. Everybody's upset about the inauguration. It didn't really happen. It happened 14 minutes too early. We all know that Trump's that happened 17 minutes too early was the real one. 21 gun salute wasn't right. You can see all these facts. Just trust the plan. Trust the plan. But don't do anything else. Just trust it.
Understand what humans who are not in the military are like. They would have said, trust the military. Just that change in words, trust of the military. And you'd have found that most Americans who have a strong connection with the military would have trusted them. So there have been some gaffes, some very bad PR gaffes. Telling people to trust the plan is a very, in my opinion, it's very patriarchal, as a condescending.
You're an idiot. God, you're an idiot.
Don't question us. We know exactly what we're doing. Well, you may know what you're doing, but the way you're communicating with the public is not very good. Nobody's asking people to give away secrets. And there's another clip that I think I asked to put on the website, Flynn, basically saying, only a fool, I'm paraphrasing.
A lot of people are telling me that they didn't get a notification. I don't know.
And I was reminded by the people who keep me fed with information, how Obama once gave the time and the date that troops are being withdrawn, I think it was from Afghanistan, which would give every evil person exactly the schedule when to attack them. And Trump never did that. Trump would always give wrong dates or times they were coming out, or he just wouldn't give it full stop. And that's the point. If you're in a war, and there is a war here, you don't tell the other side exactly what your plans are, unless you are so confident that you've got everything done that you can do it a few hours beforehand. And whilst I know fully that people like Clinton, Obama, and Biden.
The Montana quarter come out in 2007. That's the year I graduated. I don't think I've ever seen one. Got a D minting mark. 2007. Big sky cunt. Tree. Sorry.
We're never really going to be, in the inauguration, it was all filmed. There were going to be a number of senators and Congress.
Sometimes I've had 200 or 300 viewers on Facebook. It kind of really, a lot of them don't agree with me and just come to yell at me, but it does hurt it. Because I still get donations, and the more people watching, the more people see it, and the more people see it, the more they'll come fucking, show up, and that'll drive more people. The people that hate me obviously aren't gonna do donations or share it, but just them being here, more people see it. And some of those more people are going to be friendly. A lot of people found me just because I had a couple hundred people that were watching that hated me. So it kind of sucks, but it is what it is.
Women who were going to be there. And I think that's the group that they wanted to arrest. The good guys wanted to arrest because they were all going to be in one location. And then, 1 hour or so before the inauguration was due to take place, there was that explosion in Madrid, which mainstream media have told us was a gas explosion. I've been told it was a bomb. And that was one of the reasons, or the main reason, why there was no good guy action at the inauguration, because that was a very credible threat, which unfortunately also.
He claimed that it was because it was a dirty nuclear bomb threat in a suitcase.
Sadly, it was sorted. The good guys had it all worked out and dealt with an hour or so later, but the timing had slipped. So that explosion did just what the bad guys wanted it to do, which was to delay or stop that. And that's the sort of situation that's been faced here, that it isn't just a simple case of knocking on a door and doing something. There is a wealth of people underneath these bad guys who are still resisting terribly. Look at Paul Linwood. They're now trying to prosecute him for voting in one place and living in another. They're actually accusing Linwood of voter fraud. It's not insane, because the evil side so hate Linwood because he's done so much to bring the truth out, that they will try and turn the whole thing on himself. And that's why people like Lieutenant General Flynn and others are very aware that the other side's still got teeth. They still can cause a lot of problems. It's not just in an apple. You can take the knife and cut out the bad bit of the apple and eat the rest of it. I'm afraid the United States, if it were likened to an apple, using that analogy because of apple pie, of course, is full of rot. That's the terrible, sad thing about that once great country. It's full of rot. So what you've either got to do is you've got to take your knife and you've got to cut all of these bits out, and then you've got to regrow into those cut out bits good, wholesome bits of apple again, so that once again the apple is whole. And I often think that we, the audience, don't fully appreciate. Well, how can we? Because we're not sitting there with all the information coming in. We don't fully appreciate the enormity of the task. And there is only one man, and that's President Trump, who has been brave enough and strong enough to take it on the chin not just for the 4 years that we're aware of, but prior to that and now, who I think has the strength to come in when the time is right. So others have got to bring it to a point that he can come back. And I've said on my very first podcast regarding the election, remember I've been doing this for 10 years, but regarding the election, that President Trump would be successful if those around him who had originally put him in that position, who had convinced him to do this, to become president, to fight the great evil, if those same people stood by him. I said if they stood by him, he was going to come back. But if they deserted him, like so many of these rhinos and goodness knows who else, then no, he'd never come back. Now the good news is that those people that originally sat around with him and put him there have not deserted him. And so the point is that he is still an integral part of what is playing out. And, you know, the Congress, Senate, still going ahead with this impeachment against a private individual. And as Flynn said, he must be the president, because you cannot impeach a private individual. As far as the on-the-face public rules are, he's a private individual. But obviously, under the scenes, the bad guys still consider him the president. Of course, because Biden's in a studio pretending to be in the Oval Office. President Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, which, if you didn't know, was the summer, winter, I can't remember, because it's in Florida, isn't it? So the temperatures are much warmer than they are here in Britain. We're expecting a terrible snowstorm soon. But it was the retreat place. Let's just call it that. It was the retreat place for the president who wanted to come out of DC, and goodness knows, you would want to come out of DC, wouldn't you? Come out of DC, go into Mar-a-Lago, and, you know, do your time and then go back, recharge and go back. And I understand that it was too expensive to maintain. It was sold back, and then President Trump bought it and decided that would be a really good building. I think when he bought it, this plan was already being created. And it's got control rooms, it's got underground bunkers, it's got everything you need. It's like a little mini White House. And so he's there, the president, in the other White House. And of course, what we all want is mainstream media to carry that news. We want it so that we all have the opportunity, whether it's on cell phone, mobile phone, television, the radio, whatever it is, it's going to be in our face. And that those people who have willfully ignored the facts or just gone through life half asleep will be forced to at least confront this truth. That's what we want, because we know, I'm referring to the audience, we know the only way that we can truly say that we've turned a corner is when mainstream media changes. And the truth is, one way or another, got out there. And that for us is...
Now we're going for mainstream media. Listen to me until mainstream media starts telling you the truth, which is forever. Oh, by the way, send me donations. We didn't used to accept donations, but now we do, and I can also exercise demons, intergalactic demons only, no earthbound demons.
Is the big point. But if, let's just put ourselves in the minds of those guys around the table, that actually is perhaps the end product. What's more important are children to be rescued underground. I'd certainly be arguing for that, and I know you would as well. I mean, it was a choice between CNN doing something or rescuing a couple of hundred kids in an underground base. I would be disgusted if anybody said, I think we should go for CNN. We would all go to save the children, wouldn't we? And so there are so many other real demands that this group of people are, and Trump's the boss. Trump will sit there, from what I understand, and they all give their specialties, their knowledge, and there will be a military side which says, we don't have a choice, we have to do this, this, and this. And Trump won't come in and say no, unless he feels it's wrong. He will really let them do that. But in terms of the order of things, Trump's really quite in on that. And he'll say, no, I don't want that yet. I want this to happen before that happens. I want you to have your information before you do what you do. And that's how it works, because they're not feeling, they're under pressure like we feel. We feel terrible every day. We wake up and we think, is it going to be today? And we put the phone on them. No, it hasn't happened. No, when is it going to happen? They're not like that. They are living on their nerves because they're fighting a war, not bombs and bullets, but a war for the hearts and minds of the people of the world. And so, we've got to trust them. We have to trust Trump. And if we don't trust Trump, then we've lost faith. That's the bottom line. Because Trump hasn't lost faith with us. Because otherwise he would just go and say, right, I've done with this. I'm going to go back into the world of business, and I want nothing more to do with you lot. Couldn't blame him if he did that. But no, what did he do? He set up the office of Trump, the office of Trump, because I was calling him the president, but it's the office of Donald Trump. So therefore, he's showing everyone that he's actually involved. And so we have to trust him. And whatever he chooses, whatever he says, we should trust that decision. We should actually trust that man, because for 4 years, even though hell and high water, and I'm using that deliberately, hell and high water were fighting against him, look at the economic miracle that man did in 4 years to America. When he inherited America, he inherited a bankrupt country, not just financially, but morally bankrupt, with the most awful deals with the most awful people and organizations. And in 4 very short years, with all of the things they threw at him, everything they did, he still managed to improve the life of so many Americans. I mean, let's just remember that more black Americans got a job under his presidency than at any other time. And then they have the evil to say that he's racist. I mean, it's unbelievable. We won't go on to that. But what I'm saying is that we need to trust him, and we need to trust that he knows what he's doing, and we need to trust that whatever.
Well, he formed the office of the former president. So are we trusting him, or are we making up our own fucking story? He also, despite what you guys kept claiming and are still claiming about him forming the Patriot Party, said, nah, don't like that. Even though Charlie Ward is still saying to this fucking day, oh, I thought he was going to call it the Trump Party, but it seems like he's going with the Patriot Party. The Patriot Party. Have you guys heard the Patriot Party? Sounds like it's going to be a ripping good time. No, he said, nah, don't think so. So we trust in him, we trust in you, because y'all are saying two different things.
Whatever is coming, whatever that new government is going to be, whatever that new financial system, however it's going to work, that he will choose the right people to put in the right positions. He will choose those people who have stayed loyal to the concept of freedom. And let's not trust the plan, let's trust the man. So that would be my slogan. If I was to do a t-shirt, it would be trust the man, not the plan.
Now the artards on greatawakening.win are claiming that because Melania Trump was escorted on this side by a Marine, and the Marines escorting this side for Lady Gaga, who has nothing to do, that she's actually, this is what the first post says. I used to be an etiquette teacher, so I know this very well. Melania is being escorted. Gaga is being dragged. Holy shit. Holy shit. But if you read this story from Sergeant First Class Campbell, who is this Marine right here, he wasn't even supposed to be an escort. Lady Gaga wasn't supposed to have an escort. Just turns out the dress she was wearing they were talking about during rehearsal was so fucking big, she didn't know if she could make it down the stairs. And then when they went to descend the stairs, because he was taller than her, and she's kind of tall already, especially in heels, they said, hey, you, come escort her. And he said, which side do you want me on? And she said, I think it'd be better if you were over here, and I can carry this side of the dress, and that side's actually longer. So I'll probably be pulling up higher on there. I have less balance. How about you stand on this side? Nope. That means she's being drug off to the gulag. She was drugged straight to Guantanamo Bay. God, I hate these people.
And I've got a lot of time for military people, but they don't really understand the public. They don't understand the civilians. They were once a civilian themselves, and it gets all knocked out of them. And they're very different. And I was on the Doug Billings show. I said to Doug, I don't know if it's off air or not, actually. I said, can you, when you speak to General Flynn, can you just say from me, congratulations to his brother, I think it's Charles, who been promoted, and Charles Flynn is in Hawaii, that great American naval base, and in charge of the Pacific Fleet. We're going to have some involvement with the Pacific Fleet. I don't want to be specific and get told I'm wrong, but it was definitely to do with that, which is important because of Taiwan and China. And I said, just please pass my good wishes on to his brother. Somebody wrote to me and said, well, I don't know why you're doing that, because he's disowned Michael Flynn. He's disowned his brother. And I said, I am thanking someone who's giving service to their country. Regardless of whatever politics are going on, if somebody gives service to others to serve their country, as a military person, I will recognize that and thank them. I'll do the same for veterans. Actually, I will.
Hold on just a second. We got an interruption for Nightly News with Big Daddy Ollie Stick.
Dog.
What?
No.
I called you Big Daddy Ollie Stick.
No.
Why?
I know why you called that.
You don't have a Big Daddy Ollie Stick?
No.
What about a breadstick?
No.
Meat stick?
No.
Come on.
Don't call me Ollie.
All right, talk to him.
Hi.
What did you have today? Hey, say thank you, Raina, for my picture of Sonic. My picture of Sonic. I love it. I'm gonna hang it above my bed. Tell her. Look,
no.
Daddy's got one too. Look back here. Yeah, Daddy's got one up there too. I made 2 copies. One for you on cardstock and one for me on paper.
What's up?
I love you.
What you?
What did we have today? Whose party did we go to? Whose birthday party was that?
Tell me.
Who did we sing to? Happy birthday to. Ollie, happy birthday to me.
Talk about me, okay?
What did you do at your birthday party? Did you play with some friends?
Yeah, doll.
Did that stupid Karen lady come over for a lesson to teach you a
No.
lesson? And Daddy sent her walking? Huh?
No.
Oh yeah, that happened.
On your tent?
You're living in a tent like a homeless person?
No. Ew.
Ew. You got a tent, don't you? A new play tent.
Yeah, doll.
Oh, they're asking, did you like your cake?
Yeah,
Was your cake awesome or what? This morning I said, isn't this awesome, Ollie? And he said, just a little bit. It's the wrong Sonic. It was just a little bit awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, I want how one.
A hypersonic one. Yeah, I know. I had the wrong Sonic.
Yeah.
You're hyper enough.
Look at this
No.
hypersonic.
Don't.
I believe Sonic's putting on a little weight, buddy.
Leave
Dog.
him alone.
He looks bloated.
Nope.
Tell
Ow.
friends.
What were your friends' name?
My.
Say Elias. Cooper.
Cooper. Like
That-
the tire company?
No.
Buddy, you can't kick my legs. It could literally kill me. Please stop swinging your legs.
That all.
That's
That
all? Okay, so this has been Ollie with the 99 News.
That. Wait. Ollie.
With the 99 News.
No.
Love you.
Oh.
Bye.
What do you
Oh, and
want?
tell him it's snowing.
It's snowing.
What is your poop?
Say it. Say it's snowing.
And not
Love you. Bye. Go. Step over. Step over them all at once.
Yeah,
He's
but they're
just
spread out.
suddenly become retarded. He's done it 30 times. Today they're different? No. You're being retarded too. You guys go have a retard battle. All right, let me get the noise gates back on. We'll dive back into Simon and the artards. You better hush your face, Ollie. I'll mash that mouth. Yeah, he didn't. I asked him, I said, isn't this when I woke him up this morning, I said, isn't your cake awesome? He's like, a little bit. That's the wrong Sonic. I need hotter Sonic here, and I need Sonic ESE here. So I was supposed to have two Sonics, a white one and a black one, but I only had the yellow one.
Always say thank you for your service, because that's the way I was brought up. And I just think that people are getting too tied up in the minutiae. If you step back a little bit, don't worry, you won't lose the vision of what's happening. You'll actually get a...
How funny is it that people are getting too tied up in the minutia, but they literally want you to look at every goddamn thing like, oh, this Marine has his hand in his pocket, but he's got two fingers hanging out. And this one over here, I don't know if you guys noticed, but her shoe is exactly 1/2 size bigger on the left foot than it is on the right foot. That's got to mean something. Did you guys notice this? Did you count this? Did you add up all these and then multiply them to the power of 7 for some reason? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? Did you do that? Did you do this? Jesus Christ. Who's in the minutia? Y'all are interpreting fucking counting how many periods are in a paragraph, and we're tied up in the minutia? Okay.
The better vision. Remember my image. You'll get more of what's going on. Don't get fixated on this. This didn't happen at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And this didn't happen. We've seen pictures of police cars and lorries turning up and vans and coaches and buses turning up at the White House. We've seen the most amazing things. And there's enough evidence there for us to be confident that this is not a normal presidency. There are 2 forms of government operating at the moment in America. And whether we like it or not, we have to be patient. And President Trump will do what he's got to do. And we just have to trust the man. Trust the man, not the plan. Listen, it's been lovely to speak to you. Thank you. Remember, I'm banned from Facebook. I'm banned from YouTube. And they ban us because we tell the truth. They don't like the truth. In a true democracy, you should be able to have all points of view, as long as you're not rude and nasty and tell lies. You should have that option to let people choose. And what these big corporations are doing is saying, we don't permit you to have access to all the news. We are going to feed your brain full of the information that we want you to have. And I've talked about it, and I was very disappointed when I opened the Saturday Telegraph British newspaper. It's a big article on the Super Bowl. And it said in big letters, all you need to know about the Super Bowl. And it's this patriarchal point about, I will tell you all you need to know. In other words, you don't need to know anything else. I'll tell you it all. And what I tell you is the information of the truth, and that's it. So always, 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 please be on your guard when you read the words, all you need to know. And your response should be, don't you dare tell me what I need to know. You tell me your take on it, and then I'll go and listen to other people, and I'll do my own work, and then I will decide what I believe. But don't ever tell me that you're limiting my information, because that's what that article in the Daily Telegraph said, all you need to know, i.e. in our article on the Super Bowl, you don't need to know anything else, just what we have here. And that is a mirror image of what is going on at a higher level, is that you don't need to know this, and this. All you need to know is this tiny little bandwidth of information. Don't worry about all of this here. Don't concern yourself. Don't be worried by it. You don't need to worry. That's a very, very slippery road where we end up in 20 years' time, if we don't do something about it, with children who grow up with a concept of the world that is as narrow as that. And that's what we are all, regardless, not just Americans, we're all, or should be, fighting for freedom. Freedom isn't just about, I can't go out of my room, or I want to go out at 7 o'clock in the evening, or I want to carry a gun, or I want to do this, I want to do that. Freedom is actually far more vital, which is the freedom to think, the freedom to have information, to form an opinion, and the freedom to express that, as long as you're not being racist or illegal or anything like that, to be able to express a point of view. It's not just in danger, that's what's being taken away. And that's a fact. America, the land of the free, can you imagine it? How many years has it been sold down the river? How many years under the blanket, under the curtain, has all this been going on, which is now emerging? And I'll tell you something, and I'll finish up now. If President Trump hadn't come along, America would have quietly, without any issue, slipped into communism through socialism and communism. And China would have sat back and said, that didn't cost us anything financially in terms of tanks and bombs and bullets and dead soldiers. Yeah, it cost us a ton of money, but it doesn't matter. We've got a huge printing press around the back, and we'll just keep printing it out, because that's how they fight wars, with money. So just be strong. Just actually realize that there's a whole ton of stuff that's yet to happen. And I don't know when it's going to happen. And you don't know when it's going to happen. But I'm sure that President Trump does. All right. Been lovely to reconnect with you. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, so he doesn't know when it's going to happen. No one knows when it's going to happen. He'll lie and say he knows when it's going to happen, but he doesn't actually know when it's going to happen, because no one knows when it's going to happen unless you're just there when it happens. What the fuck? Hold on just a second. I'm looking something up. Biography from legal storms, from committees, daily cause, a fluke or a flute. So News Punch is sharing this story, and they're the only people sharing it. Lots of places are sharing this story. The only people that are sharing it with this spin on it. Let me read you the story first of all. This is from, there's the News Punch version. Here's the regular version from San Antonio News Express. I wanted to read this to you, and then we'll search for some more videos. San Antonio native and former RNC employee arrested on child porn charges. So this is out of D.C. Ruben A. Verestigu. I don't know. Verestigu. The Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, D.C. have released an arrest report on a Texas native Friday accused of distribution of child pornography. Ruben Verestigu, 27, of Northeast D.C., was taken into custody after authorities say an investigation revealed he distributed, received, and possessed imagery of child pornography. The report reads, the detectives from multiple child crime units in the country's capital conducted a month-long investigation on the Texas transplant. Northwest Vista College graduate and avid pro-life advocate. Between March 20th, 2020 and February 21st, 2020, an investigation revealed the suspect distributed and possessed images of child pornography. The release states, Jared Holt, a federal digital forensic research lab and anti-disinformation project by D.C. think tank Atlantic Council, released several disturbing screenshots from the criminal complaint against the guy on his Twitter, and made note of the history and work at pro-life organizations. In the criminal complaint, Verestigu asked another member of an online child porn website to come to D.C. for the purpose of sexually abusing a minor. Verestigu's LinkedIn page states that he is employed as a communications manager at the Citizens for Responsible Energy Solutions, a nonprofit energy organization in D.C. His employment history spans throughout a myriad of political organizations, including the Republican National Committee and various pro-life organizations. His bio on the social site reads, a proud, born and raised Texan working in the land of pantsuits and politics, passionate about creating beautifully creative and comprehensive content for policy and social justice issues. The hashtag future is Latino. The education section of his profile says he attended Northwest Vista College from 2011-2014 while he was president of the Northwest Vista College Students for Life. He was one of many pro-lifers to speak at the 2013 March for Life relay in D.C. 2013. Vestigue has also served as Congressional Hispanic Staff Association as a part of their Republican outreach and recruitment effort. His Instagram, which also remained active as of Saturday, shows him visiting various political landmarks in D.C. and even posing in the White House. In the description of a 2019, he spoke at in 2019 event. He spoke at held by the Congressional Hispanic Staff Association. It was written that Vestigues is a proud, born and raised in San Antonio, Texan. Okay, that's the story. So this guy was picked up on child porn charges. But for some reason, News Punch is throwing it out like this. Senior Marjorie Green, Republican staffer, arrested for running pedophile ring. Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is she's an R believer. And it seems like News Punch puts out a lot of stories with a pro-R tie. I don't know who runs this site or how valid they are, but for some reason, a lot of their stories have a pro-R spin on them. But anyways, according to the Metropolitan Police Department, blah, 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 was arrested, blah, blah, blah. Ruben A. Vestigue is currently Communications Manager for Citizens for responsible for energy solutions and digital strategist for Senate Republicans and RNC. Washington, D.C. Republican, arrested, all that shit. Instagram, Twitter. According to his Instagram, Vestigue is White House on December 8th and October 19th. Okay, blah, blah, blah. His last tweet just hours before his arrest for distribution of child porn cheered the 11 Republican congressmen who voted to remove blah, blah, blah from the committees. So, yeah, he has one tweet. A rock star list, if you ask me. Now it's the Dems' turn to hold their people accountable. So he has this one tweet, but a lot of people are not happy with her on the Republican side. The more rhino, more establishment are not happy with her. Said in her group chat that he liked images of babies being sexually abused. Babies are some of my biggest turn-ons, he said. I've been wanting to see videos of guys hardcore are a baby. He added, when a baby oh fuck, I can't even read that last part. Also requested that someone join him in D.C. to sexually abuse a minor. Vestigue has also very active in the pro-life movement. He worked at multiple pro-life organizations and spoke at the March for Life in 2013. Pro-life movement. So, yeah, he's a pro-lifer, but he's only got, even though they say senior anti-green Republican staffer, they could only dig up one fucking tweet. One tweet that was negative against her. But the R movement is digging this shit up. And the reason they are is all right, here it is. This is the takedown. I don't know if you know who this guy is, but he's deep cabal. But 2 days before this happened, if you said, hey, do you guys know who this Ruben A. Vestigue is, do you know that guy? They've been like, no, who's that? But today it's like, oh yeah, he's deep in there. He's got ties to this person and that person, this other person, this person over here. I don't know. It just seems weird. They're putting such an R spin on it. I'm glad another pedophile go down, but an R spin, I don't think we need that. Let's see if this guy's updated. I really want to see his response. But I can't just watch it live. 22 out. He's still not there. Let's do this. We need to go to Charlie Ward and Mel K show. Let's go to their new videos. This is just from an hour ago. Damn, they even got the Charlie one or the Simon one up there too, don't they? Latest updates. We've seen this one, but we need to see this one, I guess. This is Mel K and Rob Really. Wake up, America. Welcome to the NWO's communist agenda. Well, it's not real. Don't worry about it. It's not real. Here we go. Let's check this one out. We're not going to watch all this one, by the way.
February 6th, 2021. I'm coming to you from Manhattan with my great partner, Rob Really. How's it going, Rob?
It's going great today, Mel. I'm feeling really excited. I spent a few hours yesterday watching Mike Lindell's, the Mr. Pillow Guy's video on the proof of the election fraud, and it was really it was quite interesting, and I thought it was really well done. And so I kind of felt really good about that. It's been a little bit emotional. We've had some ups and downs in Telegram with troll and bot attacks, but we've kind of overcome that with the help of some Patriot pals.
Yep.
And so I want to kind of call this segment, and we have so much news to get through that we'll probably end up doing 2 segments today because we were working on some other stuff for a few days. But I want to call this "Wake Up, America! Welcome to the Communist Marxist Agenda."
Yeah, I mean, it's not a joke. I don't know how people aren't waking up, because they sure are in the rest of the world looking at America and seriously in a panic, especially countries that have experienced communism and totalitarianism. And the other thing is that I wanted to say is I'm really happy to be back. It's been a really hard week. We had a bad snowstorm. I had a fall, and I really missed you guys. And I felt terrible that I wasn't able to do as many updates, because we're not getting any real news from the real news networks or the fake real news networks, the super fake real news networks, whatever you want to call them. And last night we saw them fire one of my favorite people, Lou Dobbs. I've been watching him for 20 years. He's a real straight shooter. He's an honest guy. And
Lou Dobbs apparently has been let go. That's what rumor has it.
Run by Lord Moloch Brown and a lot of other nefarious people. And it has had a lot of inconsistencies over the years, and different things have happened there. But anyway, they sued Fox News anchors Janine Pirro, Lou Dobbs, and Maria Bartiromo for defamation. Of course, in that case, we will see the truth, at least.
And by the way, one update. I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the AOC story, but she was literally almost killed the other day. Like literally, guys. Here is the proof in case you've been doubting it. Right there, that's her in that picture. Okay? You can't keep saying she's making up lies. She was not close to death. She evacuated almost over an hour before the breach ever happened. That she's just like Jesse Smollett. She's a Smollett. She's a Smollett smut hoe. You can't keep saying those things. There she is. Proof or it didn't happen is what they say. Well, meet proof. Okay? Meet proof. There it is. Tired of your shit.
Added to what Mike Lindell put out there, which everyone must see. I know the left-wing media is calling him a crackpot and saying, it's unproven, unsubstantiated, all that. It's totally proven. Everyone must see that documentary. YouTube and Vimeo hit it, and it's really important. But then they took Lou Dobbs down, and he's one of the last voices fighting for us. He'll come back somewhere. But they're saying it was in response to changes in the environment, but we all know that that's not true. So I look forward to wherever Lou Dobbs goes and following him.
Yeah, I couldn't even read that one line he said. That was awful.
One day after the next, we're getting more and more people knocked off, and we have to keep fighting. Right?
Was it how big was that lawsuit? Like 1 point something billion?
It's almost like these motherfuckers can't make up their mind because they're so scared that someone's going to figure out they're lying. So one moment is, hey, we just got to sit back, trust the military, trust the plan. Trump's still in charge. He's still in charge of the military. Military generals running the place. Fucking Joe Biden's just playing make-believe. Then next, it's this new wave of socialist agenda. We've got to stand up and fight. It's no time to just sit back and watch it happen. Why aren't you guys out there fighting? What the fuck do you want me to do? Because you keep making up opposing stories. I have no idea where you're going with this. I can't even watch you. You're disgusting. Anyways. Let's see what is going on over here with this douchebag. I wonder what his latest video is. Actually, I guess we need to do this. Hold on. That was from the first. Is that his most recent update for real? Oh, no, Feb 6th. That was today. Big Corp Titans post-election update. Which one did I make fun of? Silver Market Fraud Alliance opening. God damn. Anyways, here's a video. Let's see what's going on with the way too small a shirt guy. You guys might know him as Patriot Street Fighter. I know him as, hello, My shirt size is medium. Also, shitty speaker owner. If you know him as shitty speaker owner.
Driving their transient car. It is the right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Patriot Street Fighters. It is Friday night, and don't you guys have anything better to do? Man.
Medium husky.
It's good to have you here. Yes, some of the folks said, hey, I thought we weren't going to be doing this on Friday nights. We're not. But I also said the other day, last night, that
by the way, this is Friday night show. He puts them on YouTube, and then before YouTube reviews them and removes them, he actually takes them back down once they're up on Rumble. So if you want to watch his live stream, he has a YouTube channel. But none of his recent videos are there because he knows he'll get banned from YouTube. So he takes them down, puts them up on Rumble and his website, then deletes the YouTube video. But he does his streams on YouTube.
Super Bowl's on Sunday. And I don't want their ratings to crater because everybody's going to be here watching the Patriots. So, not going to do that to
Don't
Tom
laugh,
Brady.
your shirt
I
will
love both of
split.
those quarterbacks. I really do. I think.
What are these douchebags going to do with all their R gear after this is all said and done and people are literally ready to hunt them down and congratulate them on grifting so well? What are they going to do with shirts and hats and onesies and socks and pants and watches and paintings that all have gigantic fucking letter Q's in them?
Both of them are incredible people. I'm a Steeler fan, grew up in Steeler country, but when you have a guy that has the bullshit that has come at Tom Brady simply because he's a winner, simply because he's ultra competitive, just a beast psychologically, and people.
JFK was tapping that.
Tom Brady, whatever. I don't get that. I love winners, always have, even when I'm losing.
Yeah, I said that from the get-go. I've seen that pop up in chat twice now, but the officer who died did not die from a fire extinguisher. We saw one officer get hit from a fire extinguisher. That's the only video evidence. And it actually hits a Patriot, rolls down his arm, bounces off one officer's helmet, and then rolls into the other guy, and strikes him on the side of the head. And it's not even the officer who died. Now they're thinking he may have had a breathing condition plus pepper spray and shit. CNN kind of buried it in their article. It was 8 paragraphs deep. That part of it was. But the death, that's if it bleeds, it leads. The death was still there. But 8 paragraphs deep were like, oh yeah, the police said there's absolutely no evidence there's a fire extinguisher, and that's just a made up story that we produced here. But it may have been a breathing problem.
Big time. And I have in my life a couple times in business or whatever else. I just love the people that win. They never stop coming back. We're making a statement tonight. We got some of the new Patriots.
Is it just me, or does the letter on his shirt look kind of retarded? What is going on? 252. So let's back up to about 245, if I can. 44. 37. Anyways, look as he comes around. What's the matter with the leg on the Q, and why is it so fat down there? This looks stupid.
When I'm losing big time, and I have in my life a couple times.
That doesn't even look like the ladder.
I just love the people.
It looks like a kid drew a weird 9 at an angle.
People that win, they never stop coming back. We're making a statement tonight. We got some of the new Patriots.
Or a P? Is that a P sideways?
We're going to let these guys inside of our operation here, inside of our revolution.
These guys,
quite honestly,
these guys are the revolution right here.
And of course, look, guys, this is why we're here. This signifies what what this mission is. This signifies what the country is becoming and why. Having the new MAGA hat on, and have.
This is Donald Trump's belly, and this is the tap they get all their information from. It has to be delivered right across the tonsils. Now, it's weird. I know you're going to be like, what the fuck? But, yes, this circle signifies belly, and then this is the information tap, if you will, and it must be delivered by hand across the tonsils.
Having the Q shirt on, because that's what this is all about. That's what got me off of the bench after a number of years. to join a fight. So if you're brand new here tonight,
It must be a hell of a fight you're doing from your house with your shirt too small.
It's a high octane, no holds
Please don't get into a fight. Your shirt's going to split in
barred
half.
truth hammer that we decided to bring online in
Truth
live stream
helmet.
fashion.
Velvet hammer.
And all I can tell you is the Patriot Street Fighters have taken the world by storm. And I mean the world. We got Patriot Street Fighters
The
everywhere.
world.
One of the great things, and I want to talk about that here at the end tonight, one of the great things I love about your revolution is that the term patriot is not synonymous with the United States of America. It's synonymous with the globe. And being a patriot means you and your sovereign territory against your leadership culture, who's done what they've done to your country as well. It signifies you, people that are here, and all your friends, and the hundreds of thousands of, who knows, there might be millions of people around the world now that identify as a Patriot Street Fighter, because that is who we all are. We are patriots in our sovereign land, and we are taking the fight to the criminal, corporate, and political leadership class in all of our nations to end the bullshit, end the tyranny, which they say that there isn't any end at all, because they've been bringing it to us decade after decade after decade after decade after decade, and now this is war against that ideology that they're also powerful, that they can take from us, the nation that was granted to us by our founding fathers, and our freedom that was given to us by our creator. And that's why I exist. It's what I live for and have for a very long time. I just decided to get off the bench and get into the fight. And so have you. That's why you're here. So anyways, if you want to follow our movement, patriotsriseup.com will get you to the main website. It'll get you to all the social media links that we have. All of you folks who have supported this mission, very grateful for all that, honored by that. And all of you people that are out there recruiting more people to this, the idea that their lives mean something, the idea that they count, every last one of them count, and that they should get into this conversation. And this is about provoking the conversation finally to teach you and everybody else around that we were granted this nation by our forefathers. We are to be in control. They are to answer to us. The political scumbag class in DC has been tasked and chartered by our Constitution to answer to us, not we to them. They derive their power from the consent of the governed. They forgot it. These people forgot where they derived their power. And yes, they were serving the U.S. corporation, et cetera, et cetera. But both metaphorically, literally, figuratively, in every single way, we are bringing it down. All of us are going to bring it down. We're going to end their class of elitism. It's going to go away because we say it is. And we're going to do the things it takes to get rid of them, to get them out of power. Like I heard Mike Flynn talking today, and he said that anybody who is in DC for more than 12 years needs to go because they're in there literally for 40 years, 30 years, 40 years. What do you think can come from that unbridled access to power or power itself? It's never going to lead to anything good, ever. And that's what we're going to do with our future of our country, not theirs, our country. We're going to course correct. We're going to drag their asses out into the public and have them go get jobs. And I'm not talking lobbying jobs in DC, making $2 million a year to get their buddies to grease the rails for corporations that are paying them and all that bullshit. We're going to kick them out into the real world, let them see how you live. Most of those people could not do what you do. Just to show you how you weigh and measure much higher than these people do. Some of you folks that have not so good situations and you're enduring them psychologically. What do you think would happen to one of these people if they were resigned to come back from their ivory tower and off of their golden horses and sit in your seat every day in the life that some of you may have to live? Do you know what would happen to them? These cowards would commit suicide. That would be such a fall that they wouldn't be prepared for. They would kill themselves because they'd have to live the life that you and I do, and that's why we need to bring to heel these people and these criminals in Congress and DC, and we're going to. So if you hadn't had a chance to watch Mike Lindell in his documentary on the fraud, the voter fraud, hence you know why this live stream will come down probably by midnight or 1 a.m. Central Time. I do have to bring these down because they will not last, because if I say the wrong things, they're
He's got a big juicy velvet hammer of truth that he just brushes against your innermost parts. Damn, the views fucking tank when I start making fun of this piece of shit. Y'all must really like him. I wish he'd stop coming back.
They're going to hammer us, and away goes our content. Get us right. And it mystifies me, folks. I'm going to tell you this. I got to tell you this. It mystifies me how virtually every time I'm here, I'm telling you, I'm going to delete this. It's the Patriot Street Fighter information warfare strategy now. 2, stay alive on this platform so you don't keep having to jump every other week for a new channel for these live streams. We'll bring it down. I'll park it on Rumble, and I'll come back with a short 2-minute video before I delete this thing. Pop it in there. Here's where to find this video. Go to Rumble. So people say sometimes the link doesn't work. I don't know what causes that at times. I would say go into the description in here, down below the video. Find my Rumble channel and then just subscribe to it. So you'll know that these things are on 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern. It'll be 5 nights a week. And we have the radio show on Mondays. So therefore, you'll know that this is going to go off. Okay. You'll know that we'll be here. But somebody will then ask me, I can't find it. Where did it go? And anyway, it's the same thing every week. It's always going to be somebody, and that's okay. I'll keep telling you, but pay attention, troops, pay attention. Sometimes I might say something that really counts, and we need to know. So watch Lindell. I can drop that in here too. I should have done that and I forgot, but I can drop that when we're done in the description. Grab that Mike Lindell documentary on the voter fraud. Watch it. You'll know exactly why he put this together. One thing I want to talk about is Kevin McCarthy. Got to point him out. Throwing Marjorie Taylor Greene under the bus. She was a 17 movement supporter back 3 years ago, and she's now, because of whatever controversy that brought from the left, removed from the committees in DC. And apparently, from what I was told today, Kevin McCarthy basically threw under the bus. Once again, I'm going to tell you the facts. McCarthy comes from the Republican leadership in California. When I was running Mark Eisler's assembly race back in 2004, great candidate in a district stacked heavily against us. We made massive inroads to the Democrat vote, or got 44% of the Democrat vote. Great candidate. We couldn't get a dime out of McCarthy, not a penny. Should have given us easily 50 grand. We could have had one of the biggest upsets in the state, if not the country. Kind of glad that didn't happen, not for Mark, but for me, because that might have sucked me right into the machine so deep that I would have never got out of it. But anyways,
there you go.
Wouldn't give us
sucked into the machine deep.
Greasing the rails for some of his buddies
off that machine deep
to win a state assembly seat there. He was greasing the rails to get all his buddies to help him get to DC, and then 4 years later, he's in the leadership. You tell me how that happens. Therefore. He was going to run for the leadership position, Speaker of the House, before Ryan did, but boom, what pops up? He's got somebody else's wife going in that direction, which is, once again, look, that's what you got going in your personal life. No problem. No judgments on that. It's your life. You do what you like. However, when you're on the taxpayer dime and you're back there to do the work for the people, you live there full time and it's a party on our money. Now I got a problem. I got a real problem. No escape hatch with me on that. You've been called Kevin McCarthy. I don't give a shit what your excuses are. Listen, I don't listen to what people say. I watch what they do. That's the only language I understand. It's the only truth that I know.
There you
Words
go.
mean nothing. People say things to me all the time. I just nod my head, and here's what I'm doing right here. This
Your
tells me
words
everything.
mean
what I see is the only truth.
so. The man is calling himself out. Words mean nothing, but all you've shown us is words. Yeah, but I call my dad the general. Was he having a military career? No, but that's what I call him. Well, that's a word too. Well, let me tell you about these other words over here so you trust me. Well, that's also a word. Well, I've got a paragraph I can read to you about this Chinese guy who said some stuff to someone else who passed it along to me, unvalidated, unverified, and basically no evidence to back it up. Those would also be words, sir. So words mean nothing? Sounds like you're calling yourself out.
Truth I know, and that's what I see from these people. I will talk about General Flynn today. I got a video on Flynn with Doug Billings today, having a conversation interview, and my friend sent it to me, and she said, "What's going on here? I want to talk about that." And she's a very discerning lady, and she kind of sends me things that are the sort of the groundhog that pops up and goes from here to there. And it's good because I need to know what's going on out there. So it actually makes me think a little harder at really what's going on here. And so you know who you are. Thank you for sending me these things, because again, we need to know everything that's out there in the battlefield. But so when I saw this, I'm naturally going to lean toward my own bias, but my own bias comes with a lot of experience. Here's what I will say to that. I will say that Flynn talked about, he was asked about, basically what's going on here. And he said, look, there is no plan. Military is not in control. And he said all the things that anybody like me or anybody that's followed the operation would say, oh my God, wait a minute. He said, there's no plan. He said, military is not in control. People need to accept it and move on. Right now, if I heard that, I'd be like, okay, well, so rather than just watch that part and have my mind set, I'm not in the weed. I don't get into weeds. I don't go through the minutia and get into weeds. I want to see it all. But if I'm going to look at the weeds, I'm going to see them at 80,000 feet. I'm going to see the entire geography, the whole battlefield. Because if you watch that long enough, what you're going to hear General Flynn says to Doug Billings, Doug Billings says to him at the end, he said, look, he said, I bet my friend Stan a bottle of wine that Trump was absolutely going to win the election. And he said,
no, here they are.
So what would be your advice on?
I told you that's what they're hanging on to. There's no plan. Anybody who tells you there's a plan just needs to get ready to deal with what we have here. What we have here, you need to be able to deal with it in the most appropriate way. There's no Insurrection Act. There's no military takeover. Trump's not in charge. Trump's not the president. He's not controlling the military. None of that happened. But he said something about don't concede the wine. Holy shit.
That right there. And General Flynn said, well, he said, I would hold on to that bottle. I wouldn't give that bottle up. He said, I would not concede that bottle. And then he said, I'll just leave it at that. And then he said, in fact, whenever you decide to break that water bottle open, maybe I'll come to have a glass of wine with you. So what does that mean? Well, I come back to this, folks. You have to remember, what is Flynn's career? What has Flynn done his whole life? Flynn is military intelligence, right? What is military intelligence known for? Misinformation. Okay, misinformation. So you can look at that a number of different ways and why he might have said the things that spook some people. A couple people sent it to me. And all I can say is, remember, this is information warfare. This platform here is my information warfare platform. My platform or my mission is to tell you the truth as I see it, not give you any bullshit, which is what you can't get virtually anywhere else from anywhere else, not have that coming at you. So Somebody always, by the way, folks, people say, and this is what mystifies me about people. They don't like my pen banging on the table or whatever, folks, really, you can jump out of here. Honestly, I don't run an operation to keep my viewers, or I got to keep the numbers up. I'm here to tell you, if you don't like me banging my pen, like, go to CNN, quite honestly, go to CNN. I'm not here.
By the way, to say that Mike Flynn's fucking entire career was military intelligence is an outright lie too. I'm pretty sure that when Flynn first joined the army, he was with the infantry. So his entire career was not intelligence.
Here,
even though he worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, in like 2010 or some shit like that. He started in Defense Intelligence Agency, and I'm sure he had a couple of runs at the Army Intelligence Center too while he was still in the military, not with the Pentagon.
To make this a wonderful bathtub full of warm water and bubbles and shit like that. So all these little things, I just kind of peruse here and there. I'm like, what's wrong with you? To me, it's actually funny. It entertains me. I'm just like, there's some people you're not going to reach. There just are some you're not going to reach, and I'm okay with that. But somebody says, I like the pen. Yeah, there's some of you people say it doesn't matter what I do. If I pass gas, you're like, that was awesome. And the one thing you got to remember, folks, and this is why I always tell people, think for yourself. Don't take everything I say for absolute gospel, because there are times I may make mistakes. Philosophically and my personal ideology, I will never back up. I'm not going to budge on that, but I may not always see things right. And that's why I say, look, if people look at Scott McKay and say, that's our savior, and believe me, I am absolutely respectful. Many people say, you give me hope.
Stop messing with his collar.
I'm massively flattered by that. I'm massively flattered. It is an incredible honor bestowed on me by you. And when you tell me that, believe me, it is the only thing in my life that actually counts besides Goldilocks. But all I can say is that I still say you have to look at things that I say. And if you don't see the picture that I have, that's where you do one of two things. You just blindly accept what I tell you and follow me, or you say, you know what? I'm going to be like Reagan was with Gorbachev and Perestroika and Glasnost. He said, trust but verify. Trust but verify. So I encourage people always to do their own research, verify what I say, try to prove it wrong. Some of my listeners will tell you, and I don't see it's probably a whole lot more comes at me, but they'll say, hey, you were wrong about this, and here's the reality. And you know what? I'm like, hey, great, thanks for letting me know that. But when somebody comes in like an idiot, what happens to them? It's Groundhog Day with a 22 rifle. I don't put up with rude people. But that being said, what I'll say is you have to read between the lines on you got to look at everything. You got to look at the whole picture, because this is information warfare. Say, okay, why would Flynn say that? Okay, let me speculate. Because one of the things we don't want to have happen is we don't want, if they came right out and said everything, folks, of what we believe is going on there, we have this lunatic faction of the left, and the other side will take action and maybe turn loose their BLM, Antifa, ISIS trained Antifa fighters to start creating chaos. They don't want anything to disrupt the operation, whatever they're planning on doing. They don't need any of that. They want this relatively calm and peaceful. In addition to that, as I see it, they want the lunacy out of DC, out of wherever they are. Maybe it's what studio is Castle Rock Soundstage, Culver City, maybe, I don't know. It's at that studio. They want that to continue because they want people to see what these lunatics are doing. Unwinding the border, catch and release is now back in play. Thousands of people coming into the country now. Stop the building of the wall. People need to see this. And again, somebody will say, well, this is BS. And once again, I'll say it again and again and again and again and again and again. We live in a nation where 80+% of the people are wearing masks every forking day in public, everywhere. This country is still asleep.
Every forking day. Is he adding fake plants to his background like we wouldn't notice? Is he moving this one further and further in until he's literally setting in a jungle?
Discovered that. I really did. This country is still asleep. So anyways, one of the things I want to play for you guys here, I want you to hear this for yourself. You know who James Clapper is? He was the head of, I forget his role was director. Maybe was he DNI? They're over all the intelligence agencies.
James Clapper.
So
James Clapper.
And a criminal, former Air Force Lieutenant General, total scumbag, absolute scumbag.
Clapping them cheeks is what he's been doing. Clapping them cheeks.
Then this is how this information is coming out. He is being interrogated or given a deposition, and he's talking about the criminality that involves.
He was director of national intelligence, I'm pretty sure.
And you can tell it's Clapper's voice. I'm going to go ahead and let you all listen to this. I'm going to listen to it with you, and then we're going to come back and talk about one more thing. But I want you folks to just listen to this. Yes, I'll work on the volume if it's too loud for some of your sensitive ears. Let's see, where is that? Okay, let's hear this.
Domestic terrorism within the country, and access was limited to a certain group.
Why can't you figure out how to share audio digitally? No one wants to hear your shitty fucking Bluetooth speaker playing in the... Here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to the rest of his video like this. Apparently it's working. He's got more fans than I do, so here we go.
Known as the Dirty Trick Squad in Baltimore. This is where they were using hammer, sunrise, sunset, things like that.
Doesn't that sound good?
Just compromise them. Others of you just want to go and concentrate on judges, but they want to concentrate on this. And it would illegally compromise people, illegally wiretap, breaking computers, plan reverse change emails, things of that nature. In this capacity of working with them, that information about the judges and Roberts and Pence that have come out. I've tried several times in the past to get it out and was thoroughly squashed by Rod and the DOJ and FBI to a horrible extent. I tried to get in 2015, tried to end run them and go Homeland Security. But in the video, I tried to warn President people he was doing the daily, especially Rod, trying to compromise people around them, get there anyone they possibly could.
How were Rod and Robert Society and Mike Pence connected?
That group, I mean, they're all interconnected in one way or another. That particular group was Rod, BP Pence, Paul Ryan. That was the core of that group. Robert's in there, but that was the core of it. And it was an attempt where Rod was the brilliant legal mind behind it to remove President Trump on the 25th Amendment. But that's an old movie because that's not being passed over for promotion, which they both felt they were. BP Pence
This is 8 minutes long.
hated President Trump because he had ticketed his slot as rightful president.
Why the fuck can't he figure out how to share audio through his shitty fucking phone or computer or whatever? Why do these people... The other dude does it too. The Triumph News dude, he does it too. He's got a round JBL speaker. He's got a computer in front of him, and there's a computer to the fucking side, and he's recording with his cell phone, but he doesn't know how to get that video from his cell phone to his computer. So any audio, he looks it up in his fucking computer and then plays it through a Bluetooth speaker so you can hear it while he holds the phone pointed at his computer and it fucking shakes around and shit. What is the deal here, guys? What is wrong with you all? You know that you can use that computer to not only send someone video, but audio as well, right? It's like it's their first goddamn day on the internet, and they just stumbled into millions of fans. They must think that this fucking streaming shit and getting fans and making a living off of it is just the easiest goddamn thing in the world, because they just showed up one day with a fucking cell phone, a fucking Microsoft Surface Pro, and a goddamn JBL speaker, and damn, they're out here killing it. This douchebag even uses Apple products. He can't be a good guy. Impossible.
He felt that he did. And Paul Ryan was actually considered running as well for vice presidential slot, and Mitt Romney was also involved. But they don't believe President Trump's outsider and not paid his dues. They just didn't like him. So once BP Pence was in there, once President Trump was elected, obviously Vice President Pence, I just walked away and everything became very quiet. I was their bull inside. Someone would run interference and certain things.
I can't tell anything that's being said.
Relationship between Mike Pence and Rosenstein, or was there any kind of leverage being placed on the president?
Rosenstein.
There was leverage on Mike Pence because of surveillance from way back in the 2013 range that they had gunfights and warrants to exploit, and Rod had that. He wanted a vice president slot himself. If they could remove President Trump, Vice President Pence becomes president, and Rod felt that he would be the natural selection for it. Paul Ryan felt differently, as did Mitt Romney, but that was the overall goal. Each one vying for the vice presidential slot. Rod thought he was a clear winner because of his legal brilliance and his management of the criminal investigation and special counsels and things. He would be the one to remove the president, damage him so thoroughly he could be removed, and he deserved it.
So do you know what type of leverage would existed for the vice president?
The vice president has had homosexual relations in the past. Many of them were adults. This is something he had done throughout his time in Congress. When he became governor, he thought that he was free to explore them more. There are two specifically that they had recorded. One gentleman, roughly 20 years his junior. They had a fairly steady relationship. There's one about half his age. It was much more sporadic. Because it was more dangerous, harder to get time alone. There was that second one that introduced younger people. This is whomever he's 17, he's 15. Whomever he's 15, he's 13. And Rod and Roberts, the Chief Justice Roberts, a lot of the younger people involved, the ones that were brought as
I've seen hidden camera celebrity porns with cameras like plastered in fucking walls and shit that had higher fucking quality audio. Kim, what's up? Did you send a donation the other day when we were offline? Thank you very much for that. I got a donation from someone named Kim's Cults, and I appreciate it. But I don't think I've seen you since then because that was the cake stream, and I don't think you were here for the cake stream, were you? If you were, I didn't see you in chat. I didn't see anybody in chat. Mariah was reading them off. She probably skipped yours though.
Favors were supplied by Jeffrey Epstein's channels through his channels. His people. They were able to get fight warrants because one, of course, Chief Justice Roberts had fight sport and help prepare them. But it was also Epstein was an intelligence asset. Something between various agencies around the world. They used his information. They exploited it for their own good.
I'm not saying that Brad's not a good guy. That was just a joke about Apple products. Brad doesn't say anything about he has connections or intel or anything like that. He's been fooled, and he's repeating what he hears. He's not like Simon or this guy or any of those other people. He says, did you guys watch this? Have you seen this? Let's talk about it. Simon says he's talking to generals. This guy says he's talking to Chinamen. They all claim that they've got insiders and intel and special privileges. At least this guy just says, hey, I watched this video. Let's talk about it. Hey, I watched this other video. Let's talk about it. At least he's not claiming to have knowledge that he doesn't have like these guys.
So when he was here, or his people were here, it was easy enough to.
I'm assuming this guy's name's Brad, right?
Surveil everything, document it, but they would not.
I don't even know his real name.
Reveal it was more than the leverage on everything. Of course, this is under their own corrupt ideas, but under Rod, his tutelage.
He's from Chattanooga, ain't he, Travis?
All right. So I was ask you if we could get into some more details with the Dirty Trick Squad and how Rosenstein was a part of that group, and if Roberts had any type of interaction here as well.
Dirty Trick Squad was just like so it was maybe control. This group of people that were either dirty or they controlled. I was one of those controlled. There's Rod, Sean Henry, FBI, Sean Bridges, Secret Service, Joseph Rosati, who was the DEA, Boris Schock was ATF, Ray Dutz, who was the TFO, DEA, he was formerly Baltimore County Police. This was the basis of the Dirty Trick Squad. Computer experts, and also we had technical experts, and that's what they were doing. And there was another group in Fort Washington, who was running one down there. This was a satellite location in Baltimore just for the really illegal stuff, illegal communications, hacking, phone tapping, you name it. And those people, they concentrated their main focus.
Can you drive over to his house and show him how to share audio with? I'm just going to have to skip this. I can't tell what's going on.
Study the computers.
You know, I couldn't tell if that was Clapper. It did when I saw people saying the same thing that I thought earlier. Is this Clapper? And I saw like 1,000 people in here. It's not Clapper, not Clapper. So, and it may not be Clapper. Somebody said in here, a couple people said it's Lynn Woods' whistleblower. I've never heard this. It says that is Lynn Wood whistleblower who was not CIA. Okay, good. It wasn't Clapper.
Oh, we watched that video. That was the video that was dropped that said Lynn Wood just dropped the bombshell. Here is everything. And we couldn't make heads or tails who the person was, but apparently it's a whistleblower that no one can identify. That's just over here blowing everybody's whistle, including Lynn's.
It's amazing what you people focus on. Look, when you say it one time, you guy says it like 15 times through here, like over and over. It's like, dude, really? I don't know why.
Shut the fuck up. You just shared a video to hundreds of thousands of people on a live stream and said, this is James Clapper right here. Check this out. And you're mad because a guy said 5 times, hey, this is not James Clapper. Fuck you. Holy shit. Holy shit. How? You fucked up. Not them. You fucked up. And then some guy says it like 5 times. I get it, bro. But you listened to the whole 20-minute video and told people it was James Clapper.
Yeah, I just don't understand some of the things you guys focus on. I wanted you to hear what somebody is saying about Pence. I want you to hear what they're saying about Rod Rosenstein. By the way, I will grab this and I'll put it in the link here so you can hear, because I know somebody said, hey, it's kind of muffled. You can't really hear it well. And I had to really listen closely when I listened to it on the computer. So I know it's not real clear going through the mic. Certainly isn't going to be the same. Anyways, I found that quite interesting that this kind of testimony is out there somewhere. And again, it confirms that what I've said about Pence. That being said, we're going to find out. But all these mystery things that you see going on around DC, you see, we didn't talk about Jeff Zucker stepping down last night before last? Again, another big player. I think they took him on CNN. I believe it was NBC that got rid of him. I believe a few years ago went to CNN. And people were like, "You kidding me that he tanks one company, tanks the ratings, and then they bring him over to another company?" It's like, how could they possibly do these things? None of their corporate strategies make any sense. But again, I'm getting back to look at everything. Look at what's going on in the world. Look at these people stepping down. Look at the things going on in DC. Nothing makes sense at all on any level. Okay, so here's what I want to talk to you about before we take off. And I did have some conversations today with Audrey about the Patriot Street Fighter Tour, what that would look like. So I want you to know, I keep getting emails from people that say, come to Alaska, come here, come to South Dakota.
Is everybody going on tour? He's going on tour. Flynn's going on tour. Simon's going on tour. Charlie's going on tour. Doug Billings needs to go on tour. Why is everybody going on tour? Why? Jesus Christ.
But come to Sturgis, come to wherever. So we're talking about that. We'll see what that may look like. If that's something you guys are excited about, I can tell you what this is going to be about. We do it. It is this. Kind of reminds me of Trump's speech to the United Nations. It's probably the only thing that I would have to take issue with that Donald Trump said. One thing that I can think of in the entire time he was running for the presidency, since he served the presidency and is doing what he's doing now, he was speaking to the United Nations, and he said to the United Nations, he said, the future doesn't belong to the globalists, it belongs to the patriots. Well, I am definitely, for the first time ever, Trump, going to go up against you on that, and I don't believe it is actually, you have that correct, so let me correct you, sir. The future does not belong to the globalists, it belongs to the patriot street fighters. That's who it belongs to. So,
oh, shit. Oh, epic. Holy shit. Let's throw one of these in there. Thank you. Thank you. The future does not belong to the globalists. Does not belong to the globalists. It belongs to the patriot street fighters. That was so epic. It made me want to one of those.
Because here's the deal. What we're going to do when we get past this threshold that I told you about, and we look at the world, how these animals, these scumbag criminals,
and his cufflinks that
once we clear out the roadblocks
that Trump sent to him, specially made,
then we're going to be able to reshape the world in the way we want to reshape it. There's going to be massive wealth available all over the planet. And so the days where the Council of 300, the Committee of 300, you never hear anything about, you probably have never heard of it until the last 2 or 3 years. The Council of 300, they're the people that get together, and all the ideas on where they're going to drive humanity in the worst ways for their benefit and plan it out to inflict it upon the earth and us. That shit's coming to an end. And all the Bilderbergers, the guys at Davos, all these people that get together, the mystery people in the hoods that sit at the round table that are planning out the future for us and humanity, that shit's coming to an end. When this thing's down and it's gone, we are going to decide which direction we take it. By the time we do this right and it gets done, we're going to be clearing all of those idiots out of power in DC that can't do shit. They solve no problems. They do nothing good for the country. They never have, as long as I've been alive, it seems, or at least since H.W. Bush came in. From there forward, these people have done nothing to serve the bright future of this country and for what it could be. So once we push these people out and we put the right people in, good patriots in there, and that'll be something else that I'll be spotlighting. And I have no idea how that looks now, what my role may be, my responsibility, if there is one. But I'm going to get into a position where I can actually start looking at these congressional candidates around the country to see who's who. And then I see any bullshit from any of these people, man, I'll tell you what, we're going to be hitting these people with 6,000 megawatt spotlights and showing everybody who they are. Look, whatever you do in your personal life, that is off limits. That's your life. There's no fair game there. You live your life. But if you're going to come into the public arena and you're going to do things that are going to hurt this country, then there are going to be things we have to talk about. So that's going to be my mission. It's going to be your mission. I want to help some of you people realize the power that you have and the intelligence that you've never really had to exercise, and get you to step off the bench and get out on the field. Start running for these offices. Start running for Congress. Some of you people think I could never do that.
Patriot Street Fighter movement. I'm going to have all my friends elected so they can donate more to my live stream.
You know what? If you have a good philosophy, you don't have to be a polished speaker. You don't have to have any of these things. All you have to do is have a philosophy. You don't need note cards. You shouldn't. If you believe what you believe and you just talk to people in your congressional districts, they'll understand what you're saying. You got to remember, the constituency that we are, the vast majority of us are just average people, marginal intelligence, high school education. Some have college educations, but believe me, I've met a lot of college educated derelicts. Trust me on that. I think the smartest and most savvy people are people who come out of high school, and then they find a way to get in business and have a small business and just kick ass. I got a friend, John. John started selling Kirby stuff.
I think the smartest people is people who come out of high school. Wouldn't that be just basically everybody? Almost everybody? You didn't even say graduate. Just come. If you've ever stepped foot in a high school and come out, I think you're the smartest people. That's basically everybody in the United States, my man.
Stuff door to door. Now he owns a multi-million-dollar solar operation. It's growing like crazy. Smart business guy, right? Didn't need a college education. He's one of the guys that proves if you're just willing to work hard, use your mind, you can do amazing things. So that being said, that's what I want to see you do. I want this whole movement to bring some of you out of the shadows and get into the playing field of life here in the country. And that's what I expect to do. We have this Patriot Street Fighter tour, is that we get together and we'll bring some of the people that you like, the digital soldiers and warriors out there that become some of your favorites, bring them into the fold. And we decide how we are going to run this country, how we are going to craft it. And once I start clearing out all this legislative bullshit, all the obstacles they put in front of us, we start deciding how
I'm legit thinking about if I can build an audience running for office, as long as it doesn't cost me too much, and knowing I probably won't win, or they'll probably bust me for something I said fucking in 95 or some shit. But I would like to document the whole thing and stream it and make videos on it, like one every day. Today's this day, and here's what we're doing today. We got to do this and this and this and this and this and this. And then the stream that night, we'll sit and talk about everything we did, even knowing like I'll probably not win. As long as, I mean, I listen, I literally live on a VA paycheck, and like the donations come in and help out. I can't spend like $20,000 on a campaign, but even if I don't expect to win, just documenting the process. Like today's the day we're going to sign up to run, and we got to meet over here, and there's a debate or whatever. Here's what the polls look like. Here's our research and blah, blah, blah. We're going door knocking. You guys can come along for a live stream or something like that. I think it would be fun to document the whole thing. I'm also fucking certifiably crazy. So if I do get elected, there's going to be some crazy shit happen by some slim margin. If fucking people elect me in, I don't know what I'll do. I'll melt down. I can't even go out in public. I'm gonna be the only senator sitting there where they just like open a laptop and they're like, all right, here's Will from his studio in his home that he never left.
We want to build a future. It's just a matter of doing it, folks. I don't care what it is in life. I don't care what it is in life. When you just have an idea of how you want to craft your life, and then you just paint the picture in your mind, and then you go find like-minded people, and then you just go do it. And you're going to be told no 100 times. You're going to have not doors slammed in your face, but you're just going to run into obstacle after obstacle after obstacle after obstacle. It's the way it is. That's what business is every day. So, but when you run into an obstacle, you turn this way, and you run into this obstacle, but you just keep zigzagging up the road. You keep zigzagging up the road. You're learning the whole way through the whole process. Don't care what it is, whatever endeavor. It's never a straight line. And I think what society has taught all of us is that it's a straight line. If you just go straight, if you hit the wall, it can't be done, and that's it. That's not the way it works. It is just doing something. And I've said this 1,000 times. I heard it a long time ago, very long time ago. When you come to a fork in the road, you take it. When you come to a fork in the road, you take it. Which way, right, left? It doesn't matter. Make a decision, pick your path, and go. If you went down the wrong path, what happens? You'll figure it out, you'll back up, and you'll redirect, and you go in another direction. Everything moves that way. That's what makes you smarter. It's not important where what you have or what you acquire. What is important is what do you become? What you become is a problem solver. So when we start taking this revolution into the cities around America, and we meet, hopefully we're meeting by the thousands of people at the Patriot Street Fighter empowerment events, wherever they're going to be. I want you to come and listen to people. I want you to get around people that you've listened to for however long and realize, hey, they're just like me. When I was sitting with
Oxy broke down the entire meaning of the cake stream the other day. It was it's pretty deep, to be honest with you. You guys gotta keep a lookout on that.
My new buddy Bobby O'Neill downstairs here, when he brought me that gift, he was like, I can't believe I'm sitting here with Scott McKay. I said, I just can't believe I'm sitting here and I'm hearing your voice and I'm seeing I'm in front of you. I'm thinking, well, guess what? This is it. If I was back in Kansas City, we'd be sitting down having beers, and he'd probably be working on his Harley, and I'd be sitting there, talking to him. This is all we are. We're no different than you are. There's nothing special about any of us. We just decided, you know what? Something needs to be done. Nobody's doing it, and I'm going to fork in.
There's definitely nothing different about you. At least I fucking work hard to make my stream goddamn entertaining and look good. You've just got a cell phone and a Bluetooth speaker. There's nothing different about you except your shirt's 2 sizes too small. And I think that's got something to do with the Grinch story and how that ties back together with you being like a greedy piece of shit, but I'm not positive.
And do it. And here we are. And there's so many of you people out there sitting here watching this. You'll do a hell of a lot better job than I will. I promise you. You just don't know it yet because you never took a shot at it. But I want this revolution to bring the leaders off of the bench who exist now and get them in the game of building the future for the way we want it to be. And I want those people who also come off the bench and aren't leaders, you come along and you'll become that. So many people out there have so much talent, parked on the sidelines doing nothing for themselves, let alone the country. All I want to do is kick a lot of you in the ass to get you on the playing field, turn you loose. You'll stun yourself. Some of the things that you will do, you will stun yourself like, holy Mary, Mother of God, that was me. I promise you, anybody who's doing anything, folks, we all go through the same thing. There may be some people that are so arrogant enough, maybe even narcissistic enough, like, of course it's me. Trust me. Down to probably the 1,000th of a percent person who may be that way. Everybody else is scared shitless when they take their first step to do anything. Believe me. Especially in a public arena. Terrified.
Maybe, Michael.
I make a fool of myself. I don't worry about that. You know why? I've made a fool of myself so many times. I'm so used to it. I expect somewhere to make a fool of myself. Guess what? Here I am. I'm alive.
Me too.
People still
expect you to make a fool out of yourself every time.
It made me not afraid to make a fool of myself. What's important is you have the courage just to step up and say, here I am. What can I do? Or decide what you are going to do and say, okay, who am I going to help find to help me do this? And that's what we're going to do on the Patriot Street Fighter Tour. We are going to build the world with the wealth that's going to be available, we clear these clowns out of here and we bury half of them and send the rest of them packing home. We are going to build this world the way we want it built. All this money these people spent. I live in downtown Dallas, as you know. I drive around. You come into the city, it has the best nighttime city skyline I have ever seen. And I've lived in 7 cities in the last 23 years. And I can tell you this, when I come through town and I look at this city, it's a beautiful city, but you know what it could look like? Every single building, even in the rundown areas, could look like Dubai or all the new buildings in Shanghai. That is how much money these scum, these horrible people have stolen from humanity.
Just to think that there's going to be mass arrests and billions of dollars rounded up and just passed out to everyone who really believed this story. Man, this is like a play on a classic grift where it's like, oh yeah, you just believe in the troll under the bridge, and then once you defeat him metaphysically, then you get the pot of gold from the leprechaun. This is all so fucking weird, dude. The fact that it's all tied to, oh yeah, you're gonna get free money too, and plus I know how much you like Trump, so there's Trump in there, and no one likes to see children abused, so let's do a special thing about how they eat and rape children, and then we'll also tie it back into illegal immigrants. Or what are you angry about? Oh, you're angry about taxes? They're raising taxes too. Oh, you work in the oil field? They're destroying oil. Oh, you drive a truck? They're going to make trucks illegal. Like anything they can tie it to make sure you are physically and emotionally tied down to it, they're going to push for it. They're going to push for it. They're going to include it in their little theory. Jesus Christ. Hold on just a second. It's weird how many, like the only reason I think they tied kids to it and try to push everybody as like this sick, disgusting, baby molesting, blah, 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 is because they know that grabs your emotional side. That pushes your emotion to say, oh my God, we can't let these people exist. Hell, I mean, it's emotional for me too. I couldn't even read that one line that dude said. Like, I understand where it's coming from, but man, they tied to anything they can to get a response. So it's money, it's emotion, it's anger, it's trickery and being fooled and into other emotions. I don't know. It's so weird.
Every street,
the whole movement.
Embarrassing. Downtown Dallas streets in this condition, it's nothing like Los Angeles. I live.
It's almost like it was specifically designed to not only get as many people as possible, but make them the most passionate people on this fucking earth about it as well. Like, not only does it grab a lot of people like Trump. A lot of people believe the government is like evil and shady, and there's like a shadow government or a deep state. And a lot of people, all of those people, I would say, would be pro protecting children. So not only does it grab them as a broad, not only is it broad net, it gets its hooks in deep, man, deep.
There too. That is a sin. But that's what happens when you have Democrat-run cities. Every Democrat-run city is a shithole compared to what it could be. If they had real business people in there that knew what they were doing, these clowns have no business running a candy store on a street side with a cart. No business. They don't know anything. They've never been in business. They don't know how to make anything work. They just screw it up and get more money out of your pocket from the taxpayer. Screw it up more, get a bunch of clown hanger-ons to help them sucker people into voting for them and stay in power and go after more of your money to keep trying to figure out what works and keep screwing it up and putting a bunch in their pocket. All the Democrat-run cities are like this. All of them. But I think of the money that we spent on these wars, $7+ trillion 4 years ago, $7 trillion on wars that did what? That money and the other money we could have put in a productive economy, cranking out jobs and paychecks and more money spent. And the velocity of money would be going so fast like an upward Tasmanian devil. Every city, every town, every building could be built.
I think that's the strangest fucking thing that I've heard someone describe money as. And the money velocity of it building would be going so fast like an upward Tasmanian devil. Nope, this could be some kind of weird sexual move. I better move it over here. Hold on. Your money is going to look like just like this, folks. There's going to be so much upward money movement. It's going to look just like this. Are you hearing me? An upward Tasmanian devil. Stick around, folks. It's about to get good if you're a Patriot Street Fighter. That's all I can say.
Built like a palace. This is not bullshit. This is the truth. That's what they have stolen from you, right? Once they're gone, we have to start thinking about, okay, how about we refabricate or regentrify every area of Dallas, Texas, or Pittsburgh? Well, Pittsburgh looks pretty great compared to what they've done for the last 40 years. A lot of these cities, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, get the clowns out, put them back in their districts, put their asses in jail or in the ground if they're traitors, and we take all of this money and we pave every single road in the city, all the suburbs, new buildings downtown, all the shopping mall areas, new faces, new curbs, and everywhere you go, it's like, it looks like Dubai, like an unbelievable, like who would not want to live here? That's the kind of world we're going to build. That is what our whole future is going to be all about. That's what I want you thinking about. That's what I want this tour to be about, to get you out of this matrix thinking, this matrix that we're all in, that we can't bust out of. We can't get out of it because we think poverty.
Whoa. We went straight past all the sexual innuendo right into fisting motions. He's just like, and we'll just keep busting, and I'll bust on you, and you'll bust on me, and then we'll just bust, and I'll bust in there. And then once I'm in there, I'll bust around on everything that's in there, and we'll bust together, busting it like upward Tasmanian devils.
There's only so much to go around for everybody in the world. Bullshit. There's 150 miles of gold bullion from the Vatican headed towards Jerusalem in a tunnel, 60 meters wide, 40 meters high, solid gold bullion. That's one little fraction of what these scumbags at the Vatican have been hiding from all of us. Just one.
60 meters high, 60 meters wide, 40 meters high, stacked full of gold bullion.
So once we take ours back from all these people, we're now going to say, what do we want to do with this? Do we want to sit around on stacks of gold bars? No, we want to rescue humanity.
Do we want to? When Trump comes back to office and the Capitol's in Texas, just think, we'll have enough gold bars to just build houses and furniture out of, to where we can sit in our gold house, in our gold furniture, and just sit around and talk about gold. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me?
Nobody dies of starvation. Nobody lives in poverty. Everybody has a beautiful home to live in. Some people are like, I want this massive mansion. Okay, whatever makes you happy. But everybody have a nice, comfortable place to live, a nice place. Every human. They should have. They stole it. They stole it and hoarded it. So when you start thinking about, okay, now what? Well, I get to technologies. We got all the patents are going to be declassified. All that. It's ours. Healing people. Hey, look, I expect they're going to roll me into a pod. Okay. I expect they're going to roll, and I knew this before in my mind and my soul before I started learning about the secret space program technologies. They're going to roll me into this pod just like it's an MRI machine. They're going to dematerialize all this metal. It's miraculously going to come out of me. It's gone. And they're going to refabricate my skeletal structure exactly like it was. Everything's back to what was normally, right? I believe that 100%. I have no doubt in my mind at all. So we're going to have manufacturing to build this kind of technology as massively penetrating every market, as mass distributed as we possibly can, to save people who got a shitty deal. People that are blind, like my sister has 10% vision in one eye. She's worked her whole life. She supported herself. She has to read a computer like this with one eye. Is blind, sent 10% vision here. I want to see, boom, optic nerves completely developed. First time since she was born. Wow, I can see. I don't know why, but I have no doubt in my mind for years, she's going to have full vision, right? Or somebody who lost a limb and all those things. When you stop thinking about how am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to get another job and all that stuff? And all those things are available to you because it's your right. It is your birthright. Open source.
What I zoned out. What are they? They're putting him in a pod and they're dematerializing his material, and I don't know. Let's move on. This guy's a fucking nut job. While he's busting all over everybody. Jesus Christ. Here we go. Here's some real grounded people. You always know when you see Jason Q and his his totes full of dead cats that his neighbors keep buying, and he keeps sacrificing to the God Emperor, that we're going to be a real grounded conversation here.
Hi,
Good,
everyone.
good.
Excited to be here again. My favorite Friday morning thing to do is to see your face.
You know, I thought do a bit of a spontaneous one today. We've got a special guest, Jason Q. I know you guys have been on shows before together. And the way Jason Q, I work all the time is very last minute and spontaneous, and our shows are always well received. And Mel, thank you so much for everything that you do. I know I start off the show every time in gratitude because our energy has been really well received. It's the one that hits the most views on my show. So
yeah, it does well on mine when YouTube allows me to have a channel.
Yeah. Well, just before we start, so everyone, thank you for watching. I just want to say a big thank you for everyone.
When YouTube allows me to have a channel.
Jason, that's supporting myself. In the description,
I could have punched her right in the mouth.
I'm going to put all Mel's details and her email list, my email list. Jason, you don't have an email list, but he's on Facebook. But all the details we'll put, so please support Mel on her channel. Unfortunately, you've been, you're in jail, in YouTube jail. Was it Facebook jail?
Well, no, I'm in YouTube jail, but there's 2 accounts out there that your viewers should know are not mine. The Mel K Show official, not official. And the Mel K and Charlie Ward Show, not ours. But I get strikes for the same videos that they put up and don't. So that's interesting. Figure that one out. I guess they know who the real one is at YouTube. But yeah, so don't support them.
Yeah, they've got you on radar, Mel. You're telling the truth. It's you actually saying
unless you do.
They're not,
just support them.
Actually, you know, penalizing the real Mel K.
I'm going to rename my show Simon Parks, Charlie Ward, Jason Q, Patriot Street Fighter, Mel K, and X22 Report official. That way everybody knows who to really support.
Right. That's okay. My stuff's
What's
up
up?
on BitChute. We're trying to make the melkshow.com work and be able to stream there. So you know what? They can keep fighting. I really, this isn't about me. This really is about a much bigger picture than me. And you know what? I'm at a point where whatever, if I put it up on YouTube and it comes down, I just think, okay, I guess I over the target.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, there's been some big news today. Jason's got a lot to share with us, and Mel, I'm excited to hear what you've got to say. But just before we started this show, there was news from Charlie on Nicholas's show that Biden has apparently been arrested at
Oh shit! I didn't mean to turn my camera off.
Of this 20th of January, along with 355 congressmen, 109 senators.
She's already claiming that people have been all the congressmen, all the senators, and the president have all been arrested.
What you've got to say. But just before we started this show, there was news from Charlie on Nicholas's show that Biden has apparently been arrested at 12 a.m. on the 20th of this 20th of January, along with 355 congressmen.
No fucking way. Where? Where do they get this shit?
So you can follow it.
There's no charge for watching any of those. We've moved them all onto our own platform. Every single video, I'm not qualified from them, more than to you. It's your choice. As I said, I'm not qualified to give the.
Hello, everyone. So today we are back with Charlie Ward, our usual weekly briefing. Just before we begin, guys, subscribe to our BitChute channels, our YouTube channels, and also now Charlie Ward is on Gab as well. And also I should be doing the same. The links are below in the description.
And Telegram.
And Telegram, sorry if I didn't say that one, and Telegram as well. Charlie, do you want to say anything before we begin?
No, it's we're living in an amazing time right now. And I did mention, I'm going to read out.
Here's a good question among this very sad people saying something is happening, but we can't see it. Keep the faith. Hold the line. If Biden's orders are not true or real, how the fuck did he shut down the pipeline? Just wondering. I'm in Ohio and absolutely nothing has happened yet. Only the military knows what's going on. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Drop everything on Super Bowl. That would be awesome. I'm starting to wonder if this is going to be the biggest April Fool's joke ever. Finally revealed on April 1st. Finally, they might actually get a date right. Nature's buzzing genius is alive. Every beautiful bee understands the whole hive. Love wins. That sounds like some stupid cryptic shit they come and put in my fucking shit. Simpsons prediction, Trump and Sanders. Homer pulls their mask off. Here we go. Charlie, I hope you are helping with getting those children rescued. Heartbreaking. Oh, God, they're going to do a child grift. This is Saturday morning, California time. I was just getting ready to send this out to all my family and friends. I think not, lol. I don't want them to think I'm fucking nuts. I'm going to put it on hold. Hope it was just a day off. Oh, no. Did he predict something?
That I've received. I put it out yesterday, but it's had a huge impact on people because this was a statement that I received. Basically saying it's done. The deep state collapses. The best is coming now. The official announcement of martial law and a legitimate military government has been in effect since 12 a.m. on January the 20th, 2021. It was made on Friday, the 29th, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 11 o'clock GMT. The official announcement of Joe Biden's arrest, along with 355 congressmen, 109 senators, 464 elected on the 24th and 25th of January, was made on Sunday, January the 31st at 4:35 p.m. Eastern Standard.
At least they got that. That was a Sunday. I at least wanted to check and see if anybody even looked at the calendar when they made this up.
10:35 GMT, 11:35 Central European Time. These announcements were made on the dates and the hours above to all American media, television, radio, and national newspapers, and to all of the world's news outlets.
And not a single one of them said, well, fuck, if they're not going to show it, we at least might as well break the story, right? You can only hide this for so long. Shouldn't we tell people that 15 days ago it all ended?
As expected, by the legitimate military government that runs the United States of America right now, this official information was 100% censored by all official world media.
Every news station, news source, newspaper in the fucking world said, nah, no.
The US military government knew this and wanted it that way. As with Biden and his party's coup d'etat,
if you knew this, if the U.S. government knew this was going to happen and wanted it to not be broadcast by the media, even though they sent it to them, why did they send it to them? They could have just easily not sent it and been like, okay, well, same thing happened, and we didn't take a chance of someone accidentally leaking it out.
The legitimate US government is allowing the US media to commit widespread treason by having them censor the legitimate government's official statements about measures of national security and immediate danger to the American nation. The Illuminati media of the Fourth Reich have all fallen into the trap. Now, the legitimate military government can take over provisional control of all such terrorist media whenever it wants.
That is legitimate fascism. If we're going to take all the money, we already saw we're going to be in brick houses. He also said earlier that they were going to take all of the businesses and make sure they weren't being run by pedophiles and make sure everybody had a job. And now they're taking all the fucking media and declaring martial law. What do you mean they're the Fourth Reich? You're building the Fourth Reich. Just because it's a guy you like doesn't mean it's... Holy shit. Holy shit, dude.
As dictated by law and in the US Constitution. The US military government will take control by force of an official media, radio, television, and newspaper across the United States this Friday, the 5th of February. That's today, at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, or midnight Central European Time. This includes the acquisition of all US channels on the broadcast satellites that broadcast live in Europe.
It's 15 hours later, Charlie. It's 29 hours later. Did we miss it, buddy?
This also means that all Europeans with a satellite reception antenna who receive US channels can no longer be censored and will therefore find out the truth from Friday evening, February the 5th, which is today, 2021. So, and it continues to go into a little bit more detail. In fact, I'll read it through because it's very important.
Please
Among other things, the US military will be obliged to broadcast on all these American mass media the revelations about Biden's coup d'etat, his arrest, with elected officials on Sunday, the 24th of January, and Monday, January the 25th. Finally, on February the 12th, that's next week, the US military government will officially, evidence submitted to all world governments and to the press internationally, publish all evidence of the conspiracy committed by the French, the Chinese, and other governments to create a false global epidemic to overthrow the US government. This, by running its economy and destroying the entire world's economy, is an act of war that gives, among other things, the legitimate right of the US government to overthrow Macron and other terrorist governments. Wow. I think that lays it out fairly clearly, Nick.
So it does. It's very interesting because, first of all, where are you reading this from?
On my screen.
What's the source?
It's come to me from a very, very good source that's working.
A very good source.
So I have had it verified by 2 different people.
Absolutely. No, of course. It's very interesting information. And today is the day, and
today's the day, and we don't like giving out dates, do we, Nick?
I was just going to say no, and it's not you giving out the dates; it's the intel that you're reading. So I just want to make that clear to you.
This is the intel that I'm getting. So, and this is very, very important, Nicholas, because this is where truth is. When we're told something's going to happen, and it happens, then we can establish that it's truth. Because truth is only up until right now. I've read this, but this is about today and next week. Let's see if it's the truth. Let's see. This is a very good barometer that I've been prepared to put out there because the people that I got it from, I trust. Let's see.
So from this article, we understand and you understand that Biden has actually been arrested. Is that what that article is saying?
This is a very good source. One of the best sources, if you will. It is a source beyond sources. It's a source. It happened today, which was actually yesterday. By 6 p.m., there would be a full announcement. Everyone would know. Everyone would be made aware. The source of the source of the source of the source is the sorcerer's source, Worcestershire sauce sources. So now we know that you're a big fat lying piece of shit, Charlie. I don't know how else to put this. Your source that you made up is bad. I don't want Trump or anyone else to enact martial law, take over the means of production, give everybody universal basic income of gold bars, take over the entire country, enforce the law with the fucking military, and also take over every piece of media. Because what if Trump wants to do something I don't like? I would never know. I would never be able to speak out against it. I wouldn't be able to say anything because I have his money. Your source is bad.
If you watched my videos back in the middle of last year, he was actually arrested and executed last year. What we're seeing right now is either a body double
Oh yeah, remember, don't forget, it's not the real Biden who's not doing the real things, that's not doing the other thing. His source told him that the real Biden was the other Biden that was executed before the other Biden in the last year, and the other Biden several months ago before the Biden. And at the inauguration, this is either a body double or a clone Biden. And for some reason, even with the body double clone Biden, they didn't think to fix the dementia. The dementia. We're going to build back better Bidens with dementia.
Double, a clone or CGI. But I was told I knew he was arrested back in the middle of last year and executed.
But for
and when I asked when it would become public, they said March next year. Well, we're in February. It's come out early.
Right. So for the sleepy people who are asleep, who watch BBC and CNN, for those people who do believe that Biden is still alive and now president, for them, according to that article, he's been arrested, and mainstream media are completely censoring it. And the white hats are allowing mainstream media to censor.
I hate my life.
Information so that they can fall into the trap of treason. Is that correct?
That's correct. And for those people that are asleep, you might need a pillow. Go and talk.
Now you can blame Charlie. You can blame his made-up intel. But this piece of shit right here, just let him say that. This piece of shit just right here, just let him say that, and with a straight face said, so I want to make this clear, this isn't your intel. This is intel that you're receiving from a good source. Yeah, real good source. So what you're saying is Biden's already dead. He's been rounded up. He's been executed. This is a different Biden. They've arrested them all. Not to mention 350 senators, 159 House members. They've rounded all those people up, and now we're completely under martial law. They're letting the news just commit treason because why not? Yeah, I see where you're coming from there. Thanks for the reporting, dude. You at some point you got to be responsible for the people you bring on. Like, I'm all for giving everybody a voice. And I wouldn't say, oh, I'd never have that person on just because blah, blah, blah. But I would absolutely say I would have that person on, but I'm not just going to let them spew this shit out. Like, of course this didn't fucking... We're a day past this and you haven't made an update video? It make a whole lot of sense.
Talk to Mr. Pillow, Mike Lindell. He'll supply you with some more pillows.
Yeah. I love you, Charlie. Right. So you know what? I done an executive order video with Tara, and
not even Newsmax or Right Side Broadcasting Network or not even them. Damn, this deep state is deep.
It was very interesting because we were talking about freezing of assets, and it was just a matter of days after I released that video that we see a list of resignations, and one of the big ones was the Amazon of CEO. Do you have any more information?
That's an absolute lie, John Smith. That's an absolute lie. His job is to remain completely impartial. That's not true. He only pushes one side of these conspiracies, and when he doesn't have a guest on or when he's wrapping up, he pushes one fucking narrative. He might seem impartial because he's non-confrontational and looks like he'd fucking take a dick in the back of his throat, but that's a lie. That's an absolute lie.
Information of that?
Well, most people heard the press release that said that Jeffrey Bezos had stood down. For those people who've been watching Santa Surfing's done some research and gone into the court documents as to who's been in court and what's going on. As she's gone through, she's picked up on the fact that Biden was arrested. She's picked up that Pelosi was arrested. She's picked up that Schiff was arrested. She's picked up that Bezos was arrested. And anybody can go onto these.
Is he trying to say Bezos? Who the fuck is Bay sauce? Like sauce that you would have at the Bay? Sauce made by the Bay? Sauce for the Bay?
Court web pages. It's public information as to what they were arrested for. You have to pay a small fee to get the information. I actually spent a fortune at the start of this journey back in April and May when these arrests first happened and did exactly that and went through the whole list of people that got arrested. And the one thing I learned with that was people were saying, well, can you send me a copy? Can you send me a copy? It doesn't actually help because then you go, well, how can you prove it's right? So the only way to prove it's right is for you to go and check.
That's right. That's right. I've got it. I've seen it. I have it. Can you send me a copy? No. You just look and try to find it. And when you can't, I'm going to say, Well, you didn't look hard enough. If you really wanted to see it, you'd look harder. Can you just send me a copy? No, because then you'll say my copy's fake. Well, if you send me a copy, I can take an excerpt from it, put it in fucking quotation marks, and search it, and it'll bring me up the document. I can evenly put .pdf behind it, and it'll bring me up the text document. No, you just say it's fake. Oh, don't worry about it. You just keep looking, and if you don't find it, you're not looking as hard as I did, because I'm a hard looker.
Yourself on the court website. We'll point you to the right court website. You can register in there and request the information and get all the information yourself. So you can say firsthand, I've got the information, and empower yourself, rather than if I give it to you, go, I don't know if it's right or not, and I waste all my time getting it for you, and then you question it. It's just like, you might have edited it. Well, you get it yourself then. Get it yourself, find out for yourself, and then you can tell other people the truth.
Absolutely.
God damn, this is getting deep. This is... too fucking deep. Too fucking deep. That's all the way from back in December. Jesus Christ. Is she on YouTube? There it is. Oh, he's live. We're going to get to watch that tonight. All right. Article, Army. So that was from 13 hours ago. Army-Navy game. Capitol Hill Sirens. Pillow fight with Lindell and Newsmax. Monopoly money. Are people getting arrested at the White House? Forbes on hedge fund shorts. Freedom Day. Fairness and unity. I want to see the Bezos one. That's the one I want to see. Do I have to spell Bezos? How do I get it? No matches. I don't know that I'll find it. I might have to look later. But anyways, let's get back on this one.
For everyone to see. So
It is.
So we all know and we all have this information.
Crystal clear.
And it's crystal clear, yeah. Now, what do you think would happen, when Trump allows these people to fall into the trap of impeachment because they want to pursue him for the impeachment? I mean, what kind of effect would that have on the deep state when they go to court?
First of all, let's get things very, very clear. The war is won. This is pantomime. So the impeachment is number one. You can't impeach a citizen or a civil servant. You have to be in office, and he's not in office, I don't think. I pointed out already the military are in control right now, so you can't impeach Donald Trump, who's not the president. It's a bit like running on at half-time for a game of football when both teams have left the pitch, and you go on and score a goal, and you wanted to go on that side score sheet. It's not going to happen. It's quite simple.
So why do you... Sorry, Charlie.
So what it will do in the pantomime, remember it's pantomime. In the pantomime, they'll go through the process. and they'll do what they did last time. We've got all the evidence. We've got all the evidence here ready to show, and they go, fine, let me see it. Oh shit, somebody's nicked it. I don't know where it's gone. Maybe Hunter Biden's got it on his laptop. Don't know where it is, but it's not here. And then suddenly it will just disappear. It's the usual complete and utter bullshit story. You couldn't make up. They've, the truth is that there is no evidence at all. All the stuff that they've got is complete and utter rubbish. There's not an ounce, not a milligram of truth in what they're saying. But this is pantomime.
There's not an ounce or a milligram of truth in what you're fucking saying, dude. God damn. You literally told us that 29 hours ago would be this announcement. Where is it, Charlie? Where is anything that you've ever fucking said would be true? You can't keep blaming your sources before people are like, why would you still be listening to that source unless you're just making up these sources? Or all of your sources are wrong, or most of your sources are wrong. Twitter busted you lying that Trump sent you presidential cufflinks that are only to be issued by the president and given as gifts to his favorite people. And you said, see you at your inauguration. And you were going to be sitting there in January. Twitter found out that you can buy those cufflinks for about $10 a pair, and you can buy up to $299 at the time, which is the max stock that's allowed on eBay. None of your stuff is true. None of it.
Is allowing them to expose themselves, and that's exactly what he'll do. This week and next week, he'll allow them to expose themselves. And if it goes in front of a tribunal and they come up with, he'll want to submit evidence about them. And in a court, of course, both parties are allowed to submit evidence. And if one party hasn't got any evidence, well, the case is lost, but we're still going to submit Trump's evidence against them. So he's just digging holes for them, and they're jumping in with both feet every single time. And it's enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. So, the deep state, they know they know the law very well. So why do they believe that they can impeach a president? Do you think that they are trying to create a new precedent?
No, it's pantomime. It's complete pantomime. And it's just showing how the arrogance of what they are. And they've been in control for so long. They just don't think that their days are over. But this is pantomime. Their days are long over. Deep down, they know it's over. But this is pantomime. It's being allowed to play out here to wake people up to the stupidity. It's like the executive orders that he's signing. They're all signed in Hollywood in the Castle Rock studio owned by Amazon. They're all signed there, and we've got all the evidence of that. He's never stepped foot in the White House. The executive orders are being put on the list just to show people. The Pentagon haven't executed one of them because he's not in a position to do so. The control of the United States of America is the military, because the corporation of the United States of America was collapsed some time ago. So even the election was a farce from the point of view of what happened, but it was done on purpose to expose what they were doing. The value of that election had no value, because you're voting for a president of a corporation that doesn't exist. And if you have a company that's been declared bankrupt, and you, after the receivers come in, you appoint another chairman, I suggest you go and see a brain surgeon.
Absolutely.
Doesn't make any sense.
So a lot of people have been asking me, Charlie, specifically to ask you, what is going on with the UK?
The UK, again, another corporation that's gone bankrupt.
Hell is wrong with you? Jesus Christ.
Revenue and Customs not collecting tax, because they know that they could be absolutely sued the back doors out of, because they're trying to take taxes on a corporation that doesn't exist, and that's a downright fraud. So the pennies drop with somebody there to go, hang on a sec, we're in trouble here. So the corporation of the United States, the United Kingdom government, all the politicians, everything like that, they have no power anymore. It's all gone. So they're, it's just in name only. They're a representative parliament in name only. It doesn't exist because the corporation has been dissolved. And when we move away from maritime law, which is what they're all employed under, and we go back to common law, they don't have a job. So, the whole structure of common law will mean that all politicians and all the bureaucrats.
We're caught up with that one. Let's go back over here. We need to get back to the whole reason we came over here was to listen to his bullshit about all the people that had been arrested. So let's go back. We got caught up on that. Let's see what they're saying. We can't watch all this. It's over an hour long, and I really want to see that Doug dude or whatever his name is.
109 senators, of which 464 elected, and this was done on between the 24th and 25th, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time and 10:30 GMT. So this was, I'm just relaying the information from Nicholas's show, but there's been a notification by the military to all MSN worldwide and to all governments about this. So let's see. I think, Jason, you wanted to say something
Bat Boy from like the tabloids, Bat Boy.
about this today, didn't you?
Well, I mean, I just think it's funny because first mass arrest that will shock the world. Our whole government, Congress. Funny how we called that. That's a check for us.
You didn't call it. Why? I just think it's pretty funny how he said that yesterday, and then it was supposed to happen today, and then it didn't happen. And we called that it would happen, and that we knew exactly how they were. I just think it's funny that that's a check mark for us. You know, the first mass arrest that will shock the world. All government officials. That's exactly what we said. Now we're all going to nod. Like, we told you so. We told you so. Thank God you listened to us and sent us your money.
Wide and to all governments about this. So let's see. I think, Jason, you wanted to say something about this today, didn't you?
Well, I mean, I just think it's funny because first mass arrest that will shock the world. Our whole government, Congress. Funny how we called that. That's a check for us. I mean, we're literally like way over the target. Like, we've all been talking about this. You know, how Congress, it's a tyrannical government. It has to be brought down. Everybody that's all scared right now, it's like, it's already done. There's no need to be scared. Now you gotta learn. Now is a time where you need to just, put on your big boy and big girl pants and say, you know what? Yeah, they did some bad stuff. We gotta learn what they did so we don't repeat it. That's it.
Right. Yeah, I saw. I know people were upset. I've been being attacked, which is now now I'm getting good at it. It's I'm getting much better at being attacked than ever. If I had this thick skin when I was in Hollywood, it might have gone differently.
It's a really learning curve, isn't it? This journey, Mel.
Oh, it's crazy.
It really helps you evolve in every single way, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. You know, post the inauguration, it's been nothing but vicious attacks. But we got a mention on Michael Jaco's show. I'm not sure if you saw that. Our one, the full moon hangover, Mel.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's so nice. Listen,
awesome.
all of us are in this for good. The people that are connected in our sphere and the people that we work with, everyone is for God, country, justice, and doing it for the right reasons. And that's why we all connected and we stay connected. And if it wasn't for our group of, real, true digital soldiers,
that's what it is.
The real thing we are. There'd be a lot more lost souls out there. And I don't know if I would have kept going, because that's the beauty of community and fellowship and connecting on a different spiritual level with a similar mission. I know last night on the Billing show, General Flynn was on, and a lot of people got very upset because General Flynn said that the Insurrection Act was not called.
Yes.
What I have to say about that is, A, the military doesn't tell you what they're doing, and he wouldn't be authorized, even if they were, to tell us. And B, he didn't say it was over, because what I've said all along is I believe that this is an alliance of governments and a special ops military force that has been working with the entire world of special ops people that, maybe he didn't do it. There were many options, as I've said many times, contingency of government, a bunch of different things, continuity of government, I mean. But the truth is, like Jason said, our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence protect us. And Thomas Jefferson wrote in the Declaration of Independence that when the government becomes despotic and is no longer working for the people, for the independence of the individual, their property, and their security, the people have the right to abolish the government and reconfigure the government in a way that works properly for them. It is our government. It is not their government to rule over us as they've been doing. And as everyone's seen over the last 2 weeks, the communism and the totalitarianism being instilled is nothing short of what happened in Germany 1933 through the Holocaust. And it's the exact same playbook, because it's the exact same people. And exactly. And what's happening now is, I believe, as I've said many times, This is
How
not.
do you
no
believe this
one
shit?
in the world is
How?
going to allow America to become a communist country. No leader, no way. And as we all know, there was also there's an alliance that's about the children and about the international trafficking and adrenochrome and all of that, which yesterday I connected to what's going on in Myanmar. And I believe that what we are seeing is exactly what the three of us are seeing. You know, so I believe what I'm seeing happening because of what we've already known and what we've been talking about for 4 years. So as
Myanmar's the catalyst, right?
Right. I think so. But I'll tell you even deeper what's going on, I think, there. But here's the story that it doesn't matter what General Flynn said on there. What he did say was, keep fighting. This isn't over. They stole the election. We have the evidence. Mike Lindell's thing is coming out today. There's a lot of expectations for.
Mike Lindell's thing was the same rehash shit we've seen over and over and over again. If you've literally been keeping up with like Dr. Shiva or Sidney Powell or any of the people that was like the election fraud stuff, we covered this in real time. All he did was put it all in one place and invite some guests on. There was the same lieutenant colonel that was a Cav Scout that transferred and said that, oh, his guys intercepted it. They talked about the real-time hacking. They talked about some stuff that went on in Texas. They talk about you remember that old video I found from like 5 years ago where they were doing election fraud and showing that it wasn't secure and it was super easy to hack. They talked to that guy like it was all the same. Nothing changed. Except he put it all in one video. And it was well produced. I mean, I can give him that. But there was no new evidence there.
The alert. We have the Super Bowl, which we were told is going to be a puppy show, which is interesting. Coming up. And
Puppies at the Super Bowl? I'll be.
Way in our faces as we stood there and allowed it. And that would be just desserts, in my opinion. But even bigger, I think, maybe is the connections between Soros, the Clinton Foundation, the central banking cabal, Switzerland, and the CCP. Because I've said a long time ago, and I still say it, I believe Xi is playing both sides, and that there is an attack within China that we're not being told about on the CCP, which again is led by a bloodline family, the Li family. So, and then yesterday, and then we can jump to the next. But yesterday, I learned that just like with the Caribbean initiative that the Clinton Global Initiative did, and they went into all the Caribbean countries and they built that port in Haiti, and all of these places are the biggest human trafficking, child trafficking, organ trafficking, drug trafficking hub. And then you have the Evergreen and the waterways. Well, guess what the biggest child trafficking hub in the world is? Myanmar.
That's what
and for children.
Yeah.
And the port there was also a Clinton Global Initiative situation. When Hillary Clinton went in there during the Barack Obama and befriended this woman who was a political prisoner, so to speak, but she really is somebody that's been working with.
Oh, I just found out why you guys probably didn't get notifications for the video. It says that you're only allowed to get 3 notifications maximum within a 24-hour window for a video. And last night, the baking stream, my phone kept fucking up. It died like 2 or 3 times. Once then I went to the store and it cut out a couple times. So you probably got all 3 notifications last night. And I started this one still within the 24-hour window. So that's probably why no one got any notifications today. And our numbers and participants and all that shit is so low.
George Soros and Clintons and the Rothschilds and all of them the whole time to enslave her own country, which people don't want you to know. And I know that there is a military there that is rogue, but there also is, I believe, the alliance there.
Yep.
And that might be really what's going on. But when you look at what happened in Haiti, and then you look at what happened since the Clinton Global Initiative, the Crisis International, which is Lord Moloch Brown and Frank Gustra, and the Open Society basically went into Myanmar in the early 2000s. To now, it looks exactly like what they did in Haiti and in all of these islands, where they go in, they set up the bank, they get all their people in there to do all of the infrastructure, the internet, everything. They rob them of all their resources in the name of helping the country and being humanitarian. Well, guess what's happened since? Myanmar has consistently become worse and worse in child and human trafficking. It has a major issue, and most of those kids are trafficked to both China and America. So oddly enough, they went in there to save the country, and instead it became the worst hub for child trafficking in the world. Again, just like what they did in Haiti and the Island Initiative. So I have no doubt that this is a mirror, and we're supposed to be looking at it.
Yeah.
And it's not a military coup, I don't believe, as much as they're arresting traitors. And was there cheating? People say, oh, Smartmatic, Dominion wasn't involved. Well, the minute I saw Lord Moloch Brown and Soros and his 17 different NGOs that are running in Myanmar, this poor country that has refugees and concentration camps for the Muslims and all this stuff, yet there's claiming to be there for again, humanitarian reasons and all that. For me, it's always the opposite. So, I think that's much bigger than we think. And remember, Trump closed all the ports.
Yeah.
He went one by another and closed all the trafficking ports. Well, they seem to be going back in because the deal with the Taliban was, don't send opium and heroin or anything to our country and we'll leave. Just keep it here. And that was the deal. Well, this was also, Myanmar is also the second largest trafficker of heroin in the world.
Yeah.
Most of it done with child labor. So again, same MO. And that's why I have faith. And every day it becomes more and more about God and the fight between good and evil. And
the exposing of children, Mel.
Yeah.
This is what essentially we always talk. We bring it down back to this, and Jason talks about this as well every time. It's about the children, and this is the fight, and you're piecing everything together strategically and connecting all the dots. And Myanmar represents something huge because it has come out in the MMS, and people are starting to get nuggets of information. And it's essential now that we all pay attention to what's going on there, because first of all, with that lady, I can never say a name, Hung Suu. Sorry. And apparently the military have taken control. So is this the catalyst for what is to come now this weekend? Now, we don't like to place any timeline. So anyone watching this, before you gun myself down or Jason or Mel, no one's putting timelines to anything. But what's happening
because you can't. It's all lies. Why would you stick a time?
In July, when we were researching all of this, you go very specific, Mel, and that's excellent for all the viewers. They just, it helps us piece everything together. So it's just, even in what you've just said, it just makes so much sense, because this is all to do with the children. Every single thing. So how are they going to expose it? What are they going to do? Which way are they going to turn? So this weekend, there's rumors that there could be an EBS, but the complete shutdown of the media. I don't sit there and hold on to that. But Jason, what are your thoughts?
Well, here's my thoughts on the emergency broadcast. It says done in 30, right? Now, when you think of the Super Bowl, right? Now, Tampa Bay, they're coming out.
That's right, hell.
White jerseys. For some reason, they never wore white. They wore white a few years ago, but their stuff went all gunmetal gray and everything. They're playing at home, and white is their way. Then you have the Chiefs. They were red and white. You have the Knights Templar, right? So what
Knights Templar, okay.
Since the game is in Tampa Bay, right? You literally cut the head off the snake, because now they're screwed. They're on a peninsula. There's no running. Either you're going to Cuba or you're getting stopped by the military, because they're right behind you. You're done. Because their symbolism, they're whores for their symbolism. They have to go to the Super Bowl. They have to have all the Illuminati stuff. And what's going to happen at halftime? They changed the halftime. They made it 13 minutes exactly. Why? When you think done in 30, it has Killbox in 30. Every quarter in football is 15 minutes. 30 minutes. What if half?
What? Holy shit. This guy is deep. Done in 30 means halftime. Oh my God. Oh my God, General Flynn predicted this. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Woo. Time show, it's gonna be boom. They take over all the TV channels and everything. If you think about it, everybody's gonna be glued watching it. How can you walk away from that? You're gonna have the most viewers ever by a TV. It's the prime time. That's when you gotta hit it, because what is it about? It's about the children.
Yeah, and
What's the
Bowl.
biggest? Yeah, Super Bowl. It's a Super Bowl.
Right.
I mean, they had to do it like this.
Because
And
that's
plus
plus
you
a
got-
lot of children get
yeah.
trafficked, right? At the Super Bowl.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah, and also that's very interesting because if you recall
This
last
is
year, they
stupid.
played their satanic rituals in our face during the halftime show. And, you know, people caught it. I know Jason did, but a lot of people didn't. But they even had kids in cages symbolism and all this stuff. I mean, it really was just like, don't forget, they also did it with the Olympics in the UK with their opening show. This is what they do, you
That
know?
was really freaky. I got my WhatsApp got taken off, Mel, because of that. That was one of the first videos that freaked me out. I mean, it was so uncanny. Yeah, because especially the big inflatable Boris Johnson, and with the hair, I was like, you can't make that up. And you know, him coming up like being all inflated from a hospital bed, and then the shape of the dome as the coronavirus symbol. I mean, come on. Guys are not connecting. This was in 2012. So look how pre-planned this has been. I mean, we know that anyway. So that's not.
That's right. See how pre-planned this is?
Yeah, the
So
Project
pre-planned.
Rockefeller Foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was that more and more is coming out about it. First of all, they must. Here's the thing: people might be ignorant to a lot of facts, but people generally aren't stupid.
We gotta watch to see the emergency broadcast. I don't know what you mean.
With coronavirus or certification of vaccination identification is now now the PCR test doesn't work. We've all been saying that for a year. Now they can open up indoor dining. Now they can. People aren't dumb. Everyone, even if they voted for Biden, which was really a vote against the Trump that the media created, not the real Trump, you know, is even looking around being like, well, isn't this weird? You know, the cases are dropping, the death tolls are dropping, the lockdowns are going out.
Jesus Christ, these people, man.
Still, it's not a coincidence, right? It's mathematically impossible. And I believe that, I believe that it's just, we're not that dumb, you know?
Well, I'm still, I mean, yes, I'd like to.
What are they going to do after the halftime show?
People who don't believe that, and they still believe that Biden's the president, and then that cases are going down, and well, here in the UK, cases are going up. This is the thing. So
depending on who's testing it, who's looking at the test,
but the inconsistency.
And what are they testing? I mean,
right, exactly. They never isolated the virus. So it's funny in America. Like I've been telling you guys, I have to go to like the English language papers in India and Russia and Yugoslavia and all these other to get the real information about America.
Yeah.
It is completely insane. But I mean, more and more it's coming. Look, the Peruvian government, okay, they're a country, they're a giant country. They just put in a lawsuit against Soros, Gates, and I believe the NIH, saying that this was a fake pandemic, just collapse our economies, depress us into the one world order. And, you know, and Rockefeller's on that. And that's the second one, because there's also a case in Germany. And don't forget that the woman in the beginning in Italy came out and said that Gates should be arrested for crimes against humanity. So, you know, I just think it's all, like I said, this has been a week of just red pill after red pill after red pill, if you're paying attention.
Yeah.
And, you know, look, people are going to say that about the COVID until they're going to break the cognitive dissonance. How is there no flu? Like,
Actually, yes, Snaggy. So apparently, Joe Biden, 400, almost 500 Congress people and their staff and people around the Senate and the House have all been arrested. It all happened on the 20th. They distributed this to every global newspaper, news outlet, media company. None of them shared it with the world. So now they waited the standard waiting period. Now they're all being charged with treason. The military is not only in charge, and the police, they're also going to take over the media and the means of production to give everybody a job again. And the gold that we stole from the Vatican, they're going to distribute so we can just sit around on bricks of gold all day. But yeah, they've been arrested since the 20th. It's already defeated. See, no one even needed to tell us to trust the plan. The plan's over. It happened. And they're going to announce it during the middle of the Super Bowl, the halftime show.
There's just so many things, and how what a crime against humanity. The whole world this was done to, and I saw on a website basically, and today Time Magazine even had put out an article, which is a deep state, totally controlled medium, but put out an article saying that the international elite and cabal helped Biden cheat in the election, and they're proud of it. And that is a real article that's out there. And Mike Lindell put out his information today. Immediately they blocked it on all social media, but he'll get it out there somehow. And I agree with Jason that like we are at the cusp of real stuff happening. And I know people stop giving people hopium. Well, it's not hopium. It's connecting dots that are real, specific, factual things that happened along the way.
It's fucking hopium. It's fucking hopium. It's fucking hopium. Until Trump walks back through that fucking door and says, get your ass up. We're really in charge. It's time to end this charade where we've been showing everybody who you could really trust, which is what you guys believe is going to happen. It's hopium. Shut the fuck up. Oh, this is real documents I found from some blog poster in Ukraine. It's real documents. I had to translate it from Ukrainian
that are leading to that. It's not hopium. It's not. Why would we do that?
Yeah. We've got nothing better to do, and we just wanted to make channels, and we just wanted to make money, and we're just liars,
Right.
and we're just frauds, and I keep interrupting, you keep interrupting, everything's just all neck, It's just all these, like, people are like losing their crap recently, and people who were on the in the truther community and like believing in Trump, a lot of them have fallen off the bandwagon. But look, we're getting closer and closer, and I really feel it. And whatever trajectory this follows, I'm running with it, because the media is drip feeding information, and like you said, red pilling us. And those that choose to have the eyes, I mean, there is not normalcy here. This is not normal. And 4 masks and an anal swab, and I know they've closed all borders here in the UK and Dubai, and I was thinking of going, but I can't go now. I know. I mean, and to be fair, I did see someone with 4 masks. I kid you not, in the park today.
I've seen 2 and a shield yesterday, and I just shake my head and I think, oh God,
I pray for you.
It's gonna be a hard road for this person. God bless him. But it's insanity, because
there's one of the puppy bowl puppies.
The original recommendation from the WHO was to let people get the virus and recover and herd immunity, and none of this should have.
This one's transgendered.
There's more and more coming out saying that
it actually had a cat's paw attached to its limb.
The definition was changed, and then enter Dr. Fauci, who is as deep state demon as they come, and his crew. He with that, it was illegal what he was doing. Even to Obama's administration, he was doing tests and figuring out how to make it hyper contagious. He was involved in that ability for this thing to mutate to a point where it's hyper contagious, and then he was the one to say it. I also hear Birx is caught big time too. She was very involved, but all you have to do is look at her teeth and you know where she's from. She looks like a demon.
Well, Fauci was responsible for the funding as well to the Wuhan lab. And Fauci and Obama. So got a lot.
Yeah, Mel, I'll have to get
that one's missing a leg.
I'll send you a
That's old tripod.
Because I have the Obama, the playbook and everything, and we have it all.
Well, the more I know, I always say
we lock it loaded.
There's so much evidence that's already out there if you look for it. That it's
that one looks scared to death.
Believe me, I read Navarro's entire
Put googly eyes on that dog.
Doubt that the executive order is exactly
That's my
what happened.
favorite.
But they knew. 'cause
Best
the
in
guy
show.
there now, Rosen, who took over for Bill Barr, he's the one who wrote the report that led to Trump putting the executive order. So this is, I think the entire election was a sting. They already knew. And I also think the election in Myanmar is a sting.
Well, yeah, that's 100%. I think everything's just a puppet show. It's just pantomime and optics for
Right.
us to wake up. This was all done back.
No one used pantomime in a YouTube broadcast until one of these fucking douchebags found it in a thesaurus. And now that's all they want to say. It's all just pantomime. It's pantomime. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's pantomime. It's pantomime. This is just the pantomime. Pay no attention to the pantomime. It's just pantomime.
Back in 2000 and just pretty much as soon as Trump, was in administration in his first 6 months. He
Right.
put this out.
They overthrew Obama.
Right.
It was the Q group that did it.
Right.
The Q group, and that's the secret group that's embedded in the NSA. That's actually COM12. Because right now you have two factions. Oh, is this on? Yeah, I think so. I bumped it. You have COM12, which are the good ones, and then you have Aquarius, which are the bad. So you have these two COM12. It used to be Majestic 12, but they went to COM12 because it went under naval intelligence. Because Majestic 12 was infiltrated. This is where we're getting into the whole Project Mannequin. This is where it gets real dark. I mean, real dark. It's in the UK. It's cloning, mind control, genetic enhancement, and everything. MI6 is involved. The NSA is involved big time. It's in Peasmore, in Oxfordshire.
Yeah.
It's under some metal plant, and it's all underground. And there's like two entrances, and I mean, it's probably hands down one of the.
He's literally talking about shit now that's on Ancient Aliens. The Majestic 12 was the Ancient Aliens episode. Now they're Comms 12. They're the bad guys.
The most disgusting things I've ever read.
Wow.
The things that they were having these kids do, never would that happen. I mean, it's that bad. But I mean, we learned a lot through it, and I mean, it was the octopus. That's what this whole thing is. It's like the whole tentacles and everything.
Right.
And you got the New World Order, and they're going out and they have HARP going on, which is in Alaska, and that's where they have the Tablets of Destiny. They're in a spaceship in Alaska. So when people want to start talking about UFOs are not real, they're in a spaceship in Alaska. Repeat it. Tablets of Destiny. They're in a spaceship. I mean, I know, you're going to be seeing a lot of stuff that you really didn't think you believe. I mean, there's people out there that are thinking that Biden's president, and I mean, how far we are from where they are.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That's out of all the things you've said tonight, that 500 diplomats have been arrested in the United States, that Biden was arrested 15 days ago, that the announcement was supposed to come yesterday at fucking 6 p.m., and we're still holding hope, that they're flying around in UFOs. They're all pedophiles. They're all baby eaters, lizard people. Of all the things you've said tonight, the craziest is that Joe Biden's president. Weird.
I mean,
what's up, Hannelore? I'm glad you made it.
The best thing that we can do, that we have done, is we put out the videos.
It says loyalty.
Instead of telling them, we'd say, "Hey, watch them yourself."
Right.
We got bigger shit to do.
Right.
We got.
Oh, yeah. This is an R video.
We have to fix what's messed up, because we have to accept responsibility for what happened, and then apologize, and then rectify the situation.
Yeah. In our own backyards.
Yep.
Everyone needs to be involved.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to step up. This is humanity's time. This is the time to take back, our God-given power that was destroyed and infiltrated. And, when the Rothschild, head of the Rothschilds, maybe had a heart attack, but apparently was either caught or arrested or had a heart attack, whatever the case may be. It's not going to be what
heart attacks at the moment, aren't there?
But I believe that was a big signal to the demons that we got your guy. Your days are numbered. And I've also noticed who hasn't been out there. You really have to, if you reverse it and you hear all the loudest voices and all these people, but if you turn it around and look at who were such loud voices that are no longer out there, no longer exist, they didn't get kicked off Twitter or YouTube like I did or you did or whatever. No, they're just disappeared, and we dealt with them being like, when I say loudest voices, I mean Hollywood, but also in our own government, in our country, people have just dropped off who were so anti-Trump, so in your face. The Twitter, we're talking everyone from, Adam Schiff and John Podesta and Hollywood. We're talking Handler and Tom Hanks and Rob Bryant. All these people that were so vocal seem to have gone silent now.
Yeah.
I would say that that's another sign that things are happening that we're not seeing, because all you need to do is look at, so these people are so vocal to begin with.
Yeah.
And when that Lincoln Project turns out that there are a bunch of grooming pedophiles over there, it's like another sign. Okay, so you voted for who and why? Did you realize you were voting against America for the one world order puppet Biden and the international banking cabal? And again, the three of us know this is a lot to do with the money, with the quantum financial system. They're hell bent on not letting that happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's too late. I already think it already.
Oh yeah, 100%. It is. It's all done. This is just playing out. And I just want to mention what you said about the Hollywood actors and actresses not speaking out. And
Welcome to your new screensaver.
Interesting who the choice of celebrity at the fake inauguration. So you've got Lady Gaga, and obviously what she was wearing. J-Lo, which is something that was surprising. I wasn't sure about that. I mean, yeah, we all know about Lady Gaga, but and then you've got Chrissy Teigen and John Legend. So they're the only ones. They're like the remnants of the celebrities that are not silent and obviously supporting Biden. And you've got Alec Baldwin. I mean, you see, he's like, Trump's this and this Pizzagate's a complete conspiracy. I mean, he's just a very angry man, isn't he?
Yeah, I worked with him on SNL. He's not a happy guy. You know how hard it was to work on there during the whole Trump thing with him doing it?
That's not true at all, Snaggy. Everybody knows he snorts it off his boyfriend's dick, which also happens to be a cat, and they have hook-like dicks, so it makes it a lot more complicated.
I
worked on SNL.
I just feel like this is not. It was. I had to get out of there, obviously. but I sat through enough of him in my, because I did a lot of the opening live from New York with him playing Trump, and I would just sit there, me and like one other person. It wasn't brainwashed, and we'd be like, oh, good. You have to. Good thing you're not allowed to laugh and stuff when you're on camera. You have to be serious, because I was just sitting there like, these people are sick.
So
but
does everyone behave like, do everyone like acquiesce and subordinate in these type of environments, or people are just too scared to say anything, or are they just generally oblivious? You've got like,
no, I think they only
God, I can't stand these people.
They can manipulate, that will toe the line. They stopped hiring people a long time ago in Hollywood and all the creative industries that they couldn't manipulate or weren't fully indoctrinated already. No, there might be people there. I find them on sets sometimes, but few and far between. They don't want anything to do with anyone that's going to ruin their plan, their grand plan. I did a show with John Paul Rice yesterday, and we were talking about our last few rounds in Hollywood, and I have to tell you, both of us felt the exact same way about the demonic nature and the growing Satanism, pedophilia, like everything that was in our face. And it became that you could not sell a script. You would not be hired. You were your talent. I have friends, including myself, who spent years like being production assistants for $100 a day, working 18 hours a day to earn it and earn their way up. And suddenly
I don't know how much longer I can do this shit.
People to direct stuff that had no resumes, and you were just like, how is this But now in retrospect, but in the mid 2000s, I didn't know what was going on. I just knew that a lot of really talented people suddenly couldn't get jobs, and people that you never heard of are working. And it was crazy. But yeah, no, I think that something big is going on there. I think it was a intentional drop that a lot of people didn't see, that the Standard Hotel in West Hollywood is closing forever.
Yep.
Because the truth of the matter is that it's a very lucrative hotel.
For
The
all of
only
this nefarious stuff.
is because of this, what's going on.
Yeah.
And and don't forget, it's owned by Andre Balazs, but he is Rockefeller Standard Oil. And and that's another big sign that the alliance and the plan is going as we hoped. And it's just, everyone out there can do their own research. We all always say it, but we have done it. And that's why I can say with certainty that we are on God's timing, but God wins. This evil was finally rooted out. It had to be rooted out, or it was
Jesus, dude, what is this?
just like the Nazis did it. And
He was already arrested. I don't know if you guys already know that, but yeah, he was just arrested because he was arrested for being arrested.
As Jason knows, in Antarctica, and suddenly there's explosions up there that aren't really explained, and they're saying they're earthquakes. But again,
I hate the
was
internet.
in Bakersfield, California, when there was an earthquake that I knew was not an earthquake. They don't work like that. They don't roll on for 10 minutes, and just boom, boom, boom.
That's right.
So, that when you see things like that, because I think the Antarctica is a real mystery that when uncovered, people will be horrified at the truth about what's been going on up there, because it's all connected to the adrenochrome and to everything we've been talking about.
I didn't follow this narrative. JCK spoke about this, about how do you say it?
Antarctica.
Antarctica.
Yeah.
Sorry, a bit
Antarctica. Can't say that.
This on one of her shows, and because it was just getting a bit too much regarding the details with what was going on with the kids and the adrenochrome. There's only so much we can actually take. So see, look, I can't even say the name. That's how bad the energy must be.
Right. But also don't forget that they could hide it up there, but there's and don't forget, it was also the same suspects, John Kerry, Soros, Tom Hanks, these same people were taking trips to Antarctica. Nobody goes to Antarctica for vacation.
Yeah.
I mean,
connections, draw the connections.
Well, what they say is that the Nazis moved a lot of their space program and their science programs to Antarctica to hide them, and also Greenland. And we have
I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a second.
Greenland, the Thule Air Force Base that I believe has a lot going on there too. So, there's these remote places. Like I always say, the craziest part about Switzerland is all roads of this evil cabal lead back to Switzerland. Yet I've been told since day one that Switzerland's neutral, that it's just people skipping around outside that are just happy and they're neutral. They don't want to be involved with anyone. No, they're running it all. It's the opposite. So, all these little places are, when you dig into them, you think
all connected to the children.
And it's all connected to the same 3,000 people that run Bilderberg and Davos and the Privy Council and the Pilgrim Society and the Council of Foreign. They're all the same people.
What have you found? What were you looking for, Jason?
I love Jason's
I
book.
know. I want to know what you found. What did you go with? Bible.
This is why it had to happen. 2022, the return of the Anunnaki.
Oh, the Anunnaki.
Yeah, that's who's in Antarctica.
Right.
That's why they had what? The earthquakes were 7.0. It's like,
right. Right. I saw that and I'm like, that's such bull. What are they
it's
doing?
Great.
I saw that and I was like,
that's the thing.
That doesn't happen.
They have them all frozen in there.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that basically what we're dealing with is a Nephilim, the human version of the Nephilim. Right. You've got Obama, you have the whole bloodline, you got Biden, you have all of these people. Right. And then you have Soros. Remember, he has that eye.
I know.
Right? Well, that actually is like the whole Azazel, that whole bloodline and everything, the RH negative. And oh man, yeah. We found the other Bible too.
Right. This is what you were telling me earlier on today, Jason. So come on, share it, share everything.
This, and the thing is, it was OAHSPE. That's all that was on there, right? So I'm like, wonder what that could be. Click, start looking through. I'm like,
Absolutely nothing. Is that what you're going to say? It's nothing. It never was anything. I don't know. What are we saying at this point?
Then we go to the Book of Thor, son of Jehovah, Jehovih, being the records of Thor, Apollo's successor on the earth and her heavens, from the Ark of Mos to the Ark of Day in the Ethereal heavens in the 3,200 years. The thing is, Apollo's successor, Thor, who has statues of Apollo in their apartment in New York City, Manhattan? It's a tower. Gold Tower, 45th president, Trump. I mean, he has like Apollo statues. And people are like, oh, he worships Apollo. I'm like, no shit, really? It's like, everything they do, it's like, it's all because of this. And with all of this, it's for one thing. It's for a wedding. So, hear me out. Now, remember, we have everything written down. This was back in 841. We're in the 4,000 now. We're going to be in the 9,000 easy, 9,000, right. 10,000. But in Revelations 21:2, right, the 777 and 2, it's a half delta, states, I also saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared like a bride adorned for her husband. So, New Jerusalem, that's America, right? Think Trump already did that, leveled that up.
Is it though?
Whole deal with King Cyrus right here, and the whole moving of the U.S. Embassy. He likes to play symbolism too. So, what he's done is he moved that over. We have New Jerusalem. That's why Israel's done. Because Israel was going to end up, they're over there, wanting to start World War III with Iran. Well, if they're buddies with China and China's buddies with Iran, how does that work?
Right.
What's the common denominator here? It's that damn letter from April 15th, 1871, from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini, outlining the 3 world wars that were going to bring the whole world down. Right. You even have the anarchist and the nihilist. You have.
Oh my God. What does he even say? Does anybody even keeping up with this anymore? Like
2 of them. You're not getting 3.
I can't. He can make it up faster than I can even realize he's full of shit.
Sorry,
I've never seen anything like. He's a bullshit master, dude.
That number 2.
Master.
In here, it just this is what blows my mind. So they actually they tell you how they're going to judge them, right? And who's getting judged. And number 10, they said 6 million physicians to disrupt fetals from mortals. Abortion doctors, right?
Oh, yeah.
1 million founders of hospitals for chaotic angels and others stricken in disease. 2 million founders of ECN nurseries for the spirits of infants and helpless ones born into heaven before their full time. Nice,
Yeah.
Had some pretty nice people on, but this whole wedding deal.
Yeah.
I'll post the whole thing, print it, do whatever you want. It's one of the best reads you'll have. It's just batatas.
Amazing read. Best
That's why
read.
The whole beta sex
ever.
kid deal.
Do they even make better reads?
It's the goddess.
Come on now.
In Etheria, right? Now, what they're gonna do is they're getting God married to this Batatas, which is the daughter of light. So the daughter of light is going to reclaim the throne. Because if you think about it, who is the real creator here? It's not man, it's woman. Women create life. Duh. Hello.
Oh, I'm sure.
How hard they try to tell us it's not.
I want to see how she squeezed out 2 kids out of that dick hole.
Right,
That's
exactly.
what I want to see.
But if you say that,
Oh, wow.
something's
that escalated a lot.
Yeah, Where's pregnancy pictures?
No,
You got
I
more
know.
pictures of her bulking up, linebacker style. It's like, what the hell is this?
Right.
So
Crazy.
they have this whole brides and bridegrooms. I mean, they have everything down to the numbers. Like 4,000 million brides and bridegrooms. Remember how Biden was talking like that? How he was like numbering like that? They were actually throwing comms at us.
None of this makes any
Like they said,
sense,
no,
and I
it's
hope
like,
everybody realizes that. Like, it's just
You're
none
not
of
gonna
it.
Com 13, Com 14. You got Com 12. That's it. So now with all this, and it goes through this whole series, right? But then it goes to the Lord's fourth book because it's the higher and lower heavens for the lower heavens of the earth. It goes along the same timeline. And in number 8, it mentions, then God said, when thou hast made a picture of a spear, behold, it is a spear. And when thou desirest to show which way a man goeth, thou shalt add to the graven image the likeness of a spear, and the way it pointeth shall show the man goeth. Remember the picture of Trump, and they have the tip of the spear missing, and it's him? And what's on the banner behind him? It says, through these portals. No, guys.
Dude, you are way too fucking deep and
then-
lay off the drug use. Like, I'm a fan of drugs. Don't get me wrong.
They're talking about a written language.
Do them all. Take them all.
God said,
You got any? Send them to me. I don't care.
which is
But
pronounced
Jesus
As
Christ.
Yoga, because it is made of earthly images. And in after ages, whoever desires to find the first written words of man shall have recourse to the pictures of all things on earth and in the waters and in the air above the earth. Oh, by the way, yeah, they actually tell the size of the firmament in this. Just letting you know.
Flat Earth.
I mean,
He's a baby-eating lizard people believer,
why is it a wedding?
and also a
Yeah,
flat
this is-
earther.
This is what's
Awesome.
confusing me.
But
who's getting
okay,
married?
That's all I needed to hear.
here's the thing: it's all symbolism.
This guy makes me so
Because
fucking
when a
angry.
bride and groom are standing face to face, and you go for the kiss, right? What do you have to do?
Lift the veil.
You have to break the veil.
Yeah.
That's it. What's the veil? Firmament. Out of here. It's like, bring that crystal sun back. Let's bring those crystal trees in.
Wow.
That's out of here. I mean, all these people are saying, "Oh, you're on drugs, this and that." I'll tell you what. Whatever drugs I'm on, best double it. I mean, because I'll tell you what. If you're gonna give us this,
There's a lot of them. That's all I'll tell you.
we'll take it. 'Cause
Right.
They talk about swamps in here, and I mean, this is like. I mean, we just found this last night, overnight.
Wow.
Printed. It's just.
I mean, look at that research, Mel. You just
No,
got.
I know. And Jason's the only person I know that researches more than
I mean, then there's you as well.
But once you
Well,
get
well,
in
the thing is,
there,
but
but if
but
you,
it's all of us.
yeah, and anyone
It's all of
can
us. It's
do it.
collective.
Right.
Once people realize that we're all connected
I love this
collectively
about you too.
through one
Right.
soul, and we're all we just figured out how to tap into the collective.
This is
That's how
what
we're
they
getting all
come
the
into my
information
chat and
from
yell,
everybody
and
else.
then call me a
The
retard.
ones giving us the
Oh,
information.
you're part of the system, man.
Okay, print it up and just get it out there.
You're so deep you can't even see the forest for the soul trees.
I dig around, and then boom, I'll find like one thing, and it'll lead to something else.
Even Mel K's face is.
How to
I don't.
research
Dude,
that.
I
and
can't.
it'll open
I
a
can't
whole new
keep up.
door. And I know that I feel like
I don't know what the fuck this is. I have no idea.
But then I realized no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
No, no.
And
They have
that,
control.
yeah, and then
I'm not for deplatforming people, but I wish more people than just me. I've not seen a whole lot of videos. I wish more people than just me or the other people that I haven't seen yet, but like some major people would cover these people's videos and be like, look, they just said that everybody was arrested on the 20th. Do you honestly fucking believe that? Do you honestly fucking believe that? I don't know if we're invited to the wedding or not. I have no idea. I can't take any more of that. Let's see this dude. Like I said, this guy's genuine. I don't think he's making stuff up of his own free will. He just believes everybody else's stuff too much and then repeats it. I don't know. Let's check it out.
This community have failed.
11,000 views on it.
Deep staters. They did.
Here we go. Oh, did he have an intro? Holy shit, we're moving up in the world. No. What was that? I just saw like it looked like a fucking sunrise or some shit. Maybe I was wrong. Oh, well.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. It's Saturday night, February the 6th, 2021. I sound like Dave from X22.
I
Okay.
sound like Daddy
note
Dave. Big Dad Dave.
Okay, I got a pencil right here. Make a note.
I got a pencil right here.
Quick. As some more people get on here. Okay. Okay. All right. We got a lot of people on here. Sorry about no shout outs tonight. I was trying to make some there. I want to make sure. Plus, I want to get on with the program. And but I see people coming on from all over. You got 3,500 people on here at 11 o'clock at night. All right. So, good thing. Let me tell you this first of all. Okay. We will. I don't know if anything will. I don't know if we'll do anything between now and Monday evening. Now, if something comes up big, we will obviously. But for now, our next show will be Monday evening. But it's not going to be late like it is now. Okay, we're going to be doing this show with Kirsten W., who you've seen on Scott McKay and the Street Fighter and all of that. She's going to be with us right here on the Little Talk Show Monday night. It's going to be at 8 p.m. Eastern. Make a note of that. 8 p.m. Eastern. That's 7 Central, 6 Mountain, and 5 Pacific. Okay? And
Specific
I don't know what that
is what you meant. 5 specifically.
Australia, but you guys will
specifically
figure it out.
5.
Okay? So that's going to be at 8 o'clock Eastern time, Monday, Kirsten W. Okay? Now, again, if you have anything before that happens big, I'll probably come back on tomorrow. But if not, that'll be the plan. Okay? So really, really spread that far and wide. We want to get a huge audience for her. And so anyway, well.
So anyway.
Today's been a great day. Had some time to go through some stuff. I want to really focus tonight on Mike Lindell. I want to, hey, let me address that real quick. I just saw that. I'm glad somebody said that because I wanted to address that real fast. Okay. Denise says, Brad, listen to Monkey Works. He has a guest that you should watch. Okay. Let me, I want to address that while it's on my mind right here real quick. I saw the end of it. I haven't seen all of it. It just come out earlier, a little bit earlier. I'm going to try to watch the whole thing, but here's the thing. I'll tell you, just off the top of my head. Now I've only watched the last 5 minutes of it. Okay.
So I'm going to make a full statement on the whole subject.
I don't know how credible this person is that he was interviewing.
Oh no.
Whatever his name, Garrett, whatever his name is.
If this dude is calling out your credibility, holy shit. Those creases on that flag scream new flag. Got a brand new flag up here, been campaigning for Trump for the last 6 days.
I mean, who knows? I've never heard of the guy. Have you? I mean, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe he's not. I don't know. But again, it's kind of like with General Flynn. He's not going to come out and say, I've got a plan. Okay. So, yeah. So that's the deal.
This guy here.
About it more.
This guy here is just kind of funny and goofy, and he laughs a lot. Like, oh, Trump showed him again. He reminds me of, what's the guy's name? Cooter? Or what's the guy's name? Enos from Dukes of Hazzard, the deputy that's always like, wash. That's who it reminds me of. I don't think he has any bad intentions in his whole fucking body at all. He apologized 4 times the other day for saying bullcrap. But he spreads everybody else's theory. He's not making them up. He's not doing it ill intent. He believes this lock, stock, and barrel. He's every bit of it. But I don't think he has any bad intentions. He's just funny to watch sometimes.
As the days go along here, but I'd like to watch it for myself before I.
Also, he's had a YouTube channel for 2 months. He's got 115,000 subscribers. No. Yeah, 115,000 subscribers. This video right here has 13,000 views already.
Give you too much of my input.
And it's not even over yet.
It could be whatever. I mean, I think, again, the art of war. You don't tell your enemy what you're going to do, okay? So let's not get all up in a, let's don't all.
Hold on. He's checking somebody's credibility because they are not agreeing with him. Let's find that video right quick. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me put my dick in it. Gomer Pyle. Yeah, I mean, he seems like a really Roscoe P. Coltrane. Who's Enos? Why do I keep saying that name? Anyways, let's check this out. I don't like this fucking 42-minute intro.
To tell. And so with that, welcome, Garrett. I think people are going to really want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, sir.
I want to see who he is. Hold on. Let's hear his intro.
Mil-Spec Ops.
By the way, before we start this, what would you guys think of a play on this? I drew this while Jason Q was talking there. What would you guys think of a play on this as a new logo? And like for the like a background for the show and a new logo, and maybe even coming up with some merch kind of themed around it. What do you think about this? This is a bearded skull. I was fucking around and drew that. I copied I changed a few things, but I copied like a template. What do you guys think about like a bearded skull? And what I thought about doing was down here in the beard, either put in like a design like offset in black and no color, like a design, or taking like a cool bandana design and putting it in the beard and then doing something else with the skull. Do you think that's cool, or does it look stupid? I kind of like the beard sharp the way it is. I don't know. What do you think? Sunglasses and a backwards hat. I could do that for sure. But you think it looks all right? It's just getting started, but I would like to have like a new logo kind of for the Cold Beer Confessional, and I would also like to throw something on a t-shirt. And even if I just buy one for myself, you guys don't have to buy one. At least I would be wearing my own merch kind of. And the same people who are letting me sell that shirt that says "We the People Are Pissed Off" or whatever, that I gave you guys the link for it, this shirt. She said she would print my merch here, and that way we'd have like a quality check on it. But yeah, they sell this shirt. "We the People Are Pissed Off." You can find that in the Discord, or if you want the link to it, I can send it to you. But "We the People Are Pissed Off." They said they would make my merch, and since it's here locally, it wouldn't be like cheap. Like I could go look at it. You know what I'm saying? John Smith, no advice, but you're too far out there for me to take your advice. Or no offense, but you're too far out there to take me. I don't know if you're coming or going half the time. Thank you, though.
Smokey here. I have the privilege of interviewing today a new buddy of mine, Garrett Ziegler, and Garrett is got a
do that beard in real life. There you go.
Team in the White House, and he's got a story to tell. And so with that, welcome, Garrett. I think people are going to really want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you over the screen. For all of your viewers, I reached out to you. I think it was early December, and quite honestly, I was intrigued with your program. I've always been an aviation enthusiast, and so I've told about a dozen people in my life about it. I find it absolutely fascinating. And the FAA is one of those government agencies that is extremely important, not very sexy, but I think that once you start digging around there, that's another one of those agencies that's completely captured. And I don't think we did a very good job of paying attention to it, but that's probably for a later time in this interview. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, you reached out to me, and I'll be honest with you. At first, I was a little spooked because I was like, "Oh no, man, I'm on White House radar. I need to I'm gonna have to figure what did I do wrong, man? You know, and then we started talking. I was like, this is a good dude, man. Like, wow, you know, this is.
Well, I got to find friends wherever they are. I try to I try to reach out to other Christians that have my political views. And quite honestly, that wasn't always the case in the White House. I mean, there's some great people there, but I mean, I didn't really connect with a lot of them. Came from a different background. I'm from a small village in Illinois, and so didn't really have a lot in common with some of the New York crowd. My point being that once I saw your show and a buddy mentioned it to me, and so I was like, oh, I want to meet him. And I love your craftsmanship, by the way.
Thanks.
It's all sold out though. I've been trying to buy some stuff.
Hey, you just tell me what you need, brother. I'll get it to you, man. I cannot keep it on the shelf. It is insane the amount.
I can tell.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the thing is, I've got to figure out a better way to manufacture product. And I mean, I do it all myself and get stuff from Israel. But my beard balms I do myself. My soaps I do myself.
If you're wondering, he makes this stuff
because I can make it, but I can't make enough of it to keep it in stock. And it's just you put out small quantities.
Hats, beard balm, oil, soaps, utensils. This is how he makes money.
So let's
coffee cups. He's got all kinds of cool stuff.
You and your background. I think
a lot of it's like Christian based. Some of it's like show based.
How you got into where you were. And
my story is fairly simple. I come from Central Illinois, and I did, like most college students who are interested in politics, I did my summer internship with my own congressman, John Shimkus, who's now retired. And through that, I had met, this is in 2016. So after the president won, I got together with another Illinoisan, and I got an internship there. And through that internship, I found that people in my life don't really have a lukewarm opinion about me. They either find me a little bit too strong of coffee, or they really love me. And so through that internship, I met some people, and then got a job after I graduated college.
I got you.
And so I am the young person in the room. I'll start off with that, and I think that it is.
No, the deputy's name from Dukes of Hazzard is Enos. The sheriff's name's something else, but the deputy, here it is. Deputy Enos Strait. The Dukes of Hazzard. Television show is an American actor. Yeah, Deputy Enos. I don't know what the sheriff's name is, but you have Boss Hog, Roscoe, right, and then Enos. Roscoe and Enos, yeah. Y'all trying to make me think I'm crazy.
A little bit weird that throughout the coup, and I will call it a coup, although it's a postmodern coup, throughout the coup, I would meet with certain people who had evidence, citizens who could obviously tell this was an embarrassment to the country. We had people, putting up pizza boxes on windows. They would be sort of surprised that I would be working there. And I told you before we started the interview that I sort of keep my beard grown out to hide my age a little bit. But the fact of the matter is that I was there for almost 2 years, and you could say I kept my head down and took a lot of notes. And so I have a viewpoint that is very unique. I have no motivation to write some tell-all book, no monetary interest whatsoever. And so I'm very happy that you're having me on the show today, because I hope to do about a half a dozen of these on people's programs that I respect to try to get the truth out there. And the truth is a little bit unbelievable. And I think that's why this interview will hopefully pique everybody's interest that watches your show, but probably disappoint a fair number of them. So I know you don't believe in trigger warnings, sir, as I don't, but there's mine.
Yeah, no, that's okay. One of the things that I try to do just as a Christian in my daily walk is to just tell the truth. People need to hear the truth, and that's, I think, kind of a sad situation that we're in terms of the political environment, and that we're all caught up. We seem to be caught up on disinformation because it's pleasing to the ear, right? And so somebody comes out and says something that sounds, great, and we all just kind of track to that. And I think what this will do is actually give people an opportunity to, see that we're going to shine some light on some dark areas today, and show that this is an ugly baby, right, so to speak, and we
truly in every respect. We had never been in this situation in American history. I think there have been 3 presidential elections stolen in 1824, from my favorite president, Andrew Jackson, then in 1876, and then 1960, especially with the Chicago machine. But the level of fraud and the planning and execution.
What's he going to say, I wonder?
Ergo, a lot of patriots, I would argue more than 50 million of them, myself included, were arguing that we need unprecedented action to deal with this unprecedented criminality. We can sleep easy at night knowing that we did absolutely everything we could. I did, from my humble perch as a mid-level staffer, did absolutely everything I could to try to advocate for what I believed were the justifiable and commensurate actions that the president should have taken. Yeah. And usually in life, you don't do everything you can. After a basketball game, you're like, leave it out there on the court. I was a basketball player in high school, and sometimes I couldn't answer that honestly. But I think that everybody, even everybody on the outside, everybody on the inside, a lot of us can say that we did everything we could. It's a small number, though.
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. So let's back up a little bit. You mentioned being a mid-level staffer at the White House. Can you tell us what was your role and what did you do for the Trump admin?
Yeah, so I worked in a very small office called the Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy. That office was basically created for a gentleman named Peter Navarro. And like the National Economic Council, which was established by executive order in 1993 by Clinton, the office was meant to fulfill campaign promises, to do everything we can to onshore manufacturing jobs, to decrease the trade deficit, to label China a currency manipulator, to bring to fruition all the things that the president had promised on the campaign with regard to our defense industrial base.
Gotcha.
And so we only had about 5 people in our office. It was led by Peter Navarro, and we were in the White House office. That's a designation. You know, there's the Office of Management and Budget, National Security Council, Office of National Drug Control Policy. There's a tremendous amount of bureaucracy, even within the White House complex. And I think your viewers would find it very interesting that a material number of White House staff are actually careers. They're not even political appointees, which, what does that mean? I mean, you can just look at the FBC contribution records, and most of the people who are career employees have a vested interest in the growing of the administrative and deep states, and they vote accordingly. So we're trying to implement policy at the Office of Management and Budget, for example, and you have people that secretly hate you, and sometimes not even so secretly. So that's where I worked. Didn't make a lot of money at all, but, you know, that's not what it's for. But I will say that there are a lot of other people in the White House who probably worked as half as hard as our office truly. Like, had basically after the president, quote unquote, lost on November 3rd, they were already looking for other jobs. There were dozens of people that were literally taking interviews in the Eisenhower Executive Office building while me, and to a greater extent my boss, were actively fighting the coup. These are stories that are not out there right now that have to get told.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
wow.
they bring an angle to this that explains, you know, why didn't we get the birthright citizenship order that we were promised? Why do we still have tens of millions of illegals in the country? And that's partly because of staffing.
So people basically were slow rolling you and not getting the job done. I kind of noticed that with Bill Barr and
Fighting against them the whole time. That makes sense.
Go back to Washington.
Fought by his own staff. Trump didn't make the greatest staff picks.
So what I'm trying to say is other people are in this weird Chinese finger trap situation where they want to tell the truth, but they also don't want to piss off people that could be their employer.
Yeah.
And, so I just want to make that known that pretty much everybody's on the table.
Okay.
Feel free to ask anything.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's get to the meat of it. And because I ventured over to Telegram and I was looking at some of your posts on there, and I was watching how one of the guys was driving a Rolls Royce into the office every day, and some of the other antics that were happening, that attorney or something.
Pat Cipollone, yeah, the White House counsel.
Yeah. So let's kind of talk about what happened. You and I were you know, going back and forth at, you know, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning most of the time, you know, talking about the environment and some of the things. And I, you know, I had asked you at one point, I felt like, oh, we got this thing in the bag, you know, and everybody was, you know, trust the plan and all the other things that were going on with it. And candidly, I just said, hey, you know, what's our percent, you know, what's our chance? Like, do we have this in the bag? And you were like, yeah. And I waited. And when you said 65%, man, my heart just went right into my stomach, because I thought, that's not, you know, locked in, man. You know, this could go south quickly. So I was like, do I need to buy more ammo, or we got this thing, you know, locked in? I think was my question to you. And you were like, yeah, both. Buy ammo, but you know, at the same time, we got 65% chance. And I was like, wow.
And I think at the start of the postmodern coup, I was in Arizona for a week after the election, if that's what you want to call it. And I think my percentage was at 80 then, because you could see, if you take the bias out of your mind and set it here on the couch and look at the 6, be it, you know, in Milwaukee. I mean, everybody knows the states by now, but I'll go through them once at the start. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If you look at the 6 metropolitan counties in those states, there are so many sins, from poll watcher abuses to absentee ballot chain of custody issues, that I thought there's an 80% chance that the branches of our government come together to make sure that the rightful winner is in office on January 20th.
Yeah.
And then over time, sir, it just dropped. And I think I had mentioned that to you probably the last week of December. And I want to give some context to that 65% number, because all I did throughout the whole thing was try to
I don't know who this guy is, but he seems like he's
it is not just
factually based.
Simple in the Trump administration
far.
as having a great idea and having the data and then getting it to the president. There were so many barriers and layers erected around him that it was a mission just to get the truth to him and basically get him to remember, you know, this is what we ran on. And I think for the people at home, we had a truly outsider president with a truly establishment staff. Now, I'm about the antithesis of establishment, but the overall gist, the 80-20 rule, were Bush people who basically don't care about manufacturing jobs and who care about being liked by the left. I mean, and what does that mean? What does that translate to your question directly? That means if you scream at the top of your lungs that under 42 USC 1974 and several other statutes, the paper ballots, the actual things that everybody wrote down, those have to be preserved for 22 months. All we should have done was literally take those 6 counties and hand count them, because the auditing companies, CNV, they're bought off too. The whole system is like
or they
violent mafia.
So
and at the
so apparently there is some very strange ties between these auditing companies and their parent companies. They're actually owned by the same, like when you call an auditing company, they can even say that they're like independent or blah, 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 but they're technically owned by Dominion, or same CEO, or same investors, or same parent company, or like, it's so weird. Some of these auditing companies that are supposed to be like, they audit and they come out and it's unbiased and they know, they'll tell you exactly what's going on with your machines or how it happened or what's up, blah, blah, blah. But it's not that way at all.
The dons are like the tech overlords in Silicon Valley and George Soros and Zuckerberg and all these people. So what I'm trying to say is when we did get the audits, that too was baked into the cake, and we didn't have live stream. And so why it was 65%, to get back to my original point, was this: the truth is overwhelmingly on our side. However, the world is a miserable, sinful place, and there are many people who have financial and other interest in the status quo. And the status quo is the dispossession of the United States. Basically, the United States becomes one giant 7-Eleven. We have no national culture anymore. We don't have a people anymore, really. I mean, it just turns into one giant shopping mall. And I'm being very blunt because that is what most American cities are. You don't feel like you're in the United States of America. And so the corporate people that were inside of the White House, the people who work at white shoe law firms and all of these things, they are either explicitly or implicitly supporting that establishment system. And it was frustrating, it doesn't even, frustration is not the right word. It is exasperation that I experienced.
It was almost like watching a chess match, right? And so I put a piece together about the Sicilian defense, and it was how you basically are playing, you're playing offensively, defensively, if that makes sense, right? And so you're allowing your opponent to basically annihilate themselves through, you know, and so where they're just—
That's what the Chinese are doing to us.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so we did it to the Soviet Union in the Cold War, right? We just kept playing the game and created all these phantom programs that they were out trying to keep up with, and they basically spent themselves into oblivion. And
you can't possibly assimilate these numbers, and that is a reality that some people will not accept. Now, that is a very cold analysis of it. What I believe to be the fuller truth, if you want to use that, if I can use that language, is this is a strategy by the other side. They know that the actual stock of the country, black, white, whatever, does not want this. So to basically deracinate the middle class, which I think is leftism's ultimate goal, you have an elite at the top and then you subsidize the peasantry at the bottom. They need new people. And that's why they are fighting tooth and nail against voter ID, against, you know, in Georgia, for example, you can get a voter registration card, you know, with just a driver's license. There are 3 different federal statutes that say that you have to be a citizen to vote. There's another friend of mine, and I'll send you the study so your readers can read it for themselves. About 10% of the state of Virginia is illegally registered to vote. I'm actually still
I like this guy so far.
And what does this mean? That means that our elections are, by definition, illegally conducted. And I told the president that directly on January 18th. I will talk a little bit about that conversation because that was surreal, because Mark Meadows was there, Eric Hirschman, Jared Kushner was standing in the back. The elections in the states that changed the law without the legislature's consent, so the Secretary of State and all these people moving deadlines because of COVID, that is illegal. The elections were illegally conducted. What does that do?
I'm tired of Trump pick bad staff. Well, I mean, he literally did pick bad staff. We were just talking about fucking Bolton. Bolton was a fucking war. Trump promises no new wars. Picks a war hawk that would go to war at the drop of a hat. Like, he picked bad staff.
That basically is the Occam's razors approach, that you don't have to get into all of the obvious electronic ballot, you know, the electronic voting fraud and vote observers, or excuse me, counting observers being pushed out. The whole thing was illegal. You know, the actual Constitution, the thing that we're all supposed to swear an oath to, says that the legislatures conduct the time, manner, and place of elections. That did not occur. And what I think the media and their organs of propaganda tried to do is they tried to make us forget the simple things.
Yeah.
We got myself included, got frittered away in the details. They're bribing Native Americans with gift cards. You know, all these pathetic things that are embarrassing for our great republic.
I like bandana pattern like that. I think that's cool.
That the legislatures didn't.
What do you guys think about that?
And you saw the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania just resigned. It's a curious development.
Yeah, well, at this point, it's water under the bridge, right? I mean, you can't get this genie back in the bottle, right? It's.
No, and that's why I'm going on and on about the staffing, and I'm probably going to annoy some of your viewers because that explains the 80-20 rule is, you know, 20% maybe was disorganization, or, you know, the president was inundated with stuff and didn't focus on what he needed to do. But 80% of it comes to who's surrounding him.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that they the establishment forces. And what I mean by establishment is not just John Boehner. You think of John Boehner as the ultimate establishment figure, and he is now the marijuana lobbyist. It's basically what I call conservative incorporated. Conservative Incorporated is this band of like Freedom Caucus people that all they do is hold hearings. Nobody ever gets indicted. We have the righteous indignation of the tens of millions of Americans who see Hillary wiping servers. Nobody ever actually goes to prison. Right. You saw that the person in Spygate got probation.
Oh,
so
sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Sometimes even Jim Jordan. I call them professional hearing holders. They do a great hearing, and they complain.
Yeah, but they never really get anything done. So yeah, let's pull the thread on that a little bit. The one of the things I think you and I were talking, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, probably around the first of the year. I think you had mentioned to me about the people that were advising Trump, right? And that Mark Meadows being one, and I thought he's a good dude, Jim Jordan, good dude. I thought they were all good dudes, and then all of a sudden you kind of opened my eyes and you're like, no, these guys are telling him to concede, and I was like, what? You got to be kidding me. And so,
well, it's not just concede. Some of them were. I can't comment. I'm not going to comment on anything I did not personally hear. Okay. What I know to be absolutely true is that they were basically giving him no options. He would come up with a course of action, and they'd give him 3 reasons why it couldn't be done.
Oh, good.
And all they were was no men. So basically, they were in effect telling him to concede, but they were basically just not effectuating his orders. And this happened dozens of times. The president would tell Cipollone or Meadows to do something, and they just wouldn't.
Everything.
They would. It's
so this young little kid here, or younger looking man, I guess, worked in the White House under this office that basically just it's just responsible for having people or making sure that we meet promises we made during the campaign. And from that, he's saying, look, yes, there was some weird stuff that went along with the election. He's saying it YouTube, not me. There was some weird stuff that went on with the election, for sure. But also, I think he's going to lead up to, there is no plan. It was mostly the people around him. It sounds like Trump's insulated by establishment. So the people who were outside the establishment had ideas, would try to pass these ideas along, but the establishment was right there ready to shut it down. He said Bush tops that want to make the left happy. They just want to please everybody. Was supposed to do this, just wants to do that, just wants to do this kind of deal. So far, that's what he said.
Imagine how many times he told him to do something, the meeting ended, and then the person who was going to get affected by that action, which the president directed, would then go to one of these people and say, the president told you to do this. And then they're like, well, and then they just drag it out. They slow walk it.
Yeah.
It's
well, they knew if they just burned the clock down, there was nothing that would happen, right? I mean, just
and all of them have jobs lined up.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, because they're career politicians. It's one of the reasons why you got to have career limits, or not career limits, but term limits, right? Just get these people out.
I agree with that. But and Cruz talked about that a lot, and I'm not a big fan of him, but he has brought that into the political sort of Overton window. And that was another failure of our administration. We didn't push that. We went with the wrong order of things. I think the president thought he could work with Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan is a snake. Yeah. Everybody knows that now. And so instead of the tax bill, which I like in general, that should have been priority number 4, maybe.
Yeah.
We should have started with infrastructure and immigration. I know these are all hindsight 2020, sir.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to give them the righteous frustration of somebody who is actually in the building and seeing the slow train wreck. And it's not all at the president's feet. He needs to have people he can trust. Yeah. And a lot of people in my Telegram comments are asking, why didn't he fire them? I'm not sure. He dealt with New York City councilmen.
Yeah.
He might have thought that this is how political people operate. I mean, they're self-interested. When he would start a new firm and he hired executives, all of those executives would share his vision because that meant the company would be more profitable.
Right.
But in politics, it's the exact inverse of that, that people just want positions for their own aggrandizement, advancement, and wealth. And we ultimately, in this first term, did not nip that in the bud.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. So let me ask you, just, since you had the interactions with Trump himself, what was his demeanor like? Did you feel like he was just trying as hard as he could, or do you feel like he just kind of gave up and because it seemed to me like he was just overwhelmed, and I think he realized that these people were successful at their coup. He got outplayed by the politicians, right? And so that was the observation.
I think that he definitely felt alone.
Yeah.
Which was tragic because we were all there. My boss, my colleagues, me. Our small group is what I'm alluding to.
Yeah.
We gave him multiple courses of action, but when something needed to be signed off from the lawyers, the lawyers are, there's always that joke. What do you call a group of lawyers, driving over a cliff? A good start.
Right.
I think that a lot of them are, they care about self-preservation more than anything. They're not willing to go to do what is absolutely necessary to win.
Yeah.
And without sinning. I don't advocate ever committing a mortal sin, but my rule in politics is do whatever I need to do without sinning to win, because that's what the left does. Although they are the actual people who sin without, without thinking twice about it.
Yeah.
And I think what happens, sir, is that the president would get very energized about certain courses of action, and he would basically wrongly get outnumbered and basically cornered into not doing anything. And there were a couple times when he would decide on a what I would say a bold course of action, like count the paper ballots, which is what these electronic voting companies have talked about for 15 years as their supposed fail-safe if any of their machines get infiltrated and compromised. He would say he'd want to do that, and then 12 hours later, somebody had talked to him and said, we can do it this way. And it was frustrating. I obviously love the man. I think that he is a revolutionary and a revolutionary president, but I think that the staffing was atrocious.
Yeah.
And I keep coming back to that. And again, I think that how this played out in the courts too required us to take different actions. All these courts failed us. The institutions of government failed us, and they ruled it out on procedural grounds. And I can say for a fact that the president didn't give up, because on the 18th, he's wondering, and he's asking these supposed white shoe, high flying lawyers, sir, what actions can I take? All of the courts have ruled that I don't have standing on procedural grounds. I'm the president of the United States. What do you mean I don't have standing? It's my election.
Yeah.
That's why I was arguing so vociferously that if that institution or that branch of government, to use the founder's lexicon, fails you, then you have to take extraordinary measures, just like Lincoln did, just like Jackson did. And all that would have required, by extraordinary, I don't mean illegal. I mean something that is totally legal, but pretty unprecedented, which was actually hand count the paper ballots.
Yeah.
It sounds so simple. It's like running an election for your daughter's Girl Scout troop.
Yeah. Yeah. And just block and tackle stuff, things that you think as an established country, we would have the processes in place to do that. And it seemed like it was just, I don't know, it just seemed like he got overrun by the people around him. I noticed that
so many vectors.
Yeah. Well, and so that was the other thing too. I even noticed that his religious folks that would, he had a team of people that were always around and praying, and at least, that was at least what it looked like from the outside, right? And then all of a sudden I see the people that were closest to him down in Houston making comments, these are pastors of churches, big churches, that were making comments that were anti-Trump, and I was like, whoa, wait a second here. You've been praying for this guy for the last 4 years, but because now he can no longer serve your purpose, now you are going to become Judas and take your pieces of silver. And that to me just blew me away. I mean, that's when I started to kind of go, whoa, this.
Oh, imagine.
Rosy as I thought, with your 65%, comment was my first like, whoa, zinger. And then I started seeing that stuff take place. And then I'd heard that he met with one of his pastors, his personal pastor, like in the 11 o'clock hour to talk to him about something, information that he had received. And I still can't find that anywhere. I've been trying to dig and find that. But it was like, at that point, it was like, well, what information could he have possibly gotten that where he needed to meet with his pastor to?
And I want to just point out really quickly a key way that the president circumvented the normal establishment, liberal, soulless, political system we have now, which is talking directly to the people. And so after they pulled off the, Patrick Byrne calls it the goon tactics of putting cardboard pizza boxes on windows and not knowing where the ballots are. In Georgia, they're just shredding ballots. That's totally illegal.
Yeah.
And I was telling whoever would listen to me in the White House, let's just go look at the ballots. We don't have to do it. Have the National Guard in Georgia do it. So let Georgians count Georgia.
Shit, I was scrolled up on chat. I thought it wasn't going anywhere.
Which I've sort of given up on. Have Georgia count.
So what he's talking about when he's talking about the pastors kind of like bailing out on Trump. So during the 6th, 7th, and 8th, I think the RNC had a meeting in Florida. And they invited the religious leaders and the big wigs and future presidential candidates were all down there that weren't in Congress at the time. They were all down there whining and dining while Trump was still fighting for his election in January, right? While Trump was giving his speech, while the stuff happened at the Capitol, while all that stuff was going on, they were down there whining and dining each other and trying to find a replacement candidate for 4 years from now.
Count their own ballots. But I think that one key way that he got blocked is that every single media conglomerate was in on this. So, they were deplatforming everybody, having Joe Biden is the projected winner of the Associated Press is just that. It's the Associated Press. When do they get a call on anything?
Yeah.
So there was an absolute just stampede, an absolute flood of propaganda. And what that did is to all of the, what I call, very based or woke people on the right, they knew what was going on. They saw it. They're like, wow, the Epoch Times is basically the only big outlet that is not submitting to the propaganda. But for the lukewarm people, the people that maybe like the president's views on the economy, but who weren't really in his camp, they still think that the institutions of the United States are not captured. They still think that the Associated Press is interested or even believes in absolute truth,
Yeah.
which they're not. You know this already, but I'm of course, but I'm saying that was their goal. Their goal wasn't to change our minds. Their goal was to get basically 25 million Trump voters that weren't really gung-ho and make them think that he became a dictator, that wasn't stepping down, that wasn't accepting the will of the people.
Yeah, we saw that, and that was pretty sad, actually, that the angle that
and
they
that's
took.
key to what happened on the 6th.
Yeah.
That's why they're doing a sham impeachment trial. I mean, the impeachment is nothing more than making sure he can't run again, and it's a demoralization campaign. I mean, you have forgotten more about the military than I know, but one of my buddies said after this, the reason why Saddam Hussein rapes your daughter and doesn't just kill her immediately is because he wants to humiliate you.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're not only, it's not enough for the president to be out of the Oval Office on January 21st. They have to humiliate us.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about.
That's the same thing I've been saying. They think that this is the end. They think that this is it. We can knock them out right here.
Is putting up on billboards, if you have anything about the 6th, when we know there was Antifa, we know Jade Sackler was in the building, we know that John Sullivan was in the building. It's all just a big lie.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I think they're using that lie. I actually think they may have other plans beyond just the impeachment piece. I think they're going to try to go after.
I totally agree.
Yeah, they're going to go after him for treason, and that could not end well. I mean, if they're successful and you get enough, these are bloodthirsty, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
no, I do. And one more thing about the 6th, because this figures prominently, and I know I'm talking a lot about the media and basically how he just got ambushed. They want to now use statutes that were passed in the 9/11 era when I was just a little kid, but I read a lot. They're going to use the statutory definitions of like violent extremist to then go after Trump's base. So now everybody who went to the 6th is a potential violent extremist, which opens us up to domestic spying even more than what they did before. And Joe has no clue where he is. I mean, he's a geriatric. He's early onset dementia. Any honest physician would tell you that. He's no more than a puppet, not just for the Chinese, which is
Yeah, I mean, none of it does matter. It's kind of too little, too late, unless you can prove that actually Joe Biden and Kamala Harris met to do something nefarious and illegal, knew it at the time, and apparently had ill intent. If the Hillary Clinton case has anything to do with it, they did it with malice. Then it doesn't matter who worked behind the scenes. Some of these people may fall, but it doesn't change the game. So the ball boy let air out of the fucking balls to win the Super Bowl this Sunday, so they can get a little more grip on the football. But we just put an asterisk by their name. We don't take the ring away.
Obvious, but for John Brennan, who I think is the most evil man in Washington, and Susan Rice. Yeah. So they're going to start domestic
kind of fucked up, but
on all the president's orders using the lie.
Once the inauguration happened, even if you can prove that Biden himself ordered some type of bullshit to happen, ordered it, and said, here it is, this is what I want to happen, I know that this is cheating, but I also know that I'll win. Even then, what do you get, an impeachment? And we get Kamala? And let's say she was in on it too. She'll, as soon as he gets impeached, she'll appoint a vice. She'll get impeached. Then the vice comes up. And then this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And we're just in an endless cycle. How many can you impeach? It's over. You better get ready to stand up and fight about the other shit. Any laws that they're going to pass. You need to figure out how to contact somebody. You need to figure out how to fucking primary every motherfucking sitting member of Congress. Get somebody in there. Get somebody that's fucking pissed off, that knows they cheated, that's going to quote this Times article when it comes out. Not the people who pretend to. Not the Lindsey Grahams and the fucking people like that. We need to get those motherfuckers out. They just pretend to be upset. So you vote for them and they could stay in Congress for 16 years. We need to get other people in there for sure.
That they perpetrated about the 6th, and it's absolutely evil.
Yeah. Well, and one thing that I can say over the last 4 years, if you watch them execute the plan, they're pretty successful at doing it. I mean, they make a run at something, and with the media, they control the narrative. And so that's kind of the challenge that I think we're up against. It doesn't really look good. So here's the next question I have for you, because as a guy that was in there and watching this all go down, there is this, people are saying, oh, well, the military is in charge right now. I don't believe that, because I just don't. I think if the military was in charge, you wouldn't have Joe Biden sitting in the White House, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the fact that he chose Chairman Milley was a mistake.
Yeah.
And although the SecDef obviously outranked Chairman Milley, he has a lot of sway. And I thought that memo that he put together, I think it was on the 16th, was just an abomination. It was humiliating us, basically, saying that the members of the military who are going to, by the way, being called out into freezing Washington and then put in a parking garage. You know, we're going to vet each and every one of you, because if you think that this, you know, election was illegitimate, you might literally kill Joe Biden on his motorcade route from the White House.
Yeah.
Now, that's not what the memo said, but that was the implicit, you know, we have an oath to the Constitution. And apparently they forgot the part of the Constitution where the legislatures direct the manner of elections.
Yeah.
And if anybody dares question the legitimacy of this, you know, they kicked 12 people out. They kicked probably, you know, people that could have been my high school classmates.
Yeah.
You know, we had a half a dozen kids join the military immediately. They weren't officers immediately after high school. And the military in control is, well, first of all, I want to have the caveat of this. There have been a lot of people on my Telegram, and maybe some of even your viewers, who say, you know, Garrett is in his mid-20s. Garrett's the young guy in the room, and that is obviously true. That's why I've had every single public comment I've ever made about the postmodern Q say it is through the lens of somebody who doesn't have access to. I had the highest clearances, but I don't have access to every conversation that the chief of staff and the president share. So I've been very upfront about that. However, I'm also very resourceful, and I would argue a bit precocious. And there has been nothing in my almost 2 years of the White House, and especially in the last 8 weeks, to suggest that Mark Milley will defy Joe Biden and follow the Constitution rather than Joe Biden. Now, that is going to make a lot of people mad, but what I just said was factually correct.
Yeah.
The election for Donald Trump was conducted unconstitutionally, and we wrote all this in the reports. Dr. Navarro had us help him write those three reports. It's called the Navarro Report. You can look it up at his website, navarroreport.com.
Oh, no, we read the Navarro report. I mean, it's all reported, but again,
I very much respect the people.
We're just kind of stuck there with it after it's reported, right?
You know, my family.
Yeah.
Like, I don't. There's so many people that humiliate the people that believe that and say, how could you possibly? Well, maybe those people think, you know, that the left and maybe the upper brass of the Joint Chiefs of Staff care about the Constitution.
Yeah.
And the hard reality is that a lot of them don't.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, I had when that letter came out from Milley and the Joint Chiefs, and not all of them signed it, but a majority of them did. I think there were 7 or so that signed it. You know, my first reaction when I read it was, this is treason writing this. Like, these guys.
Well, and Milley is from that ilk. He's from the Princeton officer class. It's,
yeah.
You know, invade the world, invite the world.
Right.
And they have a totally warped view. It's like Ben Sass. I talked about Ben Sass on my Telegram channel yesterday, because there is a class of what I call, you know, paid losers and useful idiots who invoke the founders and the Constitution, but they use that just like, you know, liberal Christians use a warped view of Christianity to achieve their goals. Yeah. So this is a fact. 95% of the American founders love tariffs. Ben Sass does not. Ben Sass says he's in line with the founders. It's a lie.
Yeah.
You know, 95% of the American founders would not think that being in Afghanistan for 2 decades is in our national interest. All of the upper brass, who they say, you know, and they say themselves they love the Constitution of the founders, would not like that. These are not policy differences. These go deeper than that. It goes to their intellectual milieu.
Yeah. Well, 100%. I mean, if you go look at our military operations around the world, and then you look at some of the actions taken by the former State Departments and our military and things like that, and you just watch the flow of goods and services that come out of those countries, you can tell pretty quickly that there is money changing hands, and somebody is.
Yep. And we tried to go after that because of the Buy American Act, which our office loves, that American tax dollars should buy American goods. You would not believe the amount of qualifying country waivers that the DoD gives to all these second and third world nations to buy their stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I understand if we have a base in Djibouti about like buying Djibouti toilet paper, but we're talking tens of billions. If I go back into my files, sir, I could even give it to your viewers. We did a report on this, and a big section of it was the DoD spends billions of your taxpayer money on foreign goods, and they should revoke those those MOUs, which is Washington speak for selling the country out. And the last thing I'll say about the military is this is an area that is very scary with Biden, because I'm not sure if you saw the order, but now if some members of the military put that little frog, that Pepe frog, which is a joke.
Well, that's not actually true, Stacy. So yeah, if we needed immediate secession, Nancy Pelosi would technically be the vice president, but the new president would get to name a vice president.
I mean, all of our enemies think it's some sinister thing. The ADL has a piece on it. If certain lower non-officer people are found posting that, it's like a demerit, like you can't serve now. Mm-hmm. So, a left-wing military is going to be very scary, because I think our future could be like the UK, where it's so bad I don't even want to verbalize it.
Yeah.
Or it's not based on merit.
No, well, without a doubt. And also, when you start allowing gender identity issues coming into the military, it weakens our force. I mean, it really does. It's don't get me wrong. There are certainly women who can are better sniper shots than a lot of men, But and there's women out there who kick my butt, right? But at the end of the day, it's
well, just like it's the bell curve, right, sir? I mean, 85%, are going to be under that bell curve, and they use that 1%. So my mom works, right? And my mom is in that she's an executive for a printing company. You know, she's in that right tail. But if you make policies for the country based upon the outliers, you're not going to get good public policy.
Right.
And we now, you know, we didn't have free speech before in this country, but now it's not just that you're not going to have free speech, you're going to be penalized for it. So it's not just, you know, like, it's not just you lose your job, but you could actually be criminally, you know, liable.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, the hate crimes were invented, in my opinion. Crimes, you know, sins just weren't enough. They had to be hate crimes.
Yeah.
But, you know,
So like Lyndon Johnson, when JFK was assassinated, Lyndon Johnson moved to president. And technically, if we needed an acting vice president, it would have been the Speaker of the House. But honestly, I think for like over a year, the vice presidency remained open. And then Johnson named Humphrey. Maybe. I can't remember, but it remained open for the vice presidency. We didn't need a vice president at the time, even though we had secession there. We didn't need one.
if I shoot a white person, shoot a black person, that's a sin either way.
Right.
But I think hate crimes, that whole classification in jurisprudence was just a way for there now to be hate speech.
Yeah.
Right. And so now we're going to be, you'll see in the House bills put up in the next 24 months that hate speech is now a criminal offense.
Oh yeah, well, 100%. They're definitely. I'm already seeing bills that are being floated by Jackson. I think out of Houston. I think was one of hers.
If minimum wage goes to $15 an hour, I might go get a minimum wage job.
Right. I mean, they're gathering all the information. So if you buy a gun, they're putting you in a database. If you have any kind of it all is going to go into the central database. But anything you buy, ammo, it goes in a database. You buy a gun, it goes in a database. You buy body armor, it goes in a database. If you have a domestic dispute, it's in a database. And if anybody, your doctor or anybody deems you, crazy or whatever it may be, they're going to look in that database and they're going to come take your guns. And so it's I know it sounds,
it's a technological tyranny.
Yeah, exactly. And so what they do is they just they'll put the squeeze on us and they'll start gathering data on everybody, because how do you go after guns? You have to know who has the guns, right? And so now you start developing these databases that allow you to take that next step, and then you put the squeeze on ammo manufacturers or people making primers, just different things, little areas here and there that all of a sudden you impact our ability to replenish, you impact our ability to buy, it's just 100% that Second Amendment is going to be under attack over these next 4 years. And
well, that's why I'm moving my family, even though it's to a liberal state, it's back to rural America. I mean, most American cities, the really big ones are hostile to liberty.
Yeah.
And we knew that before.
Yeah.
But now they're not only hostile to liberty, they're a literal ghost town, but they'll still have the bureaucracy to pay for. So they'll squeeze and deracinate the shrinking population. And so I would, if your viewers aren't already looking at some land or a place beyond the craziness of the urban environment that is anti-human, I think that people are meant to know their neighbors, to have these bonds of trust that are being broken. And I can't remember the exact quote, so I'm not going to try to go back to it, but it's actually by Mika's father. You know, that insufferable television host, Mika Brezhnev? She's a Polish.
Yeah,
Polish by
MSNBC.
blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's horrid, but her father was the national security advisor to Jimmy Carter. And he had a lot to say about technocracy. And I'm sure your viewers, because they're astute and are interested in military affairs, know about this quote, but some maybe not. And I think what we're going towards is a surveillance state that then will have files on every person.
Yeah.
And so it's a weird type of tyranny that not every part of the world knows, because they don't have the technology to do it. But how do we guard against that? I don't want to, as my fellow Generation Z members would say, sir, I don't want to just give black pills all the time. What can we do in the immediate term? I know this wasn't a question, but just real quick, in the immediate term, it's to, first of all, have the self-awareness to know that any device can basically be connected to the internet, just like the voting machines. I mean, that's a key part of the propaganda. The voting machines are connected to the internet.
Yeah.
That is, anything to the contrary is a lie. Any Jeff Bezos product that you have in your home has the ability to be compromised and listening to you.
Yeah.
And so each of us has to take stock.
And your cell phone, but no one's going to give up their cell phone.
That Apple Watch, and you probably can.
Oh yeah.
And if you keep feeding this beast and give up your liberty for just a little bit more,
Put your cell phone in a Faraday cage while you're at your house, I guess.
Yeah.
Without maybe the polluted rivers.
Without even moving your house, man. Yeah, without a doubt. Well, it's funny you say that, because when I've mentioned that I worked for Lockheed Martin for almost 18 years, and I was getting read on to a program, and when I was over on F-35, I didn't know who DARPA was, right? But when I got over to missile and fire control, one of the first programs they were reading me on to was a DARPA program, and I was like, well, I need to figure out who the heck DARPA is. So I started researching them, and I'm like, well, they created LifeLog and Twitter and 23andMe, and which is DNA, Ancestry.com, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Google.
They're a center node.
Yeah, and so
Epstein did some work with them.
Yes, absolutely. And so as I started looking at their data collection, I'm like, this is mass surveillance. And when did we give up that freedom? 9/11 was when we just said, oh my God, if people are trying to kill us, if you need to go look in my closet, knock yourself out, right? And so
You can have it all.
And before we actually had all this technology that just advances continuously, very rapidly now, right? And so as I looked at that, I thought, man, anything that is smart has got the ability to track you, right? Every technology that is out there now I've got it all around me. I've got from the earbuds to the TVs to the cameras to the iPads to the iPhone. It's all of this stuff that is all connected to a satellite, or a tower, then to a satellite, and they're just doing data collections, and they have these giant centers that are doing nothing but collecting data on every one of us. And so,
and the NSA has national security agreements with basically every single technology company.
Yes,
that's it. It's public intel.
Yeah, absolutely. And so now, if you think, oh well, I don't like this, I don't like the way this looks, it's try to back out of that. Now is they've got so many people hooked because it feeds the same stimulators as crack cocaine and sugar and all the other stuff that our minds need, right? And so people, when you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you grab? Is your phone, right? Oh, what did I miss while I was sleeping? And coffee, yeah, exactly. And so it's crazy. And so when you start looking at some of the things that's a DarPA, right? And so they developed all this, and then what they did was they spun it off to these publicly held companies and IPOs, and they put these figureheads in place like Zuckerberg and crew, right? Jack Dorsey, right? And so
that's obvious. Yeah, I mean Zuckerberg. I call these lizard people.
Yeah,
they're lizards.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And it's just crazy because they put these people in charge of this, and now they are this.
Oh yeah, straight up
voice,
lizards.
Really representing the DoD at the end of the day. That's their true shareholder, and the DoD is data mining all of it, everything from Amazon, so they know everything that we're doing, and so to unplug from that is going to be very difficult, right? And so
and now they're not even hiding it. They're public. Amazon is building their second HQ, not even a mile from the Pentagon. Amazon just won a huge contract, or was in, I think, litigation over a huge contract.
They're building a headquarters a mile from the Pentagon.
I mean, if somebody
Please
wants to
don't
go
be
to
true.
grabcommons.com, which is one of my favorite tools, or they can do this after they watch this, there's got to be some connection nodes between the upper brass of our DoD intel community that are already completed, the connection nodes, and Silicon Valley. I mean, Silicon Valley was a result of the Air Force investments in the Bay Area. So starting with Fairchild Semiconductor. And why are we going into this, sir? It's because for them to accomplish the goals of leftism, surveillance is so critical. Because like Michel Houellebecq's 2015 book, he's a Frenchman who I enjoy, they want submission. If a critical mass of people don't accept this, they're going to try to submit. That's why, to make you submit, that's why they hate homeschooling and these other movements that are so anti-culture, so anti-leftist, because they can't control them.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. So let me ask you, what are your thoughts?
I don't know why we just don't make Amazon the new government.
I think it's absolutely
Doesn't that sound like a better plan? Trying to pretend they're not the government.
It was a daily email from the management office telling me where I can.
And the new federal mandated news sources are YouTube. Why not?
That DC is basically an occupied zone now.
Surely they wouldn't be. Surely they wouldn't hurt us, would they?
For the entirety of the events on the 6th, you feel that we don't have a civilian-controlled military because the military is not explaining to the civilians what they are doing there. I'm for secrecy when it comes to killing people by Delta Force. I don't want Delta Force to have a spokesman. I want Delta Force to secretly kill people in the middle of the night and not tell anybody about it. But if you are going to send our sons in the National Guard from all the 50 states, I would have wished that the military did a much better job saying why they're there and not just leaking to NBC and ABC that there are 12 people that are, in the ranks that we haven't vetted and that we don't trust them not to shoot the presumptive, president. There's been very little communication, and the Bidens want it that way.
Yeah, for sure. And so
that was crazy. That was crazy. The vetting of troops. Anybody who supported the MRA, anybody who posted pro-constitutional posts. That's crazy.
I don't know.
I was in Florida for a couple of weeks.
Yeah, were you down there with him?
No, I was not staying at Mar-a-Lago. He has about a half a dozen staff that are actually still being paid by the General Services Administration. And Politico did a little piece on them. I'm not really close with any of the. Nick Luna was very kind to me. He's one of the people down there. But most of the people that he is with, I did not really communicate with during my tenure, nor did I seek out communication with them. I have a lot different views as they do probably politically. But he is down there. He's right there on the beach. We have been trying to get intel to him. He definitely asked on the 18th for my colleagues.
I guess
Brennan and Joanna.
I guess technically, as long as you trusted there was only the one, or some phones have 2 microphones. As long as you trusted that, you could go in there and put a physical switch on your phone and turn the mic off. But they still got the camera. They still got everyone else's phones. and they still got like the Sony phone picks up and sends vibrations. So the Sony phone without the microphone, the new Sony phone, not only vibrates to like bass sounds, but without using the microphone, because the microphone can be blocked or obstructed or picking something up, but it can pick up at least bass tone vibrations and ask you, are you watching this? Are you listening to this? Should we turn on your Xperia sound bar or whatever? Because it's like a smartphone that ties into your TV and your surround sound and shit. I don't know.
Our home address, our personal phone number, so he can keep in touch with us. But he rightly should. He calls my former boss a lot more, obviously, than any of the lower level staff. So, but then again, it feels kind of good to be able to speak the truth. So many people are mad at me because the things I put in my Telegram, why didn't you speak up before?
I think this is a pretty cool design. What do y'all think?
I couldn't care less if Mark Meadows fired me, on December 25th. He could have done it on Christmas Day and I wouldn't have cared. But I was still holding out hope that some of the advice that my boss was giving him, that we needed to do something, about this, would actually get done, that he would quote unquote cross the Rubicon. I always like historical allusions because I think they clarify things, but he didn't do that. And so that's why I wasn't, having a public Telegram channel broadcasting whatever went on in the White House. Because I think that, and the only reason why Patrick Byrne, I waved in General Flynn and Sidney Powell on the 18th, on the Friday night of the 18th, for which Mark Meadows' office revoked my guest privileges. I could no longer get people into the complex after that. And the reason why I did that is because I was just so frustrated with the current counsel he was getting, that all of his lawyers around him were no men. And, they didn't really want him to win. They truly, some of these people with Cipollone and Hirschman, they truly don't believe that the election was stolen. Some circuit court said that they don't have standing. Well, then, we just got to listen to them.
Yeah.
It's truly absurd.
So these rumors about Sidney Powell not having access to the president, that they were keeping her away from him, that sounds like that was...
It's absolutely true.
Wow. Yeah, no.
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, if there's a rumor, I will answer it. I talked to Ron, Code Monkey Z, who's a patriot, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's safe right now. But they'll be targeting Ron because he's too powerful. He'd ask me, he'd tell me, I'm gonna keep you aware of the rumint, as I call it, RUMINT, because it's very telling. Yeah. Rumint is very telling about what the base is feeling. And I always say it's the 80-20 rule. 20% of the rumors are true, 80% are false. But that is an absolute fact. I walked Sidney over to the residence one night to try to get the president a binder full of evidence, and we got blocked again there too.
Wow. Now you and I were talking, and you said you had you brought Flynn in before a lot of this stuff went down, and that he actually got an opportunity to meet with POTUS, right?
Yeah. So the night of the 18th, on Friday, I used my what was called Waves access, which is like worker and visitor entry system, is what the Secret Service calls it, to get him, Sidney Powell, an attorney for Sidney, and Patrick into the Oval, because they were basically doing the Occam's razor approach. Yeah. Go to the 6 problematic counties and just simply recount the ballots. And this sounds probably unbelievable to some of your viewers that this was not done, but we still have not had a legitimate audit. And the audit that's going on right now in Arizona, sir, the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, the audit they're doing, basically the EAC certifies auditors, but the certifications for the auditor are expired. So the Board of Elections was served a subpoena by the Arizona Senate. The Board of Elections picked a EAC certified auditor, but that auditor doesn't even have a valid certification. It's like if you get pulled over by the cop and your license is expired. Wow. And you try to tell him, well, officer,
wow,
my license was valid like 3 months ago. But a buddy of mine named Mike O'Fallon, he runs a group called Sovereign Nations.
I don't know what I'm going to do for it. I got to keep it simple for the printer. It'll be cheaper and easier to produce, but I might figure out something.
There are truly 2 conceptions of justice. The enemy looks at justice as operational success.
Right.
What does that mean?
I'm surprised Facebook's even calling it false, because some of the major accounts that I saw post Mike Lindell's thing already had it removed. So I'm surprised they're even just saying false, because I saw some big right-wing accounts post the video, and even his MyPillow Facebook or MyPillow Twitter got taken down today, like the company Twitter yesterday, whenever his video came out.
That means that even if we had the evidence, let's say we go and by definition, let's say the Associated Press
Drift
calls,
killer, you think so?
County, 200,000 to 175. By definition, because there are paper ballots, we should be able to locate each one of the 200 ballots from Milwaukee County. Let's say that it's not that Donald Trump won Milwaukee County by
Joe Biden, sniff. We're over here killing the grift.
Bigger than theirs. They would not accept it, because the result of that is not operational success to them. Right. So operational success is the only arbiter by which they view something.
I gotta find a way to milk you guys out of some money.
but it all goes back, all differences are ultimately theological ones. And, they're in the business of calling 2 + 2 = 5, because if 5 is their operational success, that's why, if they're telos.
Oh, one last housekeeping thing. I might be a little more strict on like stuff in chat and what's going on and stuff for the next maybe week or so. I'm actually under review for super chats.
To use a Greek word, is complete freedom
for monetization. Super chats is all I want. I don't care about ads.
Then men truly can be women. Now, to us who have a different anthropology and were raised in reality, that is absurd. So they're saying trust the science, which in the same vein, they are ignoring the science of chromosomes. And they don't realize that, science was really a Christian enterprise by fellow Germans, Johannes Kepler and everything. And the reason why I'm going into this is because so many people who are patriots, who voted for Donald Trump, say, how can this stand? We've even seen all of the sins. And the other side will not even acknowledge.
Speaking of, if you're worried about the election or you're worried about the presidency, don't worry. Charlie Ward said that exactly 27 hours ago. That's right. Previous hours ago. 27 hours ago was going to be the announcement that Joe Biden and 500 of our political world powers, who are also lizard-eating baby killers, were all arrested, and they're going to announce it 27 hours ago. They actually tried to announce it on the 20th, on Inauguration Day, but the entire world media and newspaper cabal refused to publish it. So now they've waited the required amount of time to where they can charge them with treason. And yeah, the announcement will be 27 hours and 15 minutes ago. So make sure you're standing by right by your TV screen for an emergency broadcast yesterday. Just a heads up.
They won't even trust their eyes because they don't believe that justice is what we think justice is.
Right. No, without a doubt, there's definitely a two-tiered system of justice, maybe more than that. But it's
postmodern coup.
Yeah. So let me ask you, from a Trump perspective, how did he seem? Did you see him the day that he left the White House?
No, I saw him on the 18th.
That was the last time. Did he see?
Last time I saw him was probably 1:30 at the 18th. When I saw the president, he was trying to. He knew that he was unjustly put in a corner by the left and the media and the goons at the polling stations and everything. But every way out of that corner was blocked for BS reasons.
Yeah.
And that was my honest interpretation. Now, somebody who had more access to him, somebody who saw him every day, they might have a different take. But that's what the truth is.
Yeah.
Because if you were with him every day, why wouldn't you advise him to do the simple thing like 42 USC 1974? The last thing I'll say about
so 42C US 42C US title whatever 1974 actually says that for 22 months after post-election there has to be a paper ballot copy left. If there's not a paper ballot copy left for review, and it has to be paper and it has to be the ballot, if it's not there left for review, then those votes don't fucking count. No one's pushed that, no one's tried that, but damn. 22 months. Some of these machines that states have been illegally fucking using do not even keep paper ballots. Right? They just run them through and then put them in a box somewhere, and maybe they get shredded, maybe they don't. You could go back through and hand count every goddamn paper ballot.
How he felt is, some of this does fall on his shoulders because he is the president. And at the end of the day, in Truman words, the buck stops with Trump. And I don't think he ignored the staff like he should have had, he should have ignored.
Well, he shows the pedigree of a true leader, at the end of the day, where he listens to his people. He gives them, stick and rudder and some guidance. But I think like most good men, you tend to trust people and just assume that they're going to do the right thing, and
that they share your vision.
Yes.
And in corporate America, he could do that. He truly won the only guy. Andy didn't serve in political office, but he was a general. Besides Andrew Jackson, he is the only one to have not served in political office, and he's the only one not to serve in military office. So I think that it was a world, in one way, he knew politics better than all the politicians, but maybe he didn't understand the importance of staffing. And so when Reince took over and we had these horrible chiefs of staff, all four of them were bad.
Yeah, and it was. It's a sad thing, and I don't know. I think if we could do those 4 years over again, we'd probably have a different outcome, to be honest with you. But I really, so the takeaway from what I gather is the military is not in charge. There is no secondary mission that's going to take place. They're going to lock up everybody in the White House, and Biden is going to go to jail. And even though he committed, many crimes, the Logan Act, right? Even the Logan Act for his previous stuff, he should have been convicted for. And these people are all made of
And
Teflon.
John Kerry.
Yeah, exactly, same thing. And so, it looks to me like we're just in speaking with you and my observations is that we're in for a hell of a 4 years.
I don't see any other plan going on other than there's going to be litigation about the impeachment. There's going to be litigation about the obvious postmodern coup we just went through, and we'll see what happens. But right now, it's the office of the former president. That is a terrible reality. It's illegal, but I did all that I could.
Yeah. Well, you walk away with a clean conscience knowing that. Quick question is, what's next for you? What are you going to do?
I'm becoming a dad. My boy is being born in May, and I'm gonna, I'm a German, so I saved the little salary I had at the White House, so I can take 6 weeks, and I'm a very frugal guy, and figure out what I want to do. I'm very interested in public corruption. I know the federal government well. I spent a tremendous amount of time on things that other people would find so boring, like all the entities that are in the Department of Transportation. Like, if you just look at the Department of Transportation from the outside, it's the most unsexy thing in the world. But you look at the FAA, they have so much power, and that's one of the tragedies I think of Trump term 1. Is that the immense power that the executive had, sir, was not completely utilized.
Yeah.
And we could have taken these very old institutions and made them great again.
Yeah.
And I hope that if he does get in office again, that he will consider making me his deputy chief of staff for personnel, because I have lists and structures ready to go, memos written on what we should do with all of these bureaucracies. And that's really a passion of mine. I'm a Clausewitz type of guy. I'm very interested in organizational structure. I think it's part of my German heritage. And I think the executive branch of the United States government is unsalvageable in its current state.
Well, all right, man. So
I know that we covered a lot, but
we did.
I hope that they found this of value.
I think they will, and I really appreciate you taking the time to have this discussion. And like I said, it's not going to be pleasing to the ear on everyone, but there's a lot of love behind it, a lot of truth behind it.
And if there is, sir, my final thing, if there is a plan that is being worked out in front of us, I think that at least 70 million people have now figured out that our institutions are captured. Yeah. So we can either sit on our ass, on our hands, and complain about that, or we can actually study and have a formidable political action. And I think that formidable political action should focus first on our individual secretaries of state and their voting systems.
Yeah.
And because if we get that, we have the numbers. We are the majority. We're being ruled by a hated minority of people. So that's the hope. That's the white pill, is that we have the power to change our institutions. If your viewers want to keep in touch with me, I'm on Telegram at Garrett Michael Z. And I think that I definitely want to come on again. Yes. And I appreciate everything you're doing. I appreciate your time, sir. God bless you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. Well, hey, thank you all for joining us. I'm going to actually ask Garrett to come back and do another episode with us so that we can ask some additional questions. And that's it. God bless. Monkey out.
Ah, man. Everybody's coming out and saying that there is no plan. What happened to your guys' plans? Damn it. Damn it. Look, the plan needs to be fight the progressives politically, not calling for violence. 75 million people. Stop waiting on someone to say, there's the lizard people, let's go get them. And instead, get to know your mayor and your commissioners and your governor and your state senators and state reps. Then go on federally. Get to know some people. Make some friends. Complain a lot. Put a bug in their ear. All you got to do is be the fucking squeaky wheel. The left has been the squeaky wheel for years and years and years and years based off fucking stupid ass shit. Oh, well, we don't believe that this is diverse enough, and that's not a woman, and just because they have a penis doesn't mean they're not a woman. So let's make sure we do this and this and this and this and this and this, you racist. We got to flip that around. It's got to be the right. Pushing, and they're just trying to pacify us. They're trying to pacify us. If you don't like your voting machines, you heard what you do. You get your local people who are actually working on the election boards and your mayor involved, and then you go after your Secretary of State, and your governor and anybody else who's going to stand in the way, and their state legislators. That can be fixed as well. And then the next election, you better primary every motherfucker who put us through this and never asked why, or never asked to review it, or never asked to check it out, or never asked anything about it. Every one of them. Every goddamn one of them. Americans are notoriously bad for hating a politician for 3 weeks, and then 8 months later, when they're running for office, you're like, well, you gotta vote. You gotta vote red. You know, I mean, he's not the best choice, and I hated him, 8 months ago. But now, primary those motherfuckers. Get somebody in there and tell all your friends to help out. We have a movement right now, and it shouldn't go down with Trump just because he's not the current president. But I have a feeling it's going to. Hell, I'm even thinking about running for office in a couple years. We'll try to get a representative seat or some shit. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Even just to document it and get to know some people that I should probably know. I guess I better just go ahead and run for, I'm not going to win either way. I might as well run for federal if I can afford it. But I was going to say I could probably run for state, but I'm not going to win either one of them. I might as well run for the federal one. I don't know. All right, so that's what this guy was complaining about.
Okay, may be true, may not be true. We don't know. So let's just stay even keel here. Okay. Tonight's sweet tea is brought to you by Jax. Jax is our sponsor tonight. Okay. And Jax tea is not good as Champions, but we'll give it another try a little bit later.
He's full of love.
So here we go. So I'm going to turn it around and put it on the screen here, and I want to look at. Okay.
It's another one we're going to have to listen through 9 speakers. Oh, Mike Lindell's video.
Right.
I'm not going to watch the Lindell part.
It helps if you. I had to rewind.
Only because it's oh shit, the stream just ended. Let's see if it'll let me watch it or not. Only because I've covered everything in Lindell's videos. He just put it all in one place. I would much rather see the Flynn video. He talks about it.
This is the example.
Everything he talks about, including these charts and numbers, if you've watched my show, you've seen it all before. We just did it as it come out, and he's put it. There was no new evidence that I haven't covered in that. I would rather see what his answer is to Flynn. By the way, the Pennsylvania Secretary of State who said, no matter what, when we're done counting, Biden will be the winner. He just stepped down. I wonder why. Is he only going to do the Lindell video? Oh, hold on. That's all he's doing tonight? Because I really want to see the Flynn video. Let's see what he says after the Lindell video, I guess. General McInerney.
Now we have
Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is
cold beer in the White House. There you go.
I'm going to stop it right there as far as what we're going to show tonight.
I've thought of a good slogan.
And I want to.
It's called, What's Up? Well, big dicks and helicopters. Which one do you want to go down on? And I think that'd be a good slogan. I could have that printed on some mugs or something. I don't know. We'll see how it works.
Spend a few seconds here with you. A lot of people's, I'm exhausted too. Yeah. It's you try to stay off the roller coaster. Okay. And that video is Mike Lindell's Absolute Proof. You can find it at Michael J as in jump, Lindell, LINDELL.com. MichaelJLindell.com. Okay, you can find it on the X22 report. They've got it up, x22report.com. Okay, you can find it on Rumble. Okay, you can find it a lot of places. Okay, now, a couple things. All right, I really can't address Monkey Works deal because I haven't watched it except the last 5 minutes. Okay, I don't know who this Garrett dude is. I don't know. I mean, I've seen some comments on here where everybody's saying he's a great guy, whatever he may be. I don't know. He also may be fooled. I don't know. I think that's yet to be seen. But again, it could also be something like General Flynn. They're not going to come out and just say, hey, this is the plan. This is what we're going to do. Okay.
But that's the stupidest fucking argument. Because you can't say, okay, General Flynn would never come out and tell anybody Trump's plan. But all the generals that are helping Trump are all releasing intel to people like Simon and Charlie and Mel and X-22 and R-39 and R-114A and 16/32 divided by 6 works and Patriot Street Fighter. They're all got their intel sources that they're gathering all this from that are actually people within the plan. But General Flynn, he's gonna try to discourage you as much as possible by making you sound like an idiot. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Stop saying that shit.
Okay. Of course, you want to act weak.
316. That's a good
That's
one.
the art of war. Okay, war is about deception. It's not about saying, "Here we come, we're coming over." You know, it's not Red Rover, send Brad right over. Okay, so I'm just saying, and somebody else said Garrett is credible. He may be the most credible person in the world, but in a game of chess, in a game of war, are you?
And by the way, I think Trump was really smart on the economy. I don't think he's super smart in every aspect, and I just don't believe that. So, like, to believe the theory, you have to believe that Trump is so fucking smart. He's had all this shit laid out for years and this and that, and he knew this would happen. He knew that. He knew this before that, and he's got the details on that. I just don't think anybody in the world is that fucking smart. You're talking about stuff planning out years in advance, and you know how people are going to react every fucking time, and he knew that this was going to happen. He knew he's playing 9D chess. Come on. Nobody in the world is that fucking smart.
Are you really going to be, quote, credible to let the other side know what you?
I'm not trying like the left smear campaign to say he's like an idiot or whatever, but no one is that smart. I think he did. I think he knows how to work the economy. I think he knows how to get business deals done. That's great. All that stuff. He knows retail or real estate development. He knows shit like that. He knew how to win an election. He knew how to speak to people. He knew how to do all that stuff. But come on. He planned 2 years in advance to do this, to do that, to do this, to do that, to do this, to do that.
What you're doing? Think about it. Use some common sense. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Okay? Now, if you saw there were thousands upon thousands, she said terabytes full of it, all these the rows, and they all had, just that little one we saw was like 3,400 votes. But I mean, there was tons of them with like 22,000, 35,000. I mean, these are adding up, these thousands of lines adding up. This was an absolute robbery, highway robbery like we've never seen before. Okay? Now, okay, you know, what do we do about it? Okay, what do we do about it, Brad? I'm pissed. What are we going to do? You know, hey, you know, I am too. Okay, but you know, here's the thing. I still think that we've got to be patient here and see what happens. Now, do I?
But that's the worst possible thing that you can do. If you're upset about the election, that's all I'm going to say on YouTube. If you're upset about how the election transpired, the worst thing you can do is wait, because some people are going to fall by the wayside. Some evidence is going to disappear. Some people are going to forget about this. Other people are going to move into places where they shouldn't be. And this is going to happen. Be loud, be vocal, and get ready for a non-physical confrontation, YouTube, of calling, of complaining, of writing, of emailing, of cataloging. But the last thing you do is wait. This is the left's fucking wet dream. Oh, God, the right's mad as hell. Oh, shit, they're ready to fucking fight. Oh, God, they're ready to do this. Oh, wait, never mind. Someone told them that the plan was just to sit at their house and not do anything until everything's fixed. So we're good. Let's just keep going.
I think something's going to happen at the Super Bowl tomorrow night. Personally, I don't. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong. I don't think it will. You know, Q talked about, he didn't talk about a puppy bowl. He talked about a puppy show. He used the term puppy. It'll make it look like a puppy show. Okay. Now, so I don't personally think anything's going to happen there, although it would be a large audience. So maybe so. We'll see. You know, I don't know. Okay. We'll see. I don't normally watch NFL anymore since they pulled all their crap. As far as that goes for the NBA and the MLB too. I could care less if any of them ever play it again. Okay, so it doesn't matter. I'll say this real quick. Going back to what do we do? Well, I had a friend text me tonight and said, well, I'll tell you what, Brad, what are they going to do with 80 million of us? 80 million people show up at the White House. They can't put 80 million of us in jail. I don't know. I mean, but I can tell you this. Patriots are ready to roll. They are ready to do whatever it takes to defend this country. I'm right with them, 100%. I mean, I'm ready to jump on board. Let's roll, okay? But again, I think we need to be in prayer. We need to be seeking God's face, and I think we need to be. I hate to use this word, but we need to be patient a little.
A large audience, the cardboard
let
cutouts.
some things play out, and push comes to shove. I'm willing to die for my country. I'm willing to die for my kids' freedom. I'm willing to do whatever it takes, and I want my kids. It's not about me. It's not about my wife. It's about our kids. And so we've got to, again, I think we've got to be patient. As bad as I hate that, and I do hate it. I run out of patience. I used to tell kids when I coached and taught school, God only gives me so much patience each week, and I'm already out on Tuesday. Okay, so I'm out. I ain't got time for your crap the rest of the week. Okay, you got to come back next week when God refills me. Okay, so I don't know. Okay.
Oh no, what? I'm not trying to be mean, but I wonder what subject he taught. History, probably because he's a coach.
But I think again we got to be seeking God's face, and we've got to be, and I think we need to be ready for whatever we need to do. So again, I think we play that by ear. Okay.
That's right, Jay Hyatt. They're about to get the big dick.
Don't get all crazy here. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll say this. The Monday night. Okay, so I won't come on tomorrow unless something big happens, which I hope I'll be on here with you tomorrow. Okay, but of course, if something big happens with the EBS or whatever, we may not be able to be on here. Okay, share this video. Share Mike Lindell's video, Absolute Proof. Share it everywhere. Make them take it down. I want you to wear them out. Make them have to take it down.
Yeah, this guy kind of gets to me too. I mean, I think he's genuine. I don't think he's doing anything. He believes this through and through to his fucking core that what he's spreading to you is the absolute God-given truth. So I can't blame him for doing anything maliciously. But anybody that says, and I think it's, the other night he got heated and he's like, and I think it's bull crap. I hate that I used that word in front of you. I hope your kids wasn't in here. But honestly, that's what it is. And then like 10 minutes later, he said bull crap again. He's like, I don't know. It's a bunch of bull crap's what it is. He's like, my goodness, I'm cussing up a storm tonight. Anybody that's like that perfect, I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way. Like I would rather you cuss every other word. I feel like I can trust you more. Maybe it's the time I spent in the Army or something, but damn, I don't know about this. I'm sorry I used bull crap, but I'm mad about it.
Down so much that they get tired of punching buttons. Okay, and so yeah, share, and then Monday night, Kirsten W is going to be with us live and in Technicolor, as my friend says.
Because this is my show and not yours, John Smith, so I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
The old pig kicker, my buddy down in Louisiana, my business partner, and so we're going to be.
He does seem like a good guy for sure.
Good show. And one other thing, let me say this: for those of you that have reached out to me concerning my business and how to make a six-figure income working from home, okay, please be patient with me. I'd love to share with you those of you that have reached out. I'm not ignoring you. It's just I don't have to tell you this election, this political stuff has just been insane, and it's just all-consuming. Basically, I will be getting with you shortly. Okay, you're going to, I'll be getting with you. Okay, I'll let you. And if there's anybody else that I guess heard what I just said to those people, I was trying to get with them. If you want some information, feel free to reach out. You can.
I feel like maybe. So he's not doing it with computers or electronics. We've seen how much he struggles with electronics. And he's making a six-figure income working from home. I'm afraid that he might be trying to hook some new people for his multi-level marketing scheme. Please don't tell me that you're working for Amway and you're going to come on YouTube and get 200,000 followers in a month and then sign them all up as your Amway correspondence underneath, or VitaFast, or I don't know, Bare Essential Makeup Company, Mary Kay. Please don't tell me that you're putting people in a pyramid scheme, my man. When you first said 100K working from home, I thought, oh, well, maybe he just sounds Southern. Like I sound stupid because I sound Southern. But I can at least operate the computer. Like I can make audio go to you and I can hear it too. Like I can do that step. But he can barely operate his phone or his computer, and he's always like, that ain't what I meant to do. How do I get this one to close? Where's the little paper clip that pops up and says, are you trying to type a resume? I bet you. So that was the pitch when me and Mariah heard Amway. Is wouldn't you like to work from home? You could wake up to over 6 figures a year. And we show up, we support each other, we go to one meeting a month, and we bring new members on, and you get a front row seat. Make sure you listen up to this guy. He's built several businesses. I don't know. I hope not. I hope that's not what he's going to do. What the hell? Here I am bragging about my internet experience. What the hell just happened? I've never seen that before. Did my monitor just die? Reload. Whoa, has that video been removed? Hold on, that was weird as shit. It threw up a bunch of... I shouldn't have been bragging. I broke the fucking internet here. Did YouTube just go down? My chat smeared too. God damn it, it's Opera, I bet. Hold on. Everything just put that weird smear on there. I was going to show you some stuff. I haven't closed some windows. I bet you that's it. Because I'm still connected to the internet. It's acting retarded. Everything YouTube on my end just smeared. Like my statistics, my stream, my everything. Just like smeared a bunch of dots and stuff that was already on the screen. Which is weird, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, that's loading again. Let me see if I can grab his. I'm trying to go to... Hold on just a second.
Getting with you shortly, okay? You're going to, I'll be. Those of you that have reached out, I'm not ignoring you. It's just, I don't have to tell you, this election, this political stuff has just been insane, and it's just all-consuming, basically. I will be getting with you shortly, okay? You're going to, I'll be getting with you, okay? I'll let you. And if there's anybody else that, I guess heard what I just said to those people, I was trying to get with them. If you want some information, feel free to reach out. You can send me a message on Facebook, and or you can even email me.
This almost sounds like someone saw a Facebook post he made. Like maybe they went through his past posts and he hasn't been making them lately or something, but they found it. And it said, want to learn how to make 6 figures at home? What's his name, actually? Let's do this. And maybe one person or no person asked him. And from that, he has turned that into, oh yeah, I'll get back to all of you. I get back to you. I don't know what his last name is, but I'm pretty sure he lives down there in Chattanooga. Oh, we might be able to find him from here. Somebody sent me this. Hold on. Let me pull this over here where you guys don't see all my messages, but let me go to the... If you know his last name, drop it in the chat. Well, no, don't dox him. I'll look it up. Hold on. Inbox messages to the show. I know someone sent it to me before. That's his YouTube channels. What else have we got here? His name is Brad something. I wonder what it is. With, what's he call his thing? Triumph something? Triumph Media? Or Triumph News Network. That's what it is. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. What's her name? Hasn't been here in a long time. There used to be, Stevie used to be in here all the time. I thought he was a dude till I just paid attention and saw her picture, but. Oh, somebody asked me if I wanted to guest host one of their shows. I'll send you the link to my page. You can host from there. Huh. I never even paid attention to that. There's a street light. You guys, God, man, I wish, what's his name was still there. Streetlight Kelly, what's it, Cash Kelly? Is that his name? I'm looking. Give me just a second. You guys just keep looking at that pretty picture of that dog. All right, I see some people sharing it. Hold on. I'll find it eventually. Give me a second. Damn it, there's a way to search people following this page, is there not? Fuck is it? Oh, his Facebook page might be linked in this. Hold on. Didn't think about that. Let's go here. I'm looking through all the videos that have been linked to me. I just didn't realize there had been so many linked to me, to be honest with you. So many that I can never get through them. Like, there's probably 60 videos a show linked to me. All of them hour or 2 hour streams. Got there. That brought me to the Triumph News Network. Now, can we find his page with Brad? Brad Barton. Oh, I said not to dox him, then I did it. All right, let's see what he's got about making all this money. First of all, what's he listed as his occupation? About no work, no nothing. There's his photo albums. He was at DC on the 6th. Oh, please don't tell me he did anything crazy. I think we found that out last time, didn't we? Okay. I don't know if you know this, but the new multi-level marketers, when we're talking about like Amway, they install an app on your phone that sends them all of your contacts to their phone in a PDF file that gives them the number and name. And then from that phone, they contact all of your people in your phone that you give them permission to, or don't. They're just taking your word for it. You're supposed to write them a list of like your top 100 people you talk to or some shit and try to get them to join your team or their team or any team. It's really weird. Can't read that out loud. I was trying to see if I could just use their search feature. I was sent this, and it was a criminal that this government has done. Okay, that's not it. Okay, let's just go through his page again. I think this was him. Yeah, that was a post he was complaining about. Absolute proof, 100% real, late night. Can't wait. Does not flinch, broadcast his plan. 11E, Triumph News Network, YouTube, see you there. He might have mentioned it in one of his videos too, and I usually watch most of his videos, but it's true, I could have just been not paying attention, you know what I mean? Like, that definitely could have happened. Why is that one post expanded and I can't see shit else? Oh, there's some more. I must have expanded it myself. Read the word. Confusing about the topic. What was this? Confusion about the segment topic, my behind. Oh, that's the guy's apologies complaining about. To all the demon rats. I bet you it's an old fucking post, dude. If I had to guess. And he hasn't been posting about it since Trump's been here. I almost think for sure I can say it's probably a multi-level marketing shit. You think he'd get those creases out of his flags, wouldn't you? So the Alamo is in San Antonio. Trump went to Alamo, Texas to check on the wall. Those are two different places. Let's just go to some old posts and see what he was posting about before all this happened. Where we at? We're at January still. Let's go on further back. Oh, this is going to take a while. Isn't there a way to search through filters? Year. Okay, let's see what he posted about in 2020. And let's start in February. Let's see if that'll work. Builder of people. Old ball coach truth. Here it is. Miles didn't have the guts for him to win. Instead, he played scared not to lose. Okay. Lives transformed by grace. Lucky.co. Website for our sale. What is this? This might be a hacker, actually. Let me pull this up over here. Yeah, that's actually a hacking post. So let's go to a different one. Let's change the filter around. Filters. Let's go to March. About my content. Simon was not given a warning. Simon was kicked off. He wasn't given a warning, or he wasn't. He says that he was censored for supporting Trump. No, he was kicked off for violations. Why didn't that update? That's the same ones. That's still February. Oh, September 1st, 2018, 2012. How far did I go back? Filters. He hasn't been on here in a while. So let's do June, maybe. And we're not friends. I can't see all his posts. I can't see his non-public posts. So I still need to go further. I might not be able to see anything. Let's just go all the way to... I don't want to get all the election stuff. Let's try October. All right, so that was Halloween. Witches. Dems, early voting. Voted. At least he voted. Lines, happy birthday, Hillary. Take for granted what God has given us. Laptop from hell. $15 an hour. Passed on consumer. 60 minutes. Side chick. About foreign policy, but they changed it. Imagine. Yeah, he was kicked off. I mean, I don't care about his warnings. The only thing I've ever gotten from YouTube directly, and not from like somebody trying to strike down my videos, was they found one of my posts where I was acting like I supported R, and they said that I was supporting a organized crime. I was supporting and help recruit an organizing crime or some shit like that. Borderline, demonic, 50 years, monster, illegitimate. Hospital. It's a lot of election stuff, which is what I was worried about. I was hoping to find, because I kind of know, I've got a bunch of friends and they try to get me to sign up. I kind of know how their posts are like, they're really vague when they're in the MLM or pyramid or whatever you want to call it. They're super vague about it just to get you to ask questions. God, this one did not age well. Democrats say it's both sides. Oh, really? Here's me doing my Rip Van Winkle, waiting for the left to show me just one example of the right: burning, looting, murdering, or getting in innocent folks' faces, disrupting traffic, dragging people from their cars, beating them to a pulp, being anti-terrorists. Uh-oh. The debate, Wallace. I would like to see if it's an MLM scheme, because we might have found his major grift, even though he doesn't take donations and people just send them, even though he doesn't ask for them, and he's blown up. He's got a couple 100,000 people waiting for him to tell him how to make 6 figures from home. We might actually have this. If we could find the damn thing. It's obviously stood out because someone's found it on his Facebook, or he's mentioned it in a stream and I just didn't pay attention. I might have to watch all his damn streams now. It might have to do with coronavirus. He's like, I'm lucky I get to stay at the house and make 6 figures. I'm all the way back into August. There's just a lot of damn posts. We saw that one. Wait. That's he reposted again in July. Okay. Yeah, no, I can't. He must have said it in one of his live streams, maybe. Damn it. I was hoping we'd find it because I don't want to look through December. Like, if you thought this was bad going through all this, December's going to be way fucking worse. Way worse. That's right, Patrick. That's right. That's the same. I got off the. I would say I stopped being a mega. I mean, I still think that he would be a better president than Joe Biden for sure. I think he was good for our economy. I just think, like, a lot of people got into hero worship, which is not healthy. And he made some mistakes too. We should have fixed election fraud in 2016. There was no need to take bump stocks unless he would have come out and said, "Hey, we got to give them something." Red flag gun laws in support of that. That's pretty strange. Social media. I got so goddamn sick of hearing Kayleigh McEnany and Sarah Huckabee Sanders saying, "Well, the president is aware and we are monitoring the situation," because nothing ever happened. We just monitored the fuck out of it, and that was it. You can't just keep monitoring. At some point, you gotta give up the monitoring and do. I don't know if he's got anything else. Questions, maybe? He's not asking any questions. I don't even know that he would know how to use that. Never mind. All right, I'm not going to go through his photos, videos. His family might be on there. All right, guys. I'm out for the night. We'll get another update tomorrow. We'll figure out something to do. I might work on the 4-wheeler. I might stream. Marion, the kids are going to be at church. Probably put out a video. It's 2 a.m. But have a good night, guys. We'll see you on the next one. I don't think we had any donations tonight. We didn't. But we'll see you on the next stream. Have a good night, guys.
What you think? what you think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake up to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake up to the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed.
All right, guys. I'm out. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow or tonight or however you want to do it to say that.